Okay. Ooh. I hope I don't talk too loud. I might have to turn this off. Is there a way to turn this down? Yeah, okay, somebody's figured that out. Okay. So what's that? It's a word phrase. You know this thing up here? It's called your brain. Okay? Try to get your brain alive and functioning. I know college students, it's 9 o'clock. That's like 3 o'clock in the morning for you, right? Okay. Unless, well, you're in computer security, then this is, been pulling an all-nighter, anyway. What is that next? It's an odd couple. Odd couple, right? Well, let's see what next is. Okay, that's too easy. That is way too easy. What is that? Neon lights. Now, are you getting what's going on out there? These are word puzzles. I knew them as wuzzles, word puzzles. Let's see what the next one is. Better say neon lights. Hey, I got the slides that match where we're going. Great, next. Heat wave. In South Dakota, do you know what a heat wave is? It's like when it gets over 32 for 3 days in a row. Okay, heat wave. Some of these are too easy, like the next one. Next. This is really me. What we got? I'm between jobs. You want to hire me? I'm available. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm between jobs. I guess my job is retired. I don't know. Stand in front of an audience and try to say things. Next, which should be I'm between jobs. There we have next. Where was that? Parakeet, of course. Buzz, you're not catching this? Yeah, it's been too long since you had to be in my class at 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, did you drive up from the big city this morning? Okay, you didn't come up last night to party? Okay, anyway, parakeet, next. Yeah, there we are. Next one. Where was that one? A back pain. I want more than back pain. Lower back pain. Ooh. If it gets too low, it's what I've been called before. A pain in the, a pain in the leg. Very good. Next. There we are. Next. Oh. Anyone not understand how that's countdown? Okay. Next one. There we go. Way too easy. This is Lynette and Dwayne back here. They're head over heels in love. Okay. I was head over heels in love. Still am. Okay, there we are. So good. She's not here to watch me today, so I got to be careful. Is this being recorded? Oh, no. I have to be careful about what I say about my wife. Okay, great. I still am head over heels in love. There we are. Good. Next. Next. Anybody, everybody. Piggyback ride. Do you know what that is? I know what it is. I have 5 grandchildren. Okay. Papa, can you give us a piggyback ride? There we are. Next. That'll be the answer here. Next. Oh, no. Oh. Whoa. Somebody's too quick. 40 days and 40 nights. You remember about that time when it, at least I've read about it, when it rained for 40 days and 40 nights? Yeah, West River got about 1/10 of an inch. Okay, got to try to bring some South Dakota humor in. Next. Okay. Ooh, that one's too tough. I don't think we can do that one, can we? We better stay there for a second. Time out. What's your name? Raquel? Hi, Raquel. I'm Bruce. Okay, good. I got a little cup of coffee here. Is that okay? Can I drink coffee in here? Is that allowed? Okay. If I drink coffee in here, I might have to have someone go get me coffee. Okay, no, it's coffee. Okay, who's got that one? Who's got this? Tougher. You're in the front row. I'm looking right at you. Okay? Yeah. Back here, the one who's had all the other answers. Who's back there that's got all the other answers? What is this? Give you one hint that'll make it too easy. We're in art class. Easel. Easel. Next. What, you didn't like that? Okay, next. We've got a little logic for you this morning. A man started walking. He walked 1 mile straight south. Zoom. Must have been South Dakota where everything is. Every mile there's a road, right? Okay. And then 1 mile straight east. And then walked 1 mile straight north. And he came back to his original location. How could this be? He's on the North Pole. Actually, he could be slightly less than North Pole and make up like a couple of times around, but North Pole. Sometimes this question also says he shot a bear. What color was the bear? Which is white. Okay, next. Oh. We're all computer people. We are not English people, right? Okay, we are not English people. And so you say, rearrange new door to make one word. Yeah, very easy. Yeah, you take the N from new door and you put it as a second letter. And you take the E from new door and make it the third letter. And you make the W for the first letter of the last word. And then you take the D, which is the last word overall. You rearrange those letters and you get new door, or one word. Okay, next. Another journey puzzle. Man left home one day, took a journey, he made 3 left turns, and he came home. Yeah, good, that's why I have the coffee. And he met a man wearing a mask. What's going on? Baseball player. Okay, thank you. Good. Now let's get the next set of slides up. You know what you're doing? No. Okay. Do I know what I'm doing? No. Okay. I'll find my other ones wherever they're at. Okay. Let's do an open. That one. And I want to start at the top. Good. Okay. Thank you. Good morning. This is 5 after 9. This is the DakotaCon conference. I am not your expert. That's Buzz. And anyone else speaking today? No one else got up? That was okay. There we are. Good. Okay. They're your real speakers. I'm just the entertainment. Okay. So here we are. And let's see what's next. So who in this world is this old guy that can't talk up here? Well, I'm Bruce White, first dean of the College of Business and Information Systems. That's before some of you people left and went to the dark side. Is that right, Wayne? Yeah, that's what happened. Someone went to the dark side. Anyway, and that was back in, 1984. Today is this year is the 35th anniversary of the mission change. Now, some of you don't know what the mission change was, but Lynette and Wayne and some of the others throughout the audience here know a little bit about that mission change where the governor at the time, well, we'll talk about that a little later. Okay, I taught here until 2000. Then I went to Quinnipiac University in Hamden, Connecticut, just outside of New Haven. to 213. I taught at the University of Texas for 3 years and retired. I have a PhD from the University of Nebraska. If you know anything about Nebraska, the N on the football hats, helmets, stand for knowledge. Okay, just wanting you to know. There we are. Lynette's trying to take pictures of me here. Okay, we know better than that, Lynette. Okay, I played with the concert band and pep band, PA announcer for women's basketball. Probably Wayne's doing some of that now. You still do some of that? What? You retired from that. Okay, and around campus you got a lot of committees. I think I was on almost every one of those committees at one time or another. I need to talk about something there. I played hockey. I played in the got to change that. I played in the NCAA Division I Hockey Championship. It's called the Frozen Four, not the Final Four. Hockey Championship doesn't have as many people involved in it, and it's starting up now. I played in the NCAA Division I Hockey Championship. You say, how can that be? Well, the pep band was way up in the bleachers, and I was there playing my tuba. Kyle said he was going to bring me a tuba, but he didn't give me a tuba. I guess I won't play for you. Okay, great. Next. Okay, I am so proud of this institution. I was here, of course, 18 years. Some people are here 4 years. I just didn't graduate, so I had to keep coming back. Okay, very definitely part of this. And had some of your professors or students as well. Okay, it's good to be back on campus. I've thought about this. Recently we had a national scandal about, gotta watch my time, about paying to get into college. Okay, if you would have bribed me, as Buzz did way back when, if you would have bribed me, I would have made sure you got in college. His, ACT, what was it, 5 or 8? I forget what it was at that point. Okay, anyway, but he got into college, and we accepted him and let him go on. But we took even a used car salesman back over there. Okay, so he was a banker too. Okay, so this is a great institution. You think, oh, Yale, MIT, Stanford, whatever. You are getting a quality education here, a high quality education. Your teachers know you and appreciate you. Okay, my PhD is Nebraska, where again the N stands for knowledge. But if you're a freshman or sophomore in Nebraska, you're probably being taught by a graduate assistant, a teaching assistant, somebody who's never taught before. Somebody that stands up in the class and as soon as class is over disappears. You got a question? You don't go to their office because you just can't find them. This is a place where the teachers teach and the students learn. And more than that, it's a place where you're getting a good, solid, high-quality education. Okay? Don't let anyone say, oh, you're from where? Oh, you're from South Dakota State. No. That's that's MooU, right? Okay. Yeah. So what happens out on the farms and ranches of South Dakota? They send their sons and daughters for an education at Dakota State, and they send their cows to Brookings for SDSU. Okay, fine, next. I better behave myself today. Okay, I am not a security expert. So why am I at a security conference? Well, sometimes I'm spontaneous. And on Twitter back in January, Wayne Paul, I posted that something about DakotaCon coming up, and I had no idea what this was. So I sent him a note, and he says, well, why don't you, it's in the paper? Okay, so, and lo and behold, it got accepted. Okay, so here I am. Madison, South Dakota, doing this. You don't need the rest of this. It tells you I'm important. Okay, good. I've done some different things coming from here on out. Okay, Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award, ABET accreditation, Kazakhstan. That was an interesting trip. Okay, certification director. Next. Yeah, did all other kinds of things. Even Belarus, Fulbright exchange to Belarus. I have 2 ebooks. They're out on Amazon. They're like $4.50 each if you want them. If you're not, I think I make a nickel a book, and I think I've sold about 50 of them now. So, okay. So, that's what I did my first year of retirement. I wrote ebooks. Okay, next. This is the sign. I used to tell my students, I want someone to get this sign for me. Yeah, can you imagine that? One, the signs are not little signs. They are huge, and they are heavy, and I'm guessing it's probably at least a state. No, that's a federal interstate, isn't it? Probably a federal crime to steal a federal highway sign. Okay, but at least I'd give you extra credit for it. Glad no one did. Okay, good. Never decided where I should live. Maybe right on the bridge, Bruce one way, White the rest of the way. Next. Next. There we are. This was from like Tuesday this week. Those are bluebonnets. Bluebonnets in Texas. Yeehaw. We don't have any of those mounds of white stuff hanging around, in central Texas. Okay? So just thought I'd tell you, spring will come. About July 4th. Keep waiting for it. It will come. Next. Oh, yeah. I can't do it without this. Okay, got to start talking here. Okay, 5 grandchildren. From October to February 20th, I had 5 grandchildren that were all 5 years old. Okay, now 2 of them are 6 and the other 3 are 5. There are twins and triplets. The taller 2 in blue are the twins, Leah and Abby, and the others are the triplets. The twins are in Texas. No, they're not in Minneapolis. Okay, some of you got that. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, and the triplets are in Grand Island, Nebraska. Okay, next. Okay, and I wanted to talk just to, who wants to see that? Okay, you know about this Madison Normal School. I didn't go here when it was normal. I went here when it was abnormal. Okay, a normal school was what they used to call teacher training. Okay, General Beetle State College. Okay, Lynette, were you here during the General Beetle days? Okay, Tom Farrell used to call it Grain Belt Tech or something like that. Okay, and then Dakota State College and Dakota State University. Next one you already know. Next. Okay, mission change, 84, 35 years since this. Bill Janklow, who has died and passed on, whatever, but was the governor, and there was too many public colleges in South Dakota. And maybe they should change, close down South Dakota State. The one in down South Springfield became Penn State or State Penitentiary, and we became the technology campus of the state. And we have done a fantastic job. Next. Okay. Citibank, you know about Citibank, moved their credit card processing to South Dakota because New York at that time said you can't charge more than 18% interest on credit cards. And that was during one of those periods of inflation where credit card interest was getting to be like 21%. And they said, oh, come to South Dakota, we'll let you charge whatever you want. Greed is important in this world, and figuring out how to make money. Okay. Okay, great. Always important. So moved here, and Citibank said we need people that are local, are going to stay here, and whatever. And that started part of this routine. Kevin Streff, anyone had Kevin? Kevin's not here yet, is he? No. Okay. Was a Citibank scholar, and literally, about 5 of us sat in the cafeteria using napkins, developing a curriculum. Amazing. We had ideas what we were doing, but there we are. Next. Okay. IBM, we went to IBM in Texas and got education. PL1 programming. Who's had PL1? Yay! Woohoo! Okay. The language to end all languages, right? Okay. No, the language to end all languages is called COBOL. Okay. Great. And there we are. Fantastic success. The next two slides, I think, are about now. Next. Yeah. This is just off the web page. A National Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity. Here. 4 such distinctions. Department of Homeland Security. By the way, I had some input with a friend from the Department of Homeland Security on this, okay? And we talked about some other things. You know, if you are a student or a graduate or a friend, you know, it's kind of like this that you start to say, hey, you know, did well, did well. If you've got younger siblings or children or whatever, this is a great place to go to college. Okay, there we are. Commercials. Next. Same kind of thing. 32 in top public schools. Okay, you got to keep on top of it. My, DSU educators and the rest of you got to keep on top of it. You got to keep learning, like attending this conference. Oh, someone got a marker? I need to put a parenthesis up here. By the way, I think there's a couple of rooms around campus where the projection slide was down and I did write on it. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, you got to keep learning, lifetime learning. Next. Okay. Quick history because it said something about past to the future. You know, World War II, before me, I was around for the Civil War though. Okay. Okay. We needed to keep track of the United States. It was a big world, global war. We needed to track. We had people going, how much food do we need to send to Europe now for our troops? How many ships do we need in the South Pacific to fight against the Japanese? A lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff that would have been great for a computer, and we didn't have computing, okay? So, we need that. And they were doing all kinds of things to get it to work. Finally, in 1947, 2 years after the war, they come out with the first computer. I was also born then. Okay. Is there a coincidence? First computer and I was born. No coincidence. Okay. Early computing, all that other good stuff. Next. Big iron, batch processing. Middle. What would you think if all computing devices would stop? Woo! Woo! Scary. That's why you guys are here, right? You people are here. Okay. I'm going to make some forecasts. Next. We are not in a perfect world. Our electrical grid is not totally secure. Yeah. Do we know that? Yeah. Yeah. Do you people know that? Yeah. My friend at Homeland Security, and I were talking about that. Political system. Well, the Russians bought our last election. I don't know. Okay. No politics involved. Wayne, I'm sure, can correct my politics on this too. Yeah, okay, good. Let's see. The next election, what is it? The Democrats vote on Tuesday and the Republicans vote on Wednesday. Is that it? Yeah, okay. Anyway, well, I'm sure Wayne will tell me how to vote. Okay, good. Okay. Have to protect ourselves? Yeah. Have to protect our data? Yeah. Got to protect our company. Our privacy. Oh. Is there any privacy left? No. Okay, thank you. Somebody had to answer that. Okay. And my bias, the future is in software, not hardware. Hardware, we used to talk about Moore's Law every 18 months or so, computing speed doubled and whatever. Not that isn't still, a topic. Hardware, hardware is getting better, faster, so on. I'm not sure. No, I haven't seen any articles about Moore's Law for probably 18 months, which means that, it's doubled by then. But there, and we got to keep the bad guys out of our system. That's why you're here. Next. Warfare with robots. I am a robot. You thought you were getting a person today. No, a robot would not talk this bad. Okay. This was actually this week in Homeland Security briefing. Yeah. The use of killer robots, they're trying to have a treaty on this. And this again, this week, I think it was Tuesday, March 25th, Homeland Security Bulletin. Okay. Clone Wars. Next. You, particularly ones that are still students, it is all going to change. Okay? I was just thinking 1905. I picked that year because that was the year that the Wright brothers went up in an airplane. Let's see, I flew from Austin to Sioux Falls on the Wright brother airplane. I don't think the Wright brothers airplane went more than, 120 yards or something like that. Okay? And cars were, 1903. And then we had cars, we had everything. In that 50-year period, everything changed. Cars, horseless carriage, television, radio, internet, oh my, okay. And 2019, what's going to happen in the next 50 years? I know because I am an expert. What's an expert? Well, let's see. In algebra, an x is an unknown, right? Solve for x, unknown. And a spurt is like a drip from your faucet. So I'm an unknown drip. Okay, there we go. Other than some of you know me. Next. You'll have a lot to tell your grandchildren. Maybe you'll have twins and triplets. I think everything, pretty much everything will change. Okay? Automated cars. I was talking to my friend Doug this morning about this. I think, Doug, that it's going to happen. He didn't think so, but I think it will. I think, for me, at 71, this is going to be one of the significant things for your parents or your grandparents. Okay? My father drove until 94 and got into an accident and, had some damage and things. Didn't kill anybody, thank goodness. I've heard of your family, some of you have gone through this, maybe your parents or grandparents, whatever, where they said, Grandpa, we're taking your keys. No longer can you drive. And that's like death. They sit in their house, sit in their apartment, unable to go anyplace. Okay, so you get in the car and say, take me to the grocery store. I was seeing somebody had a picture on, not sure if it was Facebook or Twitter the other day, of somebody that's sleeping in their Tesla as the car is driving. Okay, hey, when I drive from Texas to Grand Island, Nebraska to see the grandchildren, I'd love to have an autopilot, driving up that, Interstate 35. There we are. Automated trucks. Drivers can only drive so many hours in a day. Here's a vehicle that can go 24/7, and it's going to be there. Life is going to change for vehicles. Automated ships, reading about that recently, and it says, hey, you're bringing cars from, Japan, you're bringing oil from the Middle East, whatever, and there's nobody on that ship. Sure, somebody's watching it from some, satellite someplace. There we are. Okay, Internet of Things. Oh, by the way, drones delivering packages. More than that, just more than that. Internet of Things, everything will talk to each other. All phone conversations can be recorded or bugged, and tracking. And again, privacy. What is that? Will Big Brother be watching us? Yeah. Next. Okay. Money. Will Bitcoin win? Okay. You, all alone. See, then I can point to you. Will Bitcoin win? What is Bitcoin? Okay. Bitcoin is an electronic money that can be traceable. Why do you want money that can be traceable? Because a lot of times, sometimes the bigger money is in like drug laundering, as I understand. So they can figure out where the money came from. Came from the Mexican drug dealers or wherever it came from. Anyway, but Bitcoin takes a lot of energy to keep it going. It really is very energy inefficient. Okay, but there will be electronic money. There will be electronic money. So figure this out. You have to find trust. You're in security. How do you know if the person you're dealing with is trustworthy? Okay? Efficiencies will be gained. Power usage will be controlled. Okay? One of the communities near where I live talks about being 100% renewable energy. They don't generate their own energy, but they buy energy from the wind turbines. Okay? They buy energy from the hydroelectric dams. They use solar power. 100% green energy. I think Norway is like 95% for the whole country in green energy. Yeah. And do you know anybody that used to pound a foot before something important? Tom Farrell, yeah. Tom always used to pound his foot. This is going to be on the test. Okay, anyway. Artificial intelligence will be the next trend. Looking at some of you that I know, artificial intelligence is going to be good because, my real intelligence is going to fade, right? Okay, there we are. So there, next. Convergence of man and machine. This can be scary or it can be an opportunity. Where are you going to go? Scary or opportunity? I can't do this. Can I? Can I take my coat off? Is that allowed? Can you ask Kyle if this is okay? Okay. Does it look okay in the back? Yeah. I had Doug Sims' wife iron my shirt for me. Okay. Okay. There we are. Unicorns. There are no unicorns, are there? Every company will be looking for unicorns. Unicorn is a mythical. Okay, doesn't exist. But every company wants to hire somebody that's going to integrate the artificial intelligence with their security system, with their productive system, and they can't find them because unicorns don't exist. Okay? You need to find them. Okay, moving on. Information autonomous systems. Next, AI. Virtual reality, augmented reality. New gamers, yeah. Okay, here we are. Learning history. I'm going to put on my headset and I'm going to be trying to get off the boats invading Normandy during D-Day and seeing the folks on the left and the right of me being shot down, seeing myself trying to climb the cliffs, and then it's all for you. Mm-hmm. I'm almost going to need another cup of coffee. Anyway, I can climb Mount Everest. I can do all of this. Okay, how about getting inside your firewall? Time out. Something to suck on. Good. Next, you have to change. I got my degree. I'm done. Yay! Yeah, I see, I'm looking at people I know. Buzz is nodding his neck. You're never done learning. Never done learning. Keep current, read a lot, go to training like DakotaCon, build a network of strong teams. Next. I think we're going into, software, not hardware. Yep, this is a quote from somebody. AI. I think AI is the next wave. AI, as we all know, is alphabet islands, artificial intelligence. Alphabet. Who's Alphabet? Google, okay. Next. Okay. Okay. You know, the things I'm reading says AI, artificial intelligence, quality, speed, functionality, drive top-line revenue. If you're working for a business, let's see, you want your revenue to exceed expenses? So I think that's what works. That doesn't work in higher ed, does it? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's going to work in higher ed. We're going to charge more for tuition. Okay, great. We're going to start charging you to go to a DakotaCon conference. Get in for free, and you even get these nice little, wow. Okay, great. AI, okay, got to do that. Good AI analysis is going to save lives. AI in healthcare, think about that. Next. Let me get my phone. The theory and development of computer systems able to perform tests that normally require human intelligence. It used to be 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when Wayne was into loans and management and banking stuff, that you filled out a loan application on paper and you submitted it to a loan expert who maybe had to call the credit bureau companies and say, what about this? And now, hey, you want a loan for a car, for a house, whatever, you go online and instantly, you know your credit score, you know too much about them. Yeah. I know that, Wayne has been in jail 6 years for certain different things and, everything. So, yeah. Actually, he was in jail. I don't want to tell about my friend Wayne, but, but he was pretty good in jail and became a trustee, I guess they call him that, and was doing pretty good until, the warden in the prison said, well, we need to remodel our kitchen. And they were remodeling the kitchen, and then finally said, well, I want you to do this one particular job. And Wayne said, no, I can't do that job. That's what got me here. What was the job? Counterfeiting in the kitchen. Okay, so they don't all have to be good. Okay, great. Next. Machine learning, visual perception, computer vision, decision making with lots of data, speech recognition, language translation. Okay? Anyone here, English is not the first language? Yeah. Yeah. My first language was baby talk. Okay. Anyway, but being able to translate, speak to something, sprechen Sie Deutsch, das ist ein sehr gute day, Tag. Okay. Speech recognition, things are going to change. You're going to be able to plug something in and listen to your friends in Japanese or whatever. Next. Still early. You got to have AI citizen specialists to work together and different personnels on them. Still complex. It's not big enough yet. Next. Okay. Will it take away jobs? Yeah. Amazon is opening some stores. Could you get me some water or something? Thank you. Okay. Where they don't have people. You go in, you grab something, walk out the door, and they can scan it. They know what it is. Scan your credit card or whatever you got. Okay. No humans in the stores. Yeah. Okay. So what? Okay. It's going to take care of some of those menial jobs. Delivering, parts, delivering food to your house, not a problem. Your drone's going to do that. Okay. Got it. Okay. Challenge is to fill jobs with looking forward, getting a team together and going ahead. The unicorn. We want to hire somebody that's an expert in AI. Yeah, good thing. I want to hire somebody that's an expert in AI. How many people are experts in AI? Not many. And what do they want for their salary? Yeah. Oh, maybe I'll change out of security. How about a double major in security and artificial intelligence? That sounds promising. Next. Okay. How it could impact privacy? Yeah. Security? Yep. Employment inequality, environment, customers, employees, whatever. Can we trust it? Thank you. Oh, wow. not used to a bottle. Well, I'm used to bottles. No. Okay. Okay. Good. Next. Can you trust what your computer does? Can you trust what your computer does? Can you trust what your computer does? Yeah. I sure hope I can. Okay. But now I got two. Oh boy. I might have to take a restroom break. Thank you, Kathy. Okay, next. The articles I read, it says it's time to either scale up to AI or go home. Okay? Don't shoot for the moon. Try simple projects. Get some ROI on it. Get some positive ROI. Build up a portfolio to move ahead. Okay, next. It's your data that makes the difference. Or is that data? I know, I'm back in South Dakota. I forget. How many like data? Raise your hand. Data. Okay? How many like data? You two did not raise your hand. Data or data? Both. You can pronounce it either way. But I have been gone for 19 years. And there is a word I know that all South Dakota people pronounce wrong. I have to spell it. W-R-O-N-G. That's the word that I find that all South Dakotans pronounce wrong. Okay, sorry. There we are. Okay. I'm trying to make this light. This is still early in the morning, isn't it? Okay, next. You got to make it pay for itself. Healthcare is going to change significantly. Okay? The doctor who puts me, 6'3", 210 pounds, on a blood pressure medication, if he's subscribing a blood medication for you who are about 95 pounds and 4'8", not quite the case. Okay, shouldn't there be a difference because of who we are and other kind of things? Healthcare is really going to make a difference. We think of things like Watson that really can make a lot of data and a lot of analysis. Next. Blockchain. Okay. Bleeding edge. Next. Yeah, healthcare. Better diagnosis. Faster service. Okay. Watson. Yeah. Same thing. Next. Oh, right. Yee! That's what I came for. Came for the security. Okay. No one wants to know about it. Next. Everyone knows these things. These are just quotes. I figured at a security conference I better talk about something related to you. Okay, there we are. Okay. It's no longer a matter of when you'll face it, but it's a matter of when. That's what the experts say. You must be prepared. Okay? I just envision that you throw up a system with security and artificial intelligence. There you go. Next. Two computer companies, those that have been breached and know it, and those that have breached and don't know it. We had this problem here at Dakota State when I was still here. Wayne over here kept getting A's in classes, and I know he didn't, but he hacked into the grade system and changed his grade. So yeah. You never paid me for that either. Next. Okay. Your company been hacked? I'm going to move my money or my business to someplace else. Okay? There we are. Good. Next. Cybercrime, the greatest threat to every company in the world. You agree? Yeah, okay, yeah. What a responsive audience this morning. Yeah, okay, all right. Next. 20 years to build a reputation and a few minutes of a cybersecurity to ruin it. Yeah, there we are. Next. Okay, and must have board and executive level. Next. Hacker, somebody uses a computer system to make money, take down systems, spy, to ruin the elections. Oh, that didn't happen, did it? What was the Mueller report? I don't, yeah, whatever. Next. Yeah, type of hackers. Next. Well, this is the important part, the security part, and you're just blowing through this. Yeah, well, I got to finish. Okay. Next. Greed. Next. Now for something else. I generally don't show my body like this. This is why my voice is what it is. They cut me up. If I take my shirt, would you want me to take my shirt off? How many want me to take? No one wants me to take my shirt. Oh, come on now. Okay, yeah, okay. All the young ladies in the audience would drool, I know. Yeah, so no, they would not. Okay. Underneath my shirt, it looks like that. Okay. Had an aorta. I was running 213 over 161, and they said we might nick your vocal cord, vocal nerve. Okay, so I talk like this. It's better. If I really talk like this, maybe it's better. Is that better? Jana says, let the shenanigans begin. That's in New York City, St. Patrick's Day Parade a couple years ago. Next. Okay, let's talk about you. This is the motivational part. This is the part you need to pay attention to. You paying attention? You awake? Okay. You need to stand up. Go, woo! Next. This gets into philosophy. I may have to go down here. You okay with that? Okay. This is rhetorical. You do not have to answer. Who are you?
I am me.
You are you. Who are you? You're students, yes, you are, son of your parents, whatever. Who are you down inside? What makes you tick? Do you tick? Not recently. Okay, good. I don't mean to tick like that, but who are you? Okay. Why do you exist? Look up Simon Sinek at TED Talks, a very popular one about getting to why. Why is who you really are inside. Don't just go through life. Inspect your life. Where are you going? Well, when this is done, I'm going to the next presentation. Now I'm going to go to coffee. Okay. Before I go to coffee, I think I need to go to the restroom. Okay, how will we get there? What are your goals? What do you want out of life? You. I want to be rich and famous. Okay, there we go. Next. Oh, garbage in, garbage out. Okay? You are what you are and where you are because of what has gone into your mind. You can change what you are and where you are by changing what goes into your mind. Put good thoughts in your brain. Some of you have maybe a Christian background. Philippians 4:4. So think about whatever is noble, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is good. Think about good. Okay? Put good in your brains. Okay? Passionate. Woo! I used to be passionate. Now I'm retired. I enjoyed what I did. Enjoy what you do, even if you're only 4'8" and 95 pounds. Okay. Next. We got to throw some quotes in here. Okay. What is this one? Doesn't matter how slow you go as long as you keep going. Yeah, next. We'll go through these quickly. What would you do if you weren't afraid? Well, step out and go. Step out and go. Start your own business, guys. Oh, I guess maybe you have. Okay. What are you going to do to make a difference in the world? You're going to what? She's going to teach. Ooh, I teach. I touch the world. Okay, next. As long as you have passion, faith, and willing to work hard, you can do anything in your you want in this world. Find your passion at that company. Fine. Next. You have a brain. You get to choose every day. You get to choose whether to get out of bed. You get to choose whether you want to go to class. You choose whether you want to learn today. Hey, let's go to the bar and have a beer. No, I'm going to class today. Yeah, we haven't been all semester. Why are you going today? Anyway, okay. You get to choose who you are, where you're going. You get to choose whether you're going to be successful. Okay? Is it wrong to be ambitious? No. Good ambition, not, I want to take over the world. Yeah. Hi, my name is Adolf, and I want to be your friend. Well, maybe not. Okay. If you think you can, or you think you can't, you're right. I can do this, then you can. I can't do it, then you can't. I have decided I no longer can swim the English Channel solo. I have decided I no longer can climb Mount Everest alone. Not that I ever thought I could. Okay. Here, next. Oh, John Wooden, who you don't know unless you're, it's a March Madness basketball time. Famous basketball coach. What school was he at? UCLA. Very good. What, like the national record for number of wins in a row, number of national championships, something like that. No whining. 3 things. No whining. You're going to be a teacher. You're going to go get students that whine. Do you ever whine to your teachers? Well, I think that question was right. I think I deserve a higher grade. Yeah. I'll do anything to get a better grade, Professor. Oh, okay. Yeah. We had a couple of those too, didn't we, Lynette? No, okay. Anyway, no complaining. Who wants to hear your complaints? Okay? And no excuses. Okay? He's a coach. He says, hey, don't tell me why, you aren't playing good. Don't tell me, don't complain. Don't make an excuse. Do it or don't do it. Next. Oh, I have no idea what that one is. Okay. They used to tell me that, I had a bachelor's degree, a bachelor of science, so I had some BS, and then I had more of the same, MS, and then finally got it to be a PhD, piled higher and deeper. Okay, great. Next. You. Develop your networking. Okay? Who can be a reference for you? Who can say good things about you? Am I going to break up this if I do that? Looks like you two are just talking to each other, right? Okay. Anyone else getting this? Okay, great. Okay. So, do you have mentors? Okay. Take your professor for coffee sometime. Yeah? Sit down and talk to them. Go into their office if you can find them in their office. Wayne wasn't in his office. I stopped by yesterday to say hi to him, and he wasn't there. It's probably in a meeting because administrators do nothing but go to meetings. Okay. Stay positive. Avoid toxic people. Will I make another 5 minutes? There we are. Make good use of your time. I have a neighbor that spends 16 hours a day playing computer games. I have no idea what he plays, but He's always on it. He's got a great system. I mean, he's got, at least some of the augmented reality things. But, fortunately, his wife works and makes money. But, next. But occasionally, you got to take a vacation or sabbatical. Okay? Take time to reflect. Build your life. Be happy. You get to choose if you're going to be happy or not. You get to choose. I woke up this morning, and I had a great morning. I had a little bit of time with God. I had a nice shower. Had a nice breakfast. Had 2 cups of coffee. I need more now. Okay. Give back. If you're in a business, I got to go over here by my business people. If you're in a business, hire some interns. Okay. I was an intern at Citibank for 12 years. Yeah. I was their faculty intern. They didn't know what to do with me either, but, wow, did that wake me up. I knew all the book stuff, but being able to really do it and see that. Hire somebody, give them some experience, get them to work for you, okay? Hire an intern, hire a graduate. Give back, okay? Be active in clubs and organizations. Befriend those lowly, worthless freshman kids. Any freshmen here? 2? Okay. 3? Okay. They're okay. They may be freshmen, but think back. You were a freshman once? Yeah. I wasn't. I took all those advanced placement courses, and I came into college as a junior. Did we have advanced placement then, Lynette? No, I don't think we had advanced placement. Okay, next. Okay. If you're going to work in security or professional position, do not screw up. Your records are way too public. Way too public. Okay? So what about that DWI you had last year? Driving under the influence. Okay? Don't screw up. I was on this trip last year, and I was away from home, and I was getting lonely, and this was, this young lady in the bar, and she came up to me, and she started to touch me. Said, make me feel like a woman. Well, I'm just kind of, So I said, would you go iron my shirt for me? Okay, some humor here. Okay, don't screw up. Drunk driving, jail time, spousal, child abuse, financial irregularities, affairs, drugs, other things. Don't screw up because literally Big Brother is watching. You will have records. You will be whatever. Don't screw up. And if you do, make amends for it. Next. Set up goals. Next. Write them down. Next. What are your goals? I'm going to be dad of the year. I want to be grandpa of the year. Well, I already am, but there we go. Next. Oh, no. Endowing a DSU scholarship. Some of you have a DSU scholarship. I know a couple of us do. Anyway, great. Give back. I'm obviously biased. There we go. Okay. Married 50 plus years. I've been happily married for 40 years. Out of 45, that's not too bad. Okay. Ceremony. Next. Lifelong learner, be ambitious. Have a life, go pheasant hunting. Next. Conclusion. Woo! We made it. Okay, next. What does the future hold for you? I better go back here someplace. How far can I get in back here? Okay. Can I get by you guys? Thank you. I've got to, these people back here, they've been hiding. See these people in the back row? They're on their phones. They're on their laptops. Okay. What are you looking at? Oh, you're working. Yeah, okay. Good. Future will be exciting. It will be. You have challenges ahead of you. Make them work. All kinds of opportunities, chances to change the world to be better and avoid the worst. You're going to have great incomes. The sky is the limit. Next. Oh, there is a sky. Where is that? You do not know where that is? The Kennedy Center. Business and information systems started in the Kennedy Center until we got too big. And this is the hall, the mural in the hallway. The sky is the limit, but occasionally you have gaps. You need more knowledge. You need to be a lifetime learner. Get more education. Make your life work. Thanks, guys. Okay. Now I'm going to come down this next row because there's more people to irritate. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Okay. Get ready for life. Get ready for exciting things. Next. Questions, comments. We don't have time for comments. Next. So if you want to get in hold of me, I'm not sure why. Bruce White, which is my first name and my last name, 06517, which was my zip code when we lived in Connecticut. Okay. You say, well, very good. Some zip codes start with 0. There's a whole group back there. Okay. And that's my address there. I have a daily blog at drbrucewhite.com. But if you look at Facebook, Informal Education with Bruce White, that's my thing. Lynette, did you look at it this morning? Okay. No, you didn't. Okay. But anyway, today I talk about speaking at this conference. Anything else? No. Next. What's there? Next. Go back. Leave that up there. Thank you. Woo-hoo! You're done. Dismissed. Go. You got everything that Bruce had to tell you. Do you feel smarter? Okay. You can go. Bye. Woo! Did you learn anything? Good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You're going to stay for the next speaker? Okay, good. Okay, good. Are you going to stay for the next speaker? Yes. All day. We're here all day. Okay, good. I got to go take a break, don't I? Rachel, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh. Good job. Thank you.
Check, 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 check. Good morning. Yes, energy. You got everybody riled up. I'm good. I'm excited. Come on, get up here. We'll do it together.
I'm Eric Smith. I'm the co-founder of Lars Consulting. You just press the slides for me.
I'll just hit next. You go.
Fine. I have.
This is great.
I have my. Don't want to leave my T-shirt. Oh, okay, good. Hey, come on.
All right, let's get started. So as he said, I'm Eric Smith. I'm one of the co-founders of Lars Consulting. I've been here for a couple of years now, so some of you guys are familiar to me. Some other new faces, so I'm glad to be back. I'm actually participating in the CCDC event later today as well. So if you guys have time to stop in and check out what Red Team's doing, we'll be wreaking havoc on the network and on the students for the next 2 days. So a little about me. Excuse me, I'm fighting a cold too. I've been doing IT and security work for about 20 years now. Specialties include penetration testing, red team testing, blended threat assessments. We do a lot of different things at Lars, but that's really where my forte has always been. We've got a wide variety of skills on the team, and we're spread pretty much across the U.S. in different time zones. We've done a number of different things within the community, outside the community. We put together security conferences over the years. We put together some standards you guys may be familiar with. We'll talk about a few of those. But a wide variety of skills and things we've been involved in for a number of years since we started Lars. But really, I've been lucky enough to be able to work with a group of people that I've respected for a number of years, and not only hire friends of mine and peers of mine that I respect, but really get a chance to build a company that was designed around a hobby that I've always enjoyed doing since even before I was in college. So I've really been blessed to be able to build a service within a company that is more of a family to us than anything else. We've got a number of accolades and stats. I hate doing the about me and about us slides, so if you guys want to go look up more information about Lars or myself, feel free to check out slides later. But again, we're a full consultancy shop. We do a number of different types of projects, everything from conventional testing of pen testing and AppSec work all the way up to more advisory services now, where we're building programs, building red teams, helping staff and augment red teams, purple team scenarios, a lot of custom research and development. So we do a wide variety of services in Lars. The reason for this talk, in case some of you probably haven't realized by now, is when you start looking around and talking to people about what a red team is, and even today when you're looking at some of the things we're doing as a red team for CCDC, there's a lot of different misconceptions on what that means. And so over the years, things have kind of changed of what the definition of a red team is, and I think that's where a lot of the motivation for this talk came from was, why are we in a place we're at today, and why is the industry confused once again with some terminology that, frankly is being used improperly in a lot of cases. So some of the purpose of this talk was to kind of clear up, some of those misconfusions and really try and educate where we can of what a red team is and how it's designed and what the value of doing one is. So if we kind of step back a little bit and talk about how things evolved, it's good to understand where things came from to kind of get an idea of where we're at now and why we have some of the problems we face. And if you look at the methodology of how tests were conducted, for the last 20 years and really, the last 5, we've really had some good evolution in the pen testing space. But in the beginning, there really wasn't a lot of, OSINT. OSINT became a big thing, 10 years ago, where people were preaching how much research they did, how much OSINT they did before they started a test, how much passive recon they did before they even sent a packet to a network. But the initial methodology everyone was following was really throw a bunch of scanners at something, try and find vulnerabilities, chase those vulnerabilities with exploits if they're available, and then write a report. And that really wasn't working for customers because, in the market in general, because it started giving them this false sense of security where if they chased the vulnerabilities, they chased these systemic flaws they had, they weren't really going after the root cause of why the organization was having issues in the first place. And so you tend to lose a lot of value when you're doing these once-a-year pen tests, checking a box, letting them know that if they close the reds and yellows from scans, things are okay. And in reality, that doesn't really give them a good sense of security for what the program looks like. So we evolved a little bit. We started doing more things like post-exploitation. Let's start showing impact. Let's start showing if we get access to an environment, how far can we go? If we are able to hook some workstation internally inside the environment, can we maintain access for a period of time? And can we then start going after things that make the business tick? What's the bottom line? Do they make widgets? Do they have secret perfumes? Do they have formulas for how they make a food? Do they have large accounts of money for wealth investors? What is it that makes that business tick, and can you attack those things that would put them out of business? So we started spending more time doing exploitation and post-exploitation, but again, it was this once-a-year type of test where at the end they were left with a report with a little more impact, but still confused on how to build a proper program. So we went one step further, and we put together what we all call the P-test standard now. Are you guys familiar with this? Any of this in class that you guys learned about? Good. It's good to see. Myself, my partner, and a few others decided, probably 8 years ago now, that there really wasn't a standard out there for how a pen test should be conducted. Much like when you look at application security and you have OWASP, and OWASP kind of outlines certain categories and things you should test for, there really wasn't anything that standardized how a pen test should be conducted from the time you engage with a customer up until delivery of a report and all the activities that go into play during a pen test. Nothing really outlined what that standard should look like. So a handful of us got together. We brought in more from the community. It turned into 300 to 400 individuals contributing, and we put together what's called P-test now. And I'd say probably 4 or 5 years ago now, it was adopted as the first methodology that was an accepted standard for doing PCI pen tests. So proud to see that the industry is starting to catch on that we need standardization in a lot of different areas, but one of them being a market that everyone claims they do pen testing. They sell it as a market service. They sell it on their line card, and a lot of times, the quality is really driven by the engineer that's on the project at that time. How many people in the room do pen testing, either in labs or for work? Good. So P-test kind of broke down different categories, and you guys can dig in more if you want to go read about P-test if you're not familiar with it yet. But these are kind of the categories that we split out as major areas that we wanted to expand in. From the time we have someone on the phone, we're talking about their goals, what are we looking to get out of the project, all the way up until reporting. Kind of breaks down these different categories of how a pen test should be conducted. So if you're not familiar with it yet, please check it out. If you'd like to be a contributor, feel free to sign up. We're always looking for additional input and additional help. We've got hundreds of people helping out, so it's always good to have more perspective and more people. So we have this standard. We put together these extra, educational pieces to help make customers aware, make pen testers aware, educate the community, educate the market, and try and get them to a point where everything is somewhat standardized. So if you call vendor A versus vendor B, hopefully you're getting a similar service or similar value. But once again, we still had this failure, right? We had, these scope limitations that were put on projects. We had, you can only test during certain hours. You can only test these certain systems. Maybe you weren't allowed to fish. Maybe you were only allowed to do network layer attacks. You couldn't do application layer attacks. So all these things kind of started devaluing, again, what a pen test was supposed to be. Once again, you limited viewpoints, limited report, limited testing cases. All these things devalued what a pen test was supposed to provide for the organization. And then you had, a lot of times where customers would try and play, the defend against the auditor or defend against the pen tester, where they spend so much time patching and fixing right before a pen test, and then 6 months later, the same problems are in the environment again. So they're chasing systemic issues, not program issues. And really the point of these tests is to identify root cause of where things source from. You're always going to have patches missing. You're always going to have insecure configurations. You're always going to have, missing updates to systems. You're always going to have poor architecture. Those things are always going to exist if you're not going after the root cause. And so a lot of failure in pen testing happens because of those kinds of traits that are put into a scope or put into a project or tie the hands of the tester, and there's really, limited value at the end. But the one that I think we see that fails the most is there's really no goals defined ahead of the test. It's, we need an annual test, we need to check a box, we want to keep the doors open for business, so just give us a pen test and we'll call you again in a year. And it's the wrong way to approach pen testing. So then we kind of changed things a little more. We said, well, maybe you allow us to fish now. Maybe you allow us to do some social engineering and we can make some phone calls. And so we added on this increased scope, and as soon as we were able to start doing phishing and we start doing these other things besides network layer attacks or calling people on the phone and trying to get them to give you a password, we started calling these things red team because they became offensive. And really, I think that's the biggest misconception these days when you look at the market and look at services being offered is if something is being classified as an offensive type of assessment, it's being called red teaming. And some of the information that we'll talk about today in these slides will really show you the difference between what a red team is versus what a pen test is. So when you start seeing methodologies like this from service providers you're talking to, your own consultancies if you're working in places, things you're learning in the classroom, if you start seeing areas where all you're doing is increasing the scope and you're calling it red teaming, you're being taught wrong, or you're doing it wrong. So once again, everyone's confused, right? You've got all these different misconceptions of what a hacker is, what a pen test is, what a red team is. But we really have no idea what the problem is. What are we trying to solve here? Are we trying to solve that scopes are incorrect? Are we trying to solve that the market doesn't understand what they're asking for? Are we trying to solve for, the market is only requiring the bare minimum for an organization to be evaluated and so they can stay in business? What is the real solution? So I think in order to fix that, you really need to define what is a red team. And there's a lot of words up here that I won't go through all of it, but the first part is really what stands out. And the group that is supposed to challenge the organization is supposed to do it through some type of simulation. And we'll talk about some of the simulation techniques in the talk today. But the purpose of it really is to simulate what an adversary would do if they had enough time, enough money, enough motivation to target your organization. And then the big value that we see when we're doing red teaming is the collaboration piece. If we're able to sit down and work with blue team defenders, work with a SOC, work with their managed service providers, and show them techniques utilized during a test, how to see those, how to respond to those, how to react in a way that's more proactive instead of being reactive. The purpose of the red team is to build out this resilience so that you can anticipate if an attack happens, how well would you defend? And that's really the definition behind what a red team's purpose is to get you to a point where your maturity model is so sophisticated that on any given day you can say, yes, I'm ready for APT 9000. And we know this because we've tested these techniques. We've gone through rigorous testing models. We know that if an attacker comes in this way and uses these types of techniques or tactics, we can stop these because we've measured against each one of these. And that's the purpose of these collaborative efforts with a red team. Make sense so far? So when you look at red team and you look at the scope of what a red team does, they really operate in all three of these areas. It's not just network layer attacks. It's not just sending phishes. It's not just trying to break in physically or tailgate through a door and get inside of a building. It's this blended threat where you're able to have convergence of these different areas. And the red team's focus is really supposed to be, can you leverage one foothold to gain another? Can I get in electronically, put something in the environment, maintain persistence, and then use that to then get physical access because I have badges now? Or I can remotely open doors, or I can turn off cameras so you can't even see someone coming in the door. Or is it, let me get in physically first, put something on the network, and then maintain out-of-band access for a number of days or years, depending on how sophisticated it is. So the purpose of a red team is really to operate in all three of these bubbles, but the convergence of those bubbles is really where the value of a red team and what the results of a red team should be giving you. So if you're not operating in all three of these areas, or you're not getting these kinds of results, then you're most likely getting some standalone test and not an actual red team model. So when we think red team, what is the purpose of it, right? What is a red team supposed to do? And it's supposed to be a targeted and coordinated test where you work with stakeholders ahead of time, you define the goal of the test, and you say, okay, for the purpose of this test, we want to test 5 different techniques. And the goal would be try and get to some kind of crown jewel in the environment, whether that be, database, customer information, widgets that are produced, or maybe it's inflict personal harm on a factory because you can get to, SCADA controllers that have access to manufacturing. You define these goals up front, and then you simulate what type of tactics and techniques would be used to get to those goals. And so if you're not defining the goals ahead of time, it's becoming more of these operationalized pen tests because now you're testing systems, not the purpose of a test. And then really that collaborative effort again, right? If I'm playing offense and I'm working with defenders, then you want to have these purple team scenarios where you're able to give back to the defenders and say, these are the techniques I used, these are things you should have detected. Now let's spend time looking through logs and event IDs, correlating things to say, map out this attack from the time it started until you were able to cleanse it from the environment. Where did you fail in visibility? Where did you fail in observations and response, in incident response? All these different things come into play as you start doing these collaborative efforts with blue teams and purple teams. So some of this will be, done today when we're doing our red teams with the teams is, we'll be able to afterwards talk in debrief scenarios about the techniques that we utilize to get a foothold in the environment. And then once we are inside, how were we able to maintain persistence? things they should have looked for in event IDs, things they should have looked for in log files, things they could have done to stop the hole in the first place because as soon as the system came online, it was misconfigured or it had, some kind of missing patch or an exploit available. So all this collaborative effort is really the purpose of that red team activity, to then take those results, sit down, go through an attack from start to finish, and figure out if you have the capability to even see it, and if you did, why didn't you respond to it and stop it before it materialized? So, difference between a red team and a pen test. Obviously, the rules of engagement are different for us. When we look at a pen test, a lot of times it's a very limited set of goals, and it's a very limited set of rules. You may not be able to attack the entire organization. Everyone inside the building may not be in scope to be targeted. You may only be allowed to target particular applications or particular servers. It may be only external and not internal. So there's a lot of constraints that are placed on a project when you look at things from a pen test perspective. But when you look at things from a red team perspective, it's a very broad, open set of rules. And there's really not a lot of constraints other than, don't cause damage, don't cause harm, don't break things, and continue to allow the business to run. Even though we're playing adversaries, we're playing, modeling some kind of APT, the design of the test is supposed to be demonstrate what the impact is in the event that a breach occurs, but don't impact the business. Don't bring down, production. Don't impact revenue. The company still has to make money. Otherwise, you're never going to have a red team inside that company again. So keep those things in mind when you hear things like, well, we want a wide open scope. We want open rules of engagement. There needs to be some level of control to that, but the purpose of a red team is to give you that kind of carte blanche, attack me how an adversary would attack me, and let me know where we're weak. The other part of it that's a bit different is, in a pen test, a lot of times, it's a very coordinated and communicated effort where you're letting the stakeholders know you're starting on Monday. You're coming from these source IPs. You're going to be scanning first. Now you're in exploitation phase. There's a system that's vulnerable. We're going to try and exploit that system. These things are communicated regularly during a pen test. During a red team, you're really only letting them know in the event that a breach happened. Now I'm inside. Have you seen anything? If not, okay, we'll circle back around at the end and figure out why. But it's a very broad set of communication versus very specific in the way that you're talking with system owners and system designers and architects and things like that. So the communication is a bit different when you look at how a pen test is conducted and how you're communicating those results back to the organization versus a red team is more unannounced. So if you look at a general methodology, I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with kind of the phases here. Some of those are a little harder to see. But generally, it starts with, looking at the environment, doing OSINT, gathering your information, then targeting what systems are within scope, trying to exploit those. If you're able to exploit those, can you exfil data? Can you get persistence in the environment? Standard methodology for how you would expect a pen test to be conducted. But it's very linear, and it's very targeted for those systems that are in scope. When you look at what a red team process does, there's more parallel tasks that happen at the same time. There may be, one operation where you're trying to get physical access into a building. There may be a second team that's then working on electronic access where you can have some level of convergence if both are successful. So you have a lot of parallel tasks that happen when you're looking at things from a red team perspective versus a standalone pen test perspective. But there's also this perspective of during a pen test, you're doing an exhaustive test of those systems in scope. During a red team operation, you're looking at a path. Can I get in? Can I get successful to gain access? Once I'm inside, I may determine a new path based on where my visibility is of that successful compromise. So it's very dynamic. The red teams are designed to be working with the opportunities that present themselves at the time. Not, I'm going to spend a week trying to break into this application. With a red team operation, I'm looking at an organization and the opportunities that are present at the time that I'm looking at that particular piece. Maybe on Monday I might be able to break in physically, but on Wednesday, there's the system, the building is locked down, people may not be in the building, maybe you have a lot of remote workers off that day because they're at an off-site meeting. So you start finding these opportunities that present themselves at different times of the day or different times of the week based on the type of target you're looking at. So red teams are designed to be very dynamic. So it's very difficult sometimes when customers ask, well, give me a timeline of what you're going to do. And we haven't even showed up on site yet. And so it's difficult to preconceive some of these activities because you don't know the opportunities that are going to present themselves at the time when you're trying to break in. So the benefits, we talked about some of these already. I think the big one here really is the purpose of a red team is to demonstrate immediate results of what an impact would look like. If an adversary wanted to target you, what does it look like from an impact perspective? With a pen test, a lot of times when you're looking at evaluating the posture of a system or evaluating, can I break into XYZ asset, you're looking at just the posture of that asset. You have no idea what the value of that asset is. It could just be, a Windows 7 machine that's connected to the internal network and there's no important data on it. And the user that's logged into it doesn't have any access in the environment. So the level of impact of you compromising that one machine may be much different than if you compromise, say, a facility where you have physical access and you can put something on the network. So when you're looking at a red team versus a pen test, the red team is really designed to show you what the impact is to the organization, not a particular system. And it really gets that theoretical observation of, well, of course someone's going to click a link. Of course we're going to have a phish that's successful. And of course you're going to, hook someone's machine because, they ran this client-side attack. But they really don't understand the level of impact from that. And so there's a lot of theory that gets produced when you're doing pen testing, whereas red team is designed to remove all this theoretical and hypothetical of what could happen if. A red team is supposed to show you what does happen when. So when you map out, a red team with, the cyber kill chain, and you kind of look at the phases of where a red team is supposed to operate. You look at, early on in reconnaissance, that's when you have a lot of this vulnerability discovery going on, a lot of scanning, a lot of, mapping the environment, mapping the infrastructure, mapping the perimeter, what's out there, what's exploitable, what's vulnerable. And then, you move into this, exploitation phase of, can I run some type of exploit or can I leverage some type of misconfiguration to gain access? And then you get to these additional objectives of what could happen if an adversary does gain access. Can they then, do things that a SOC might be able to detect? Have they, hit some kind of canary inside the environment, some kind of honeypot? Have they tripped over, some kind of detection that you have, and now the SIM got some kind of alert? And so as you move up the maturity and the skill set advancements in the kill chain, you get to this point where the red team is supposed to kind of detect all of these different activities. They're supposed to measure the effectiveness of how well the SOC is working. Do they have the tools in place to detect this type of attack? Are they responding in enough time where you're able to save the environment before its full, domain takeover, where, it becomes a point that you're no longer able to cleanse the environment of an attack. You have to rebuild systems. You have to shut services down until you get your arms around it. Or, God forbid, you have to pave everything and reload. So the purpose of a red team really is to measure that SOC's effectiveness. How well can they detect? How well can they respond? And can they get control of the environment before the attacker has more control than they do? Does that make sense? So I think I've talked about some of these already, but, a red team is not designed to be a thorough test of the environment. It's not designed to be your widespread vulnerability assessment. It's not designed to be, a long-term pen test against all of your assets. It's not designed to be this operational test, and it's not designed to be a one-and-done test. Red teaming should be something that's done throughout the year. It should be done against different parts of the businesses. There's different components that should be contested. So when you look at the modeling and the scheduling and how you scope a red team engagement, it's much different than, say, we have a new application we're turning up, give me an assessment of that application. That's usually a one-and-done test. The application goes to production. Maybe in a year it gets tested if you're lucky. If not, it sits there for a few years until someone realizes it's important again. The red team is really designed to not be any of those. It's designed to be continuous testing, continuous measurement of the environment, and continuous improvements. And really the purpose of a red team is to be that sparring partner. It's supposed to get you in the gym, get you fit for a fight, so in the event that you do have a real adversary that comes after you, you work well under fire. You've gone through these exercises. You've gone through measuring how well you respond to certain types of attacks. You've built in the proper detection and proper response. You have the ability to anticipate how well you'll defend in the event that a certain level of attacker wants to focus on your organization. A lot of words here. I'm not going through all these. Some of these I've talked about already. But where we see most red team most organizations fail when either they are trying to build a red team internally or they've contracted someone to come in and do red teaming work. They really, they fail in a couple of big areas. One of them is this misconception that they're a pen test team. They should either be using someone else for pen testing or have their own pen test team. They should go through all these different things of, making sure they have a vulnerability management program in place, The red teaming isn't designed to be that vuln management program. It's not designed to be that pen testing team. It's not designed to evaluate all of the environment at once. It's really designed to model an adversary at any given time and see how well you stand up against that adversary. So when you start looking at different ways organizations fail, one of the big ones that we run into a lot of times are the politics inside their business, where there may be limited buy-in from an executive level, where they don't understand what they're buying. And if you haven't sold it at a level where the organization is ready for the results that a red team is going to provide, it's going to fail every time because the executives don't have the backing of it. So you have to make sure that the politics are out of the way in the first place, or else you're going to run into a lot of contention and a lot of headbutting in general of, well, why are we paying someone to show us all these problems when you should have found these years ago when we were doing pen testing? And it's really that misconception, again, of a red team is not designed to give you the results of what a pen test team is supposed to be. Those are operational tasks. A red team is not designed to be operational. So, there's really a couple points here that I think, I want to highlight. The rest of them are things we've already talked about. But, the purpose of this red team, right, is supposed to be, designed to give you these agile sprints, where this week we may focus on one technique. We may say, I want to emulate APT9. I want to emulate everything from a drive-by fish all the way to a client-side attack, all the way to maintaining persistence, and let's measure how well we detect and respond for each one of those activities. And so these red team engagements are really supposed to be these short, agile sprints where you're able to get results quickly. You're able to look at the results and go, okay, we need to retool. We need to change, our cadence and how we're tooling. We need to possibly get more budget to get better tools in place. All these things kind of shake out as results as you start doing these small sprints each week or each month, whatever the budget can afford. And if you have internal red teams, you can do these a lot more rigorously. But the design of this is really supposed to be, get all of your other stuff out of the way first. Get your vuln management practice in place. Make sure your systems are hardened and patched and up to date. Make sure the environment can withstand some level of attack. And so now you feel like you have a good foothold into, covering your electronic landscape. But then you look at things from a physical perspective. Do we have the right controls in place physically to prevent someone from coming into the building? And so as you start looking at hardening the environment, you prepare yourself for how to position to be ready for a red team test. And if you've done all your homework to kind of build this, political environment that's ready for this kind of test, build this environment that's ready for some kind of technical assessment against it, then you're better prepared to have a red team engagement. But if you've never done, any of this hardening and socializing in the environment and preparing, the executives and the leadership teams for what they're about to go through, the red team's going to fail every time, and likely you're not going to have another one the following year or the following month. So, keep those things in mind as you start looking at preparing the business for doing some kind of red team engagement. Is do all these kind of prep work first. Make sure that it's not going to turn into a pen test team. Make sure it's not going to turn into some operational task. All these things are beneficial to the longevity of a red team, whether it's an outsourced service or something you're building internally. So the big one for us when we do red team testing is really attacking with some kind of intent. What is the intent of the operation? Access? Is it physical access that can lead to electronic access that then leads to long-term inside the environment? Is it trying to exfil some kind of information out of the environment without detection? Is it physically getting access to show that physical harm could be done to employees and staff members? What is the different types of goals and things you're looking to get out of the environment when you design this type of red team service? So, a couple different, kind of examples of how we look at things is, in this one, right, it's, can I bypass physical controls to then get into areas that, support the business from a critical infrastructure? Can we shut down power? Can we, turn off infrastructure that's supporting research labs? Can we, gain access to keys that would then lead to all of the students' dorms on a college campus? Things like that are what really scares organizations and colleges and places that may be, assisted living or, healthcare organizations. If you can show that you can physically access places that you're not allowed or not supposed to access, then physical harm can be done, and sometimes that's more damaging than stealing information. Some other examples here I think are very similar to what we're talking about, right? Of, can we gain some kind of physical access first that can then lead to electronic access or vice versa? And so, the design behind this is really, what is the intent of the project? Is it get in, stay in, don't get caught? Is it get in, show some kind of impact where, we could affect the business or affect personal safety? And so you start designing these goals as you're building out the rules of engagement and what you're looking for is the outputs from a red team operation. But the design of it really is to show impact. Show impact in the event that one of these things could happen, and if they do happen, do it in a controlled manner where they can stop it before it does turn into some kind of physical harm or damage to the business. So when you look at what types of attackers you're trying to model in a red team operation, there's different ways to kind of classify those attackers. And really the whole point of that is you're trying to model different adversaries so that you know what your capability level is. Are you able to defend against script kiddie sitting in the basement running things he saw on YouTube? Or are you able to defend against a well-funded state actor that has a team of 40 people that works around the clock? They don't have scope, they don't have lives, they don't sleep, and they focus on trying to break into your organization around the clock for months on end. So you're really looking at what type of adversary are you trying to defend against. And you really have to work your way up kind of this maturity model of, a lot of times with the sparring analogies and things we use, I kind of put it in the concept of, when you go to these fitness camps, these fat camps of, my goal is lose 50 pounds. And in order to do that, I have to go through these different, regiments. Each week I have to follow these kinds of guidelines because in the end, I want to lose 50 pounds. And so you start putting yourself through these maturity models of week 1, we're going to do this. Week 2, we're going to do this. And so if you look at that from an attacker perspective, when you're trying to get to a point where you can defend against China, you have to start with defending against script kiddies, right? So you have to build out this program of being able to model different adversaries, and as your offense improves, your defense improves. And so as your organization gets better at stopping certain types of attackers, your skill level has to step up. You start attacking harder, you start attacking differently, you start attacking with new techniques, and the organization's able to mature over time because you're modeling more mature attackers as this program evolves. Another perspective that we look at a lot of times when we position ourselves as red team is doing insider threats, where we'll say, okay, give us just a basic user account in the environment, or provision us with just a standard core loaded laptop that's your gold image. You think it's hardened, it's patched, it's secure, it's got all of the endpoint agents on it that you want to install. It's got all the ability for the SOC to monitor every bit of activity that comes off that endpoint. And now we'll start with just a provisioned asset that you consider your gold hardened image. What can we do from there? What can we do with just the trust models that you've given that user in your environment? Maybe it's just basic level, share access. Maybe it's SharePoint. Maybe it's just email. Maybe it's just a guest wireless network that they're able to connect to because they're a contractor. So all these different types of perspectives gives you the ability to say, I want to model against some kind of insider threat. I want to see if a standard user in my environment can elevate privileges, go undetected, and take over the company. And so you start building out these test cases again of what is my intent? Well, my intent for this would be, can standard user with enough idle time because they're not busy doing their job, or their machine was compromised and they brought something in the environment, what could happen if this insider threat was able to be successful inside the environment? Business chain analysis is a big one for us. If you've got these third-party connections and partners and you allow some kind of VPN to another organization and you share some kind of data, what could happen if that business chain or that supply chain was compromised? Are you segmented enough that in the event one of these partner connections is compromised, could that then be a route for an attacker to leverage to gain access? And if you look back at some of the big breaches that have happened over the years, a lot of that has occurred because of supply chain and business chain compromise, where an organization outside of their control has been compromised or something malicious has occurred inside of there, and they're riding this trusted channel back into your environment and then start attacking, and your visibility is limited because you trusted that partner, you trusted that connection, and you didn't have the same level of scrutiny on that environment versus your internal employees that are plugged into the network. So business chain, supply chain analysis is a big one when you're looking at modeling a different type of red team perspective. So when you look at some of the goals of how we're building red team services at Alaris and how we've always offered them, really for us, it's about creating this world-class red team for our customers. Whether we're building a red team internally for a customer or we're staffing and helping support those with our own people, really the design of that is to be a world-class service that any adversary can attack at any time, and they're confident in their sparring and their coaching and their advisory that they can defend against that attack when it does occur. The big one for us that we've always done, if you guys, are familiar with some of the other talks we've given and kind of, how Lars has built itself over the years is, we're constantly trying to, challenge that status quo. If, this is the norm, we want to go beyond the norm. We want to improve. We want to get better than industry average. We want to make an organization so confident that they can say to their peers that we're better than the rest because we've done this. And really, red team services are supposed to provide that level of confidence that they've gone through this kind of coaching and training to go, you know what, I'm ready. Come attack me at any time. And, I think you'll find as you start working in different environments and you start talking to other customers if you're consulting and providing services is ask them that question and see how confident they are when they answer it. A lot of them will give you, a BS answer to say, oh yeah, we're ready at any time for an attack. But have they ever really had one? And so there's a lot of ways you can kind of inspire change and challenge those individuals by asking certain questions of like, well, have you had a full scope test done? Have you just been doing annual pen testing to achieve compliance? What has been the history of how you've been building your security program? And, how have you been evaluating that to test it to see if, what your people are telling you is actually true? Have you gone through this type of fight, this type of coaching, this type of sparring to measure just how confident you are in your resilience to some kind of an attack? So when we look at building out things, obviously attack and MITRE, anybody familiar with that? Hopefully you guys are if you're in some kind of program for this. MITRE has done really well at building out these different types of techniques and defining each type of technique throughout the entire attack lifecycle, what the technique is and how it's utilized, and then working on helping build defenses around detecting and responding to those techniques, those TTPs. And so you get to a point where you can start measuring the environment against each one of those TTPs. How well did we defend against, DLL hijacking versus password spraying? And so you get to this ability to measure your environment down to a very granular level of, well, I know I can stop this technique with this one tool, but maybe there's 8 different ways to spray a password. And we'll use a lot of these techniques when we're doing the red teaming today and tomorrow. But, you really don't know how well you defend against each technique until you've exhausted that technique. And so the purpose of going through, MITRE's catalog and looking at all the different TTPs that are in attack is to measure each one of those and the variance within each one of those. But it's not a one-and-done test. New tools are constantly being released. New techniques are constantly being demonstrated in the wild. And so as these things come about, you need to go back and reevaluate the environment. So it's this constant routine testing. That's the purpose of Red Team, is to constantly measure the environment, bring new technique, new education, new advisory into the environment, constantly being evaluating how well you're defending against any of these TTPs. And then as changes occur in the environment, do you go back and measure the environment again to say, well, did we digress? Did we make a change where all of a sudden we lost visibility in a particular area and now we are no longer, as confident in stopping this attack if it happens in this business unit or in this network segment because of architectural changes? So, keep those things in mind that once you get to a point of being confident that you can stop a certain kind of attack, you still need to reevaluate and remeasure because things change. Systems come online, products change, there's constantly changes in antivirus and HIPs and egress controls and perimeter defenses. So as you introduce new technology, you need to remeasure that technology against these different techniques. So some of this I just talked about, I think. It's really that evolution of remeasuring, reevaluating, but really this collaborative effort is how you get that value, right? Is being able to work with the blue team. Red team is simulating these types of exercises. Blue team is measuring and responding as these exercises occur. And then you get into this kind of rinse-repeat cycle of purple teaming where you take this blended threat, you take this combination of techniques, and you're constantly getting feedback, you're constantly improving, you're constantly remeasuring the environment. And so that is where you're going to start seeing this immediate return of investment of, well, now this is why I have a red team in place. At any time I can say, go attack this piece of the environment, go attack with this technique, show me that we can stop this technique, replay this type of event. The purpose of the red team is to do that activity, not tell me how well this Windows 2020 server that just got released now with a new service pack is going to hold up against a scan. The purpose of that is a pen test. The red team is really right here. This is the value you're going to get out of a red team, whether you're paying somebody to do it or you're building one internally. It's that constant testing, that constant feedback, that constant improvement to be able to give you a measurement of what is the damage to my environment if something is successful, and how well are we able to stop and respond if it does occur. So you start getting into this kind of defensive telemetry piece of, let's start collecting metrics in the environment. How fast can we respond to an event? And in the event that we do detect it, how fast can we remediate it? If there's no remediation, then let's assign some weighted score to it. Let's assign some metric to it so that we can go back and revisit. And so you start getting all this different telemetry where you're able to start anticipating some kind of attack, because that's the purpose when you get to these defensive measurements and collecting metrics about the environment. Is you start building out these different kinds of dashboards to say, well, what is my mean time to detection? What is my mean time to response? How well am I able to stand up to this particular adversary, given this is what we know about the environment today? And in the event that another adversary uses a different technique, let's anticipate how successful we would be against those. And so you can really start predicting how well you would stop and defend against an attack on any given day based on techniques that are used, not based on an exploit or a vulnerability. And that's really the purpose of red teaming, is to give you that kind of visibility into what a blended assessment would look like if an attacker had enough time to target you, they didn't have their hands tied, bless you, they didn't have their hands tied, and they were focused on trying to get in any way possible. Can you withstand that kind of attack, and can you provide results that are actionable versus, well, we've patched the systems, we think we're good for now until the next vulnerability comes out. So I think that's really the takeaway here is being able to anticipate that type of attack and stop it before it occurs. So that's it. Questions? Thank you. One in the back? You have to yell. You got the spotlight. I may push. Yeah, that's better. If I know the guards are armed, then I may push differently in certain places than if I know they're just carrying mace or a flashlight. So we tend to profile ahead of time, knowing where our boundaries may be. The letter is really designed to prevent the cuffs from going on. You're still going to follow through with the attack. You're still going to push as hard as you can to try and get in. And the part that makes it, I guess, more fun for us and in general for the industry is that letter gives you a bit more confidence, right? You're allowed to play criminal without actually playing criminal. Whereas if you ask me to go break into the gas station, my confidence level is going to be much less than if I'm breaking into that gas station with a letter. So the letter is key because it's authorizing you to be there, but you still have to tread lightly in areas where they're armed. So I'm likely not going to try and do certain attacks that I would do if they weren't carrying around, a 9mm on their waist. But the letter is kind of the norm for anyone, right? You get that authorization letter that in the event a guard stops you or the police show up, they have someone to call. There's a 24 number on there, and then they can at least clear you from going to jail. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so the question was how do we scope and how much time do we allocate to these projects? And so the goals obviously would define it, right? How many flags do we have to go after? Is it just get physical access and show some level of persistence? Is it get access, get to crown jewels, exfil data? So those things kind of add time on the back end, and we can kind of estimate how long we think it would take to do those activities. Usually for us, if we're looking at, can you break in, allow us to measure how well we are in that kind of attack, and can you stay in without detection. Usually it's about a month or so is about, the norm, right? Give me 30 days and we can kind of show you the majority of the attacks that you would face, whether that be external, internal, a blend, physical, social, whatever it may be. So 30 days usually for small, medium business, and then that time kind of gets, added onto of, well, now that you're in, can you get to this great database that's behind 3 layers of, multi-factor? So it might take extra time to, keylog somebody, get tokens, do whatever. More questions? Over here.
How much of your guys' working time do you spend operating versus documenting what you did?
I think there's never enough time on documentation. There's always we end up testing more than we scope. I think that's just by nature of what we do, right? You enjoy what you do, so you're going to usually do more than 8 hours a day. So a lot of times when customers look at pricing and they go, God, this is way more than we were expecting to pay, you're like, happy to charge you by the hour, but know that we usually work 18 hours a day. So, it would be a lot more if we charged you by the hour. On the reporting side, I'd say on a given red team job, if it's a month-long test, it's probably about a week of reporting. And that's because there's 3 or 4 engineers on the test, so everyone's kind of have to come together and collaborate, put all their notes together, and write a report. And that gives time for debriefing and report changes and things like that. They're good. Table's table. It's theoretical, right? I mean, the big beef that we always have with red team in general is it's very theoretical until you prove it. And so we always kind of have that prove it model of, you think you're good, let's prove it, right? Let's put you in a fight, let's see how well you defend. And so the tabletops work well when you're mapping out defensive controls, saying, okay, we have Blue Coat, we have WebSense, we have FireEye, we have all these different controls. They should be able to stop these things. On paper, it looks great, but now let's test it and see how well it works. Because a lot of times the tools are seeing it, but the engineer behind it, or the SOC guy and the analyst doesn't see it. So you have a tool that's doing great, but someone operating it is doing horribly. And so those things don't get tested when you're doing tabletop exercises. Over here.
So I remember you mentioned that like a red team is kind of like a sparring partner, and so that kind of got me thinking, do like red team firms ever pen test other red team firms? Like, is that something that happens?
It does. It's rare. We've had some that we through resellers and other companies that do pen testing, they go, we want you to test us. And no one in there knows. And then, all of a sudden we're successful and they're ticked off because they paid someone else to break in and things like that. So it does happen sometimes. Other times it happens where it's resellers selling services and they go, well, we have hundreds of customers you guys have broke into, but we've never actually tested our stuff. And a lot of their data is in our environment. And so we do tests like that too. Just across the industry? Yeah. That's probably one of the biggest issues, right? And it's that definition thing of, you throw a rock down the street and you'll find 10 different answers on what a red team is. And it's really that big misconception of, what is the purpose of it? What is it designed to do? And, is that red team really just doing pen testing? And that's the big gap right now is pen testing turned into, well, let's add more things to the scope. Let's add phishing. Let's add physical. Let's add tailgating. Let's add, some level of dumpster diving, whatever it may be, and all of a sudden call it red teaming. And really, red teaming is designed to be that open scope, attack me for a period of time, and don't pre-design what those test cases are going to be. That's really what the red team is supposed to be. So there is a big misconception and different delivery per engagement. Did I miss anybody? Yell if I don't see you. Oh, right here. I'm sorry. Yeah, different customers are different animals, right? You have customers that have been very focused on compliance and not security, and that's a big one that we have to educate a lot of. Compliance keeps the doors open. That's it. You may check a bunch of boxes and think you're secure, but the philosophy we always take is security isn't binary. You don't automatically become secure one day and you're just secure. Security is more of a feeling, and if you ask a CISO versus a director, are we secure? You'll get 2 different answers because it's really do they feel secure? And so the point of a lot of these exercises is to get everyone to a point where they feel secure, because it's not a binary answer. So you'll find a lot of times that customers will have a program that they've done very well in compliance, and then all of a sudden they get some kind of red team or a full scope test, and they go, well, how did we not find this in all of our audits? Like, because you had an auditor coming in doing a compliance work, not an adversary or an attacker coming in and giving you a full scope test. Right. Yep. Yep. I see one back there. Endpoint detection has gotten really well. It makes our job a lot harder, especially when they buy the right products and they have everything turned on. Now that people are focusing more on stopping techniques versus stopping exploits, that technology has gotten way better. So, even down to popping a command shell and running a net command. Things like Carbon Black and tools like that have gotten very well at tracing things from just running a PowerShell command or just running net commands. So even the trick really, the past couple of years has been, don't put tools on the box, live off the land. Use what's already on the box, use native built-in window functions and things like that. And now the tools have gotten really well at detecting malicious activity or, anomalous activity that a standard user shouldn't be running net commands. So you get to this point where, the EDR type tools have gotten much better at looking at things that a normal user would not do and flagging those as malicious. So if we run into environments where we know they have something like Carbon Black, I'm not popping command shells and running net commands anymore. I'm doing things, through other tools or other means. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. It's tough. So the question was, how do you attack, critical infrastructure, plant floors, SCADA systems, things like that, and how do you get a business to a point where they're ready to test that kind of stuff? And for us, I think the first is building that confidence level with the customer, right? You may not be able to start with that environment, but we've done a lot of different assessments against manufacturing companies and car manufacturers and things like that, where we started with electronic on the corporate side, and then kind of compartmentalize some of this test, kind of like the agile testing I was talking about, where you do these sprints to say, okay, we're going to test a small piece, a small fragment of production, and it's not going to be, full scope test against the whole plant floor. And so really getting that confidence level first of knowing that we're not going to bring things down. And then the second piece is really that communication and that collaboration of, you're going to side saddle with me the entire time we do the test. And the minute that we get to some kind of PLC controller or, some kind of SCADA device that, opens the dam, for a river or something, having the experts with you that can immediately go, nah, don't do that. If you do that, it's going to be bad. And so that collaborative effort really is where I think the confidence comes in and the comfort comes in, so that they know that they're not just giving you the keys to go, blow something up. They're going to be right there with you. And that's really where the value is in a lot of this testing, is doing that collaboration with those teams. Back here. Future of AI for red teaming? God, I don't even know how to answer that one. I don't know. I have to think about that. I've never really thought about bringing AI into what we do right now, just because it's very dynamic. Like when we hit the ground day one, we're designing attacks and designing how we think we're going to break in through, just walking the building, observations, what's happening around the building. What is that organization doing at that time through an acquisition or, culture, what's happening inside the company. So I think there's a lot of dynamics that happen when we're looking at doing red team work that would make it harder probably to predict something that isn't, human logic. So I don't know. That's a tough one. I have to think about that. Good question. Right. The simulation piece has been good. The issue I see with simulation is it's very focused on a technique. And that's great once you get to a point where you say, okay, I want to replay this technique once a month. And use Veridin or Safe Breach or whoever it may be, to fire this technique once a month and make sure it's still working. And I think that's where simulation works very well. In a lot of environments that have that maturity level where they've put those things in place, we tend to work in parallel with that. We go, okay, let's see the results of what you guys are doing with Veridin or whatever, and let's then augment that with doing other types of testing. So it becomes more of kind of that routine background vulnerability scan, if you will, of evaluating the environment, once a month against all these different techniques that are being simulated. But there may be variants to what those things are doing that the tool doesn't have in it yet, and that's where I think having the supplemental testing from us or from another red team being able to add value to that model. So I think they complement each other for sure. Miss anyone else? Yell if I did. Back there. If protect against someone trying to attack us? Oh, following us in? Well, I mean, so our model is a bit different, right? Usually the people that we work with is very limited in who knows what we're doing. So when we usually come in, it's kind of behind the curtains of our customers know we do this with the big four. These are our compliance reports. These are things we put out publicly. The results usually of a red team engagement is much more hush-hush, where we're working with maybe the CISO and maybe a SOC manager or something like that, and that's it. And so the crowd that knows what we're doing is very small. The results usually aren't shared outside of the organization at all, and they're really designed to inspire some kind of remediation in the environment, not be an annual report that gets shown to the board. So I think there's a lot of protection around the results, where it doesn't usually leave the room a lot of times. And so we find that in most cases when we're doing this type of work, it's a very limited crowd that even knows what we're doing. So I think the protecting the results and protecting the test data is really the key there, right? Of you're paying someone to find all your deep dark secrets, but those usually don't leave the room. That's what's being used to build strategies for how you're going to build your program for the next 5 years. Anybody else? Going once? Twice? Yeah. Right. Yeah, usually we do. That's the political part, right? So the question is, how do you not hurt feelings when you're doing these routine, agile tests over and over? And how do you keep the defenders and other people enrolled? And really, I think that the first piece of that is the collaborative effort, right? Of making everyone feel like they're the same team. For so many years, there's been the pen testers cause nothing but problems and all this technical debt, and they constantly give us, bad reports of why we're doing things so bad. So there's all this animosity. Whereas when you do these purple team and red team projects, this collaborative effort of making everyone feel like they're on the same team really goes a long way. And so that's the political kind of socializing piece up front of, okay, you're ready to build a red team program. These are things you have to get out of the way first. Of one, check your feelings at the door, and then two, understand we're kind of all on the same team here to get you to a point that if we decide to test APT Fuzzy Bear this week, that at the end of the week we're going to show you how we did it, and then we're going to spend a week putting all the right detections in place. And so it really depends on how quick of a sprint we're doing for certain testing. If we're testing just one technique or one TTP, then the results may come much quicker. If it's go attack a business unit for a month and don't tell anybody, then we may hold those results till the end and then kind of go through the whole thing. So it just depends on the goals and how we designed it. about out of time, I think I am. Anybody else? I'll be around if you guys have more questions. Thank y'all.
Did you see the power button on the top there? Okay.
I'm just gonna give people a couple minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
Stretch their legs. Yeah, this is awesome. Testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. All right, can you guys hear me okay? All right, all the way in the back, can you hear me okay? Somebody raise your hand, back row. All right, good. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get started. My name is Taylor Hayes. I'm an attorney in Sioux Falls. I work at Sweer Law Firm. We've got offices all over the state. I'm in the Sioux Falls office with a business and corporate law practice group and cybersecurity practice group. I do a little bit of litigation as well in non-commercial kinds of cases. And just like the last presenter's presentation was, Eric was really good with taking questions. And I would like for you to ask questions throughout the presentation because this is your rare chance. How's it going? This is your rare chance to talk to a lawyer when you don't have a speeding ticket and you haven't been served with, custody papers or something. So go ahead and ask me all the questions you want. If we have to take it offline, we'll take it offline. You do have to understand my presentation today is not going to be actionable legal advice. Legal advice depends on very specific sets of facts, and lawyers can only give legal advice if they've been retained by a client. Otherwise, it's outside the professional rules of conduct. So, that being said, my talk, very much my second talk, is going to dovetail quite a bit in what Eric talked about. So I'm really glad I'm going after Eric. So, and at any point, if you have questions, stop me. Before I forget, we're giving away a $100 gift card to Best Buy today, actually. And if you don't believe me, here it is. How do you get it? Well, there's how you get it right there. You go onto our Facebook page. You like the page. You comment DakotaCon as your post. And apparently there's a little extra benefit to putting a selfie in there. And then stay until 3 o'clock, or at least come back at 3 o'clock, because I'll be on the tables outside this auditorium. I'll set up shop out there, and I'll give the winner the gift card. The winner's name will be announced on our webpage. So just like it now, post your selfie, and then check in at about 2:30 to see if you want it, and find me. So the topic of the first presentation is Geeks and Legal Eagles, Building Synergy and Understanding. And so, disclaimer, apart from the disclaimer already made, I'm a fan of cheesy memes, so you're about to be subjected to some cheesy memes. And I'm going to use some stereotypes because in my line of work, lawyers are stereotyped. In my line of work also, your profession is stereotyped. And I think that stereotypes a lot of the time get in the way of productive dialogue between legal, corporate, and your industry. And so part of my talk is going to be about how do we get outside those stereotypes and create a productive dialogue that allows us to enhance the cybersecurity of our clients. Okay. You guys are like, what? We have more in common. Cybersecurity professionals and lawyers have more in common than you might think. Can anyone take a stab at how my profession is similar to your profession? In any way? Yeah. Everybody hates us. That's true. Lawyers and IT folks, cyber folks are the brunt of many jokes. And it's not always joking jokes either. Okay. Yeah. There's another hand up. Risk management. I mean, and lawyers are stereotypically risk averse, right? They're often known as like the party pooper. You bring a lawyer a good business idea, and what are they going to tell you? Why you shouldn't do it, right? Anybody else? All right. Well, you touched on a couple big ones already. So we both work in complex, evolving professions. So, you know, I'm going to clue you into how my profession's evolving right now, in case you don't know. It's not just the shingle above a door in a small town anymore. It's getting to the point where legal decisions in high stakes cases are being driven by AI. It's getting to the point where legal research is being driven by AI. Lawyers, because of overhead costs, largely because of overhead costs, and because of the benefits of how you can access a broader clientele, are going virtual. More and more lawyers are opening up virtual offices, all right? Another way that my profession is evolving is that electronic evidence is virtually in every case that I handle, whether it be transactional or litigation. There's always electronic evidence. And so I often find myself working with digital forensics professionals to figure out how to save it, or how to preserve it, how to recover it in many cases. And a lot of, another way that my profession's evolving is that a lot of client files, client information, case information is going to the cloud. And that's not new. It's just that my industry is going with the same trend of other industries, you know, more information going to the cloud because it's cheaper. And I don't even need to get started on how your profession is evolving. I mean, it's almost like by the nature of what you do, the threats and risks are always evolving, and so standards and education is something that you need to stay on top of. You know, another way that our jobs are similar is that we deal in unique terminology, right? So, I'm fairly versed in cybersecurity terminology because of it's an interest of mine, and it's because a lot of my clients speak to me with. But throw me a term right now that I probably don't know. So raise up a hand. Blockchain. Okay. So I think I understand it in a general level, not even close in a technical level. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else? What's another? A what? My point exactly. Okay. So, and you guys probably don't know what a tort is, do you? And I'm not talking about the food. A tort. All right. Res judicata. Don't look it up either. Res judicata. Estoppel, collateral estoppel. I mean, so, and part of the aura, right, about the legal profession is reinforced by the language it uses, and the same for your guys' profession. And if you weren't the masters of your own vocabulary and your own concepts, I mean, there wouldn't be that exclusivity. And so, and then the last way in which we are quite similar goes to the point of the first volunteer. We're hated, and I think we're hated because we're misunderstood, right? And I'm not here to say we should commiserate about that. I'm not here to cry about it. I'm saying we need to get past the stereotypes and get in dialogue. And here's why. So, how many of you guys have heard the term, you know, cyber IT has gone from the back room to the boardroom? You heard that? Okay. Well, even if you haven't heard the term, you're probably aware that it's now a mainstream issue. Cyber and internet or IT security is a mainstream issue. It's it might not be well understood by management, but it's definitely on management's. It's high up there on their agendas, right? And so there's CISOs, CIOs, right? But you guys need to understand that the management still suffers from the stereotypes that we're talking about, okay? Your profession is so esoteric and technical that it's taken decades for it to rise in priority on management's lists. And now that it's on management's priority lists, they still don't quite understand it, right? And so you need a way to continually put these issues in front of management, and you need a way to make these issues intelligible to management. And how do you do that? Well, lawyers are one way that you do that. Lawyers are a bridge to management. They are a bridge to C-level management and to middle management. And some of you might be thinking, well, that's why we have CIOs, that's why we have CISOs. But what you have to understand is, how many of you guys have seen the Godfather series? Right there. What was the actor who played the lawyer, the consigliere? Robert Duvall, right? Didn't he always have the ear of the Godfather? That's how a corporation treats its general counsel, at least a conscientious corporation. The general counsel, or in some cases the external counsel who's advising on certain issues, always has the ear of the decision maker. And so when you guys, even when you're at the low level, entry level position in your department, but especially when you get into a leadership position in your department, you need to know the lawyer. If there's an associate general counsel who handles cyber issues, you need to know that lawyer. You need to build a good relationship with that lawyer, because that lawyer is going to help you help the company's security posture. I was reading a post the other day on the Palo Alto research blog, and the poster didn't say anything new, but he just said cybersecurity is a team sport. And he's right, cybersecurity is a team sport. And as smart and as hardworking as you guys are, you're not superheroes. And nobody expects you to be superheroes. You need to work with the other critical departments within your company, within your firm, to improve your company's cybersecurity knowledge and cybersecurity posture. And so building a good relationship with the lawyers is one way of doing that. It's gotten to the point where the lawyers have to understand their company's cybersecurity posture. And you might be thinking, well, duh, they should understand the cybersecurity posture, at least generally. It's critical. Well, it's taken a long time for the legal community and for the corporate community to say, this is something that lawyers need to be tracking, okay? Well, not all lawyers hold masters in electrical engineering. They don't hold bachelors, from DSU cyber ops program, computer science programs. How are they going to learn this stuff? Well, they learn it through you guys. And this reinforces the point that you need to build good relationships with the lawyers, because it's in the entire company's interest. Especially if you're in leadership positions in the IT departments, you need to think about organizing training programs to bring legal departments up to speed on certain cyber issues, at least fundamental ones, at least ones that directly relate to compliance, or issues that are critically important for the company, okay? So in building that relationship, you can hold training sessions, you can hold quarterly conference calls, quarterly meetings. However you want to build the dialogue, it's the lawyer's job, general counsel's job, to become cyber aware, but it's also your job to educate that lawyer, okay? And the last point is that, I'm not saying anything new to you guys, that so much rides on IT. Even the specter of vulnerability for a company can damage its reputation, much less a breach. It can affect the bottom line. It can affect earnings, investment, and of course, at the end of the line, it can affect liability. And there's really, given the patchwork of data breach laws these days, and the patchwork of regulatory frameworks that are being pushed out by the federal government, there's almost no end to the potential liability a company can have for a data breach. And that's just for a data breach. And that's why these things keep keep management up at night? I'm not going to end quite yet, but does anyone have any questions about what I've been saying? Anybody have any questions? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, sir. So when you say security ops, do you mean internal, all right? Not like red teamers, consultants like Eric was talking about, but within the company? Okay, so I'm going to give you some kind of simple suggestions at first, right? Go and meet them, okay? There's no reason you should be scared to take the elevator up to legal. You need to just go meet them. They're people, all right? And educate them, all right? They will reach a point to where if they don't understand what they need to, if they don't realize what they need to know, you need to teach them what they need to know, okay? That's your job. It's not your job to be a stereotypical basement dweller, back room, geek, antisocial. That's how a lot of the company is viewing you guys, right? You need to shatter that. So take the initiative, go upstairs and meet them. General counsel's office, depending on the size of a company, general counsel's office can be one lawyer who handles everything. He's a generalist. He or she is a generalist. Or it can, if it's a big company, you have highly specialized associate general counsels. I would say in most medium-sized to medium-large companies, you have teams of general counsel, maybe 5 to 10 attorneys, not many more. And that's for maybe a regional or a national company. Go meet every one of them, figure out which one has been tasked with information assurance, data handling issues, privacy. If the company is that forward-leaning and they've tasked someone for that, that's great. That is your point of contact, right? Another thing you can do is legal's job is not strictly fall in the legal department, it's also compliance. So a lot of companies, they'll have a separate compliance and auditing departments, right? You need to do the very same thing for those departments. Because those departments are quasi-legal. They know enough about the law to be able to have the company generally follow it, but they don't know enough about it to argue about it in court, right? They don't know enough to resolve disputes about it. That's when they go to legal, to resolve disputes or to get clarification, okay? Does that answer your question? Okay. I saw another hand, I think. Okay. So another thing lawyers can do for you is, let me take a couple steps back here and explain the kind of the state of cyber law in our country, right? You guys deal with so many standards, so many frameworks, so many protocols, which should apply when, to what kind of company, and what kind of scenario. It's complicated. It's just as complicated for the cyber lawyer. Cyber law is a very evolving field, and what I mean by that is a lot of cyber law is unsettled. You come to a cyber lawyer and you say, can I do this, can I do that? The cyber lawyer might say, yes, you can, or no, you can't. But in most situations, answers that cyber lawyers are going to give you are not that clear. It's more of what I do is trying to coach clients into the proper practices or helping them adopt practices that are that reduce the most risk. But there's no silver bullet that I can often give to companies who are asking for advice in this area. And one of the areas that's evolving in the law right now is whether a data breach constitutes a harm, a legal harm. And you guys might be thinking, well, of course it's a harm. It can do so much damage to the company. Physical, perhaps, but even non-physical damage data breaches can cause. Well, courts courts across the country don't always recognize that data breaches are actual harms that courts can do anything about. Does that surprise anybody? Is anybody aware of that? And so when a company gets breached and they can't sue the malicious actor about it, what are they supposed to do? Where does their redress come from? Their redress might come from the government fining that person or that actor. Could come from a state government. But a lot of times the company cannot sue that actor on its own. Why? Because the courts don't recognize, many courts do not recognize data breaches as a harm that courts can address. And so I don't think that'll always be the case. In fact, probably within the next 10 years, that trend will change. But lawyers need to keep you up to date on the law for another reason. There are evolving standards in your profession, right? There are all kinds of certifications. Just name a few. Yep. Well, over here? Yep. Back there, name one. I mean, there's like 24 that I'm aware of. As your industry grows, and as best practices become better and better defined, the law is going to define a standard of care. And what that means is the law is going to say, this is the standard that a reasonably proficient security practitioner should meet. Now, why is that relevant to you? Well, there's going to come a point where if you, as a professional, let's say in your consulting work, don't meet that standard, that the company who experiences a harm can sue you because their harm has to do with you not meeting that standard. Who's ever heard of, for example, medical malpractice, right? Patient suing the doctor because something goes wrong. Patient says, the doctor, the medical profession has this standard for this kind of doctor. The doctor did not meet the standard. I got hurt, therefore they owe me. Eventually, the same logic will apply to cybersecurity professionals. And we're not there yet. I think we're far from there. But eventually it will apply. And so you need to be aware of what the evolving standard of care is for cybersecurity. I think one way you can stay ahead of it is just like the first speaker said, continuing education, constant continuing education, constantly updating your certifications. And that's good advice for any professional, right? You want to be at the top of your game all the time. And so if you're one of the folks who holds the most or the highest certifications, and you keep yourself way ahead of the rest of your profession, chances are that what you do for your clients is going to be far beyond the average standard of care. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Well, with that, I'm done with the first talk. Does anyone have any questions about the first talk, Geeks and Legal Eagles? Any other questions? Yes, sir.
You mentioned the word force.
Yeah.
Why haven't U.S. consumers who've been breached sued corporations in mass to push what you're saying about harm forward?
Yeah. Well, and they've sued, right? They have sued, but a lot of those decisions come in the form of class actions, which are basically they're lawsuits with a lot of plaintiffs. I mean, a lot of people who are suing the company. Those take a long time to flow through the courts. So a lot of them have sued and they're still pending, or they've sued and been dismissed because the court has said, sorry, a data breach is not a legally cognizable harm. It's not a harm that courts can address. And so attempts to sue are still happening. And this is why I say the area of law is evolving. There are certain parts of the country that are more apt to recognize cyber harms than others. Let's say Northern California, versus the middle of the country. But to answer your question, people are suing, trying to change the law, but it's just slow going. Changes in the law are always slow going. And usually, one of the biggest catalysts for changes in the law is disasters, unfortunately. And so, you might reach a point where, politically, there has to be enormous data breach with enormous fallout for the people involved. And when I say fallout, I mean visible fallout, not just your personally identifying information was exposed due to the breach. I mean, something physical might have to happen because of it. That's the kind of catalyst that causes quicker changes in the law. But until then, it will be a slow change of the law in the courts. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
So if after that breach, you also see that your credit card or your bank account's been hacked into,
Yep.
that would be a scenario in which they can see it?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting closer to it, right? I mean, the use of the misappropriated information, you're getting closer to the harm. So that's the kind of thing that would be more persuasive to a judge who is looking at this. But, that kind of thing might have to happen on a mass scale, is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Anybody else? All right, well, that's the first talk. And the second talk dovetails quite nicely with Eric's talk. So you want to be a cybersecurity consultant, the basics of the agreements. So who in here is a current student? Okay, mostly university? Are there any high school students? All right. And who in here is in cybersecurity within a company, like for a company's cybersecurity or IT department? Okay, and then who in here works for a consulting firm or a cybersecurity firm? Okay, so a lot of what I'm going to say dovetails with what Eric was saying. It's the same topics, except from a different perspective. It's from a lawyer's perspective. And it will also apply even if you're in-house or in government. Same disclaimer as the first presentation. All right. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Who knows what being a contract party means? Being a party to a contract. Who has an idea of what it might mean? Yes.
It means you agree to what's in the contract.
Means that you agree to what's in the contract. Kind of. So it's simple and it's subtle too. Being a contract party means you've entered into an agreement with another contract party, but the implication is that you had the authority and the standing to enter into that agreement in the first place. So you think you're like, well, no, duh, Taylor, you can't enter into a contract unless you had the power to do it. Well, it gets tricky in this area because suppose you're a consulting firm, okay? And a company wants to hire you to, let's say, assess its architecture. Well, how many of you have ever worked with a company who doesn't own its own architecture? Okay? How many of you work for a company who might own but doesn't really control its own architecture? Who farms that out? Exactly. So you need to make sure that whoever is trying to hire you to provide that service has the authority to hire you to provide that service. You don't want a scenario where a company purports to hire you for a service, and they didn't have the authority to give you access to what they want you to assess. For two reasons. First of all, the contract will be worthless. You're not getting paid. And second of all, who's ever heard of CFAA? Many hands should go up. CFAA, Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. You ever heard of that? Right. So you don't want to be in a scenario where you've provided a valuable service, you get in a payment dispute with the company, and they're now holding over your head that perhaps you didn't have the authorization to do what you did, so you ought to back off from wanting to get paid. That doesn't sound like a good deal, does it? Okay, so that's why you need to pay attention to the parties, and that's why you need to look into who wants to contract with you, and what is their relationship with the infrastructure, with the system, with the equipment that they want you to do work on or do work in. The second element that I think you all need to pay attention to is duration and timeline. And so Eric alluded to this earlier. And it sounds like it comes up a lot more in red teaming than it might if you're doing something more smaller in scope. But duration and timeline. A contract is like a marriage, okay? It puts legal bonds on you. It's an intimate relationship. And who wants to be in a marriage with a partner they don't know that well? Right. My point is, if you are a new client has solicited your service, you might want to do some due diligence on that client before you consider getting into a lengthy agreement with them. You might want to take baby steps. You might want to provide short-term piecemeal services to them to make sure they are a trustworthy contract partner, make sure they pay on time, make sure they understand your service and don't, due to misunderstandings, dispute you about your service. But you also need to pay attention to duration and timeline, because you need to make sure you have the capability to satisfy what you're promising to do. And that might sound common sense as well. It is common sense. But here's the thing. When you think about extended or prolonged cybersecurity services, and red teaming for 30 days or more is a perfect example, you need to make sure that your company can uphold that end of the bargain. And one way of and don't jump to that kind of contract. You need to take baby steps and provide smaller, short-term services, building your capacity to be able to provide a 3-month, a 6-month, a year-long service. And when you get to that point, great, you've gotten there. Don't forget that your contract is not going to be a one-size-fits-all thing. It is not something that you can Google, print out, and have the client sign. It needs to be tailored to your service and tailored to your company. I'm not bashing LegalZoom or anything, but I believe humans can do it. Human lawyers can do it just as well. When you start out, with your startup cybersecurity firm, for example, and you're looking for a contract and you have a good idea of what the service you want to provide is, don't just photocopy something from a law book in a library, or don't just Google something and print it out. Seek proper legal advice to make sure this agreement is something that you want to commit your business to. And the last element I want to talk about is scope of service. You guys are like, all right, this stuff is boring. Well, I want to talk about what Eric was talking about, just from a different perspective. Scope of service is critical. All right, so who remembers when Eric was talking about red teaming, and sometimes the bill for the client ends up being way more than they expected because they found vulnerabilities and they chased them. And who remembers when he said that? Okay. That's quite common in cybersecurity consultancy. So you ought to be compensated for work you do outside of the scope. And you need to make sure your contract addresses that. How do you make sure you get compensated for work outside the scope? One, you put it in the contract. The terminology in the contract should address that. And two, you need to make sure that the client is speaking the same language that you're speaking. When you're talking about, what measures you can provide for your client, whether that be architectural design, pen testing, social engineering, make sure that their understanding of those terms is the same as yours. You don't want to be in a position of the client thinking that you owed them a service broader than what you thought you owed. That's a contract dispute. You don't want that. So you need to take the time in your discussions, your verbal discussions, to make sure both parties are speaking the same language, and you need to take time to well define the scope of your service. For example, if you're thinking of doing penetration testing, you might consider having a contract that specifies the techniques you're going to use, or specifies exactly the systems or the targets. If the company is more comfortable with you, they trust you, perhaps you've worked with them before, you might consider the scope of service for penetration testing being broader, maybe giving you carte blanche to use techniques of your choice. But regardless, the scope of service needs to address this. Your consultancy agreement cannot be so broad that it's worthless. In the law, a contract can be so broad that it's worthless. A contract with certain terms that are very broad can be challenged in court, and a judge can decide that it's too vague. It's too vague. You don't want to be in the position of having a vague cybersecurity consultancy agreement. And the last reason why you don't want that goes back to what I was saying about the CFAA. So, in case you don't know what the CFAA is, it does impose criminal liability for folks who access networks when they're unauthorized to do so. Federal criminal liability, okay? That's a serious thing. You want to make sure the scope of your consultancy agreement, that you work within it, because if you don't, you're running the risk of a CFAA problem. And B, you want it to provide language in there that expressly gives you authorization to do what you're supposed to do. And it's pretty common, like Eric said, it's pretty common to have a letter of authorization apart from a contract, and that's fine. But you cannot have too many checks on this process. You cannot have too many safeguards. You want as much authorization as you can, as many documents as you can to hold up to law enforcement in the event someone who does not know that you were supposed to be there contacts law enforcement. And that's quite common when you're doing covert operations. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay. Eric, he said, it's difficult to preconceive these activities, and he was referring to kind of your impromptu work when you're red teaming. Yeah, it's difficult to preconceive some of the opportunities you can exploit. However, your agreement can contemplate that. Your agreement can contemplate giving you authorization for scenarios that were unforeseen. And so, even though you can't have an agreement that possibly will cover every scenario imaginable. You can have an agreement that at least builds you some wiggle room, and basically it's CYA in the event law enforcement is contacted. All right. Well, I don't have anything else about cybersecurity consultancy agreements. Did you have a question back there, sir?
Yeah, what about for like situations where there is no agreement, like cybersecurity research, specifically like things such as scanning the internet for open databases and stuff like that? Where does the legalities fall in line?
So when you say research, I mean, you have to be doing it for some institution, right?
Yeah, or there's some research, there's a lot of independent research out there that I'm just curious.
Sure.
Find these capabilities, are they protected?
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, there's for-profit and not-for-profit, and there's educational institution research. And usually, those institutions have agreements with, with the software company or with whoever's product it is that they're testing. Usually they have agreements for that, to give them that kind of access. And so even if you're unaware of it, because you might be, I'm not saying this in a belittling way, but like if you're a line worker, you're one of the workhorses doing that testing, you might not be aware that those agreements are in place, but they probably are in place. But of course, when you step out on your own with your own startup, or if you get hired by a firm and you make it into a leadership position, these are agreements you'll certainly want in place to protect your company and to protect yourself personally. Well, yeah. 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 So you are bringing up a big debate right now. It's happening within our communities, and eventually it'll happen politically, I believe. And that's the CFAA is a big deterrent to cybersecurity research, right? At least it's just scary to people who know about it. Should we have a law like that? Or should we have a law that incentivizes research, that incentivizes the exposure of vulnerabilities? Isn't that better for improving overall cybersecurity? Well, maybe, but that's not the state of the law right now. So if it's a teen who is interested in this stuff and wants to expose those vulnerabilities, that is your hobby, that is your passion, you want that to be your life's work, you are running the risk of crossing that line because the line is not clear. The line is not clear right now. There is just a dark cloud of liability hanging over everybody. And I don't know if the CFAA will always be there or will always be what it is unamended, but it is what it is right now. And so for a teen who's doing it solo, you are running the risks of criminal liability. If you're doing it, even if you're a teen and you incorporate your own company, for example, your company is running the risks of being liable. And so I don't have an uplifting answer for you right now, but I can tell you within the next 10 years, that debate is going to be roaring. And in fact, my firm is holding an interdisciplinary cyber conference in November, and that is one of the subjects I want to bring people on because the folks in the cybersecurity house are about the research and analysis. And you guys are good-hearted. It's not like you're trying to do this to necessarily undermine Microsoft or something like that,
Do you see like the possibility of like a good Samaritan type law where if someone in the medical profession sees someone in danger that they can help, they are sort of absolved of liability or fraud liability if they're trying to help someone. Do you see something similar to that, or
I do see something like the possible safe harbor law. I wouldn't call it a Good Samaritan law in that, in a Good Samaritan law, it's like the rescuer sweeps in, right? They just happen to be there and they swoop in and they save the person who needs help. I don't foresee a law like that in this context, but I do foresee a law that would allow predictable institutionalized research and analysis. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So you mentioned earlier that reducing liabilities is really important. Would responsible disclosure help alleviate some of the stress of like a teenager that doesn't have the protection of a company negotiation with a certain product? Would the responsible disclosure kind of fix that
So,
overarching?
disclosure of what and to who?
Responsible disclosure of a potential vulnerability or something to the actual creator or owner of said product.
Well, if you're disclosing as part of a program that the company has sanctioned or that the product is sanctioned, like bug bounty program or something like that, you're probably safe because the company at that point has implemented a program that's incentivizing people to work on its product, right, or to exploit its product. That's different from someone who is doing this as a hobby and a passion that the company has no relationship with, the company has created no vector for whatsoever, and the person is just disclosing to them these weaknesses. As awesome as I think that is for the hacker or whatever, it's very risky because the state of the law right now provides for potential punishment. And so your being upfront about it is not really reducing risk. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I got a good question.
Yeah.
So our skills are under pretty high demand, and a lot of us find that sometimes on the nights of the weekend, we run into people who need help with cybersecurity, or maybe small companies who need help. How do we consult privately, but still protect our current occupation and our companies that we work for without representing them? What do we need to keep in mind if we're going to do a project on a Saturday for a
Yeah.
small law firm who needs help setting up a new firewall and maybe
Yeah, I mean, society very much needs your guys' service, and so the law needs to incentivize you to spread your wealth, right? At least that's what I believe. What you're asking is an employment law issue, and so you have an employment relationship with your company, right? And that employment law relationship is driven by two things mostly: state law and your employment contract. You have to check whether your employment contract gives the company a monopoly to your service or whether it's silent on it. And I can't go too far down the avenue of legal advice right now, but that's number one, is looking at your employment contract. And if that doesn't exclude you from providing your service to others, there may be an open door for it. A question that could arise is, if the company gets wind of it and at worst gets jealous of it, are they going to accuse you of providing, expertise that you've developed at the company to other clients? So that's delicate, and certainly you don't want to be accused of that. But even worse, you don't want to be accused of, providing like secrets. And when I say secrets, I don't mean like providing the formula to Coca-Cola, but techniques that the company's IT personnel have developed and that work for that company. Are they suspecting you of using those to the benefit of outside the company? That's dangerous, and so that brings up a potential contract dispute, employment contract dispute, or potential trade secrets lawsuit. So I'm not saying like it can never happen because people are allowed to work more than one job in this country, but there's definitely legalities you got to look at. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, don't forget to go to the Swear Law Facebook page, comment DakotaCon. If you put a selfie up there, I think your name will be in the hat twice. And you could possibly win the $100 gift certificate at Best Buy that's in my left pocket. All right, if you have no other questions, thanks for attending. And I will be floating around. I'll be at the competition later on watching. Feel free to stop by. And if you want to put your name on a list to receive kind of cyber law updates from my firm, come by. I'll get your name and your email. Thanks, guys.
Test, test. There we go. All right. We're about a half hour behind, so I'm going to kind of try to blaze through this a little bit. So just comment on what's happened this morning. A lot of that rung true for me. I'm the CISO at a company that we happen to do a lot of machine learning and big data, so the talk Bruce was talking about this morning was really relevant. Through my career, I've run a bunch of different pen tests. I've never had the opportunity to do any red teaming, so that difference was interesting to me. And then I just pointed out that as a CISO, I spend a lot of time talking to, and I thought about it, and I thought, you know, the people I spend the most time talking to in the company with my duties as a CISO is the CIO and his director of IT operations, and then our GC, so our general counsel. So I do all of that stuff, and it's been interesting. So my name is Jeff Koslow. I am the deputy CISO at ExtraHop in Seattle. The reason I'm here is because I graduated from South Dakota School of Mines and Technology, a few hours away, in late 1994. And I've had plenty of careers in the security industry. I can say that I've done 20 years in security, which is kind of interesting. My first job out of college, I was running some security on a network. I still remember the day Satan was released and we downloaded it and turned off our thing. Talk to me about that later. And then I worked for a Kerberos authentication vendor for a few years, Sling and Code. And then in 1999, I joined a decent site, what then was a small startup load balancer company, which turned into the one that has the red logo, a red round logo. And I slung code for them for a number of years. And then the last 4 years I was there, I ran their internal dev security team. So if ever there was a blip in the product, a security feature in the product, it ran across my desk. I've done some VPN architecting, and now what I do is I work for ExtraHop. We're a big data company, and I run our threat research team in addition to a lot of security things. I've got some webcam covers, so I'll throw a webcam cover out if you ask an interesting question. With all that, let's get through this. Oh, I had to animate. See that? I can animate PowerPoint. So this talk is about entropy. This talk came out of when I was working and trying to run a couple of products through a Common Criteria and FIPS 140-2 certification. And they're really picky about how you generate a key, when you generate that key, and where you get the entropy data to do that. So entropy is a term that's often used. People call the entropy pool in the Linux kernel a lot of different things. But it's a strange definition, and not a lot of people understand it. So I'm here to clear up some misconceptions. There will be a little bit of math in this talk. It doesn't go very deep, but there is a little bit of math, so put on your math nerd hat warnings. Entropy is a measure of information. And whenever I think about this, I think about measuring things. I think about I want to get a kind of a yardstick in my head. So we're going to talk about that in a little bit. I have an example. Let's just move on. I got limited time. So let's think about this. If I flip 2 coins, how many bits of information do I have out of that? 2, kind of makes sense. It's either heads or tails, or a 1 or a 0, or however you want to describe it. And indeed, that is the definition of entropy is a log base 2 of the number of combinations. So we said that we had 2 bits when we flipped 2 coins. We had 4 combinations out of that whole thing. Log base 2 of the number of combinations, 2 to the second is 4 combinations. All right, that's pretty easy. Let's think about it just a little bit differently. 2 6-sided die, you roll them, how many combinations can you have? 36, right? Log base 2 of 36 is about 5. So 5 bits of information and a couple die rolls. All right, that's interesting, but it's not a good yardstick. So let's start getting a little bit bigger numbers here. We're going to talk about passwords. So you all have a password, or hopefully more than one, and you're using them, and we can measure the amount of information that are in those. So let's kind of go through some of these here. If your password is 8 characters of a 26-character alphabet, you've got about 37 bits of entropy, and you can do all that math if you feel like dragging it back. That's kind of interesting. Again, we're building up this yardstick in our head. If your password is 8 characters of a 72-character alphabet, that's upper, lower, 10 digits, 10 special characters. I think that adds up to 72. That'll get you there. That's about 49, 50 bits of entropy in there. And my presenter's notes here say 2 to the 37th is 208 billion. 2 to the 49th is 742 trillion. So these numbers start to get really big, right? And that's where we start thinking about how many hashes per second can I do to get through this and to brute force it, and you start doing some information, or you start calculating what you can do. Now, you're clever. You decide that you're not just going to do that 8 characters. You're going to throw a capital letter in the first one, and then you're going to end with a punctuation. Now, what's interesting about entropy is since it's measuring information, if I have information about what you're doing, that changes the calculation. So in this case, what I did was I said, you got log base 2 of 26. I'm not going to do the math. But I lowered it just by knowing what you did. I lowered the amount of entropy by about 4 or 5 bits there. And that's a significant drop in the number of combinations. My slide notes here said it went from 742 trillion to about 35 trillion, which is still a really big number, but that's interesting. So let's keep going here. The other interesting thing about entropy is when I have information about what your information is, I can use that, and then the information changes. So we're going to talk about that a little bit more. And this leads, of course, to the classic, you know where this slide is going. There's an XKCD cartoon that's going to be on the next slide. But if your password is a dictionary word from, in this case, I used a 4096-bit word dictionary, you've got a whole 12 bits of entropy in there. That's a lot less than what we were talking about before, where we were talking about 35 or 40 or 50 bits. It's a lot less information. So, of course, I forgot about this one. So you used a dictionary word, and that cut down on your information a lot, right? On your entropy. But you're clever. You're like, I know LeetSpeak. I'm going to swap out my 4s for my A's, or my A's for my 4s, and my T's are going to be 7s. Assuming a 1-to-1 substitution, You did really well. You took that 12-bit password and you expanded it out to 15 whole bits of information. That's probably like an hour on your NVIDIA GPU to crack those passwords, something like that. Even if you think you're really clever, the Oxford English Dictionary, again, this is in my notes, has 170,000 words. How many bits of information is that? I don't have that right. I didn't write that in there, but 171,000 combinations of words isn't really all that much. Oh, there you go, 17 bits of entry. I forgot I put that on the slide. Okay, that leads, of course, to the famous XKCD cartoon. And essentially what he's doing here, I'm not really going to go through this. Essentially what he's doing is he's saying if we have an 2048-bit word dictionary, that's something most humans can keep track of in their head, 2,000 words. We can select 4 of those, and then we've got 44 bits of entropy out of the whole thing, right? So 2 to the 44th is 550 years worth of guesses. So I think this makes sense to most people. I don't know how many people are using this sort of thing, but it's easy to think about in terms of that. So here's an analysis of that 2048 word dictionary, 11 bits of information. You've got four words from that. You've got 44 bits of entropy. So I think what we just did here is we talked a little bit about it. We didn't get into really, really large numbers, like an RSA key is 2048 bits usually and can be 4096 bits. But we've sort of realized how big some of these numbers get and started to build a yardstick in our head, which is kind of what I wanted to get across. We're going to go into some technical bits here in a bit. But lessons learned from this: don't make your password from a dictionary word. That's the first thing the bad guys try. There's plenty. The interesting thing is over the last multiple years, so many passwords have been leaked that we have a really good statistical model of what your password looks like. So, don't try to pick passwords that you think are really clever, because somebody has probably already picked that. There's a small subset of clever in the universe, and you're not extracting that much information from it. Use a wide substitution cipher scheme, right? Figure out a wide number of bits. The more characters you have in your password is a good thing. Or my advice is always just use a password manager. Usually those password managers will generate a 12 to 14-bit character password with lots of different characters in it. Interesting thing about that is I've read regularly a couple of different times from a couple of different sources that passwords should have 75 bits of entropy, which is a lot more than what we were talking about here a bit ago. What do we got? We got about 50 bits of entropy with the 8 characters. And if you do the math on that, 72-bit character, log base 2 of 72 is 6. And if you say 75 bits of information, then yeah, you need about 12 or 13 characters in your password, something like that, to get to 75 bits of information in your password. All right. So I think we built our yardstick. We're beginning to understand what entropy measures. We also understand that it changes based on how much information I have about what you're looking at. All right. So, I get caught up in my slides here. So entropy is not equal to random numbers. Random numbers can be derived from entropy, from an entropy pool in the Linux kernel, but they're not actually random numbers. Entropy is a measurement. Randomness, I'm not going to dive too deeply into this, but computers are pretty bad at coming up with random things. When we have hardware random number generators, which I'm going to talk about later, there's a lot of different techniques for doing that. Sometimes radioactivity, sometimes radio antennas out there. There's a lot of different ways to do it, usually based on some sort of hardware. Computers are good at deterministically doing something, but they're very bad at coming up with random things. So I think we all kind of know that. So let's talk a little bit. We're going to take another diversion here into what's called a PRNG, or a pseudo-random number generator. There's a lot of algorithms out there for these PRNGs. Mersenne Twister is commonly one of them. I'm not really coming up with any more off the top of my head. Fibonacci generators, linear congruential generators, that's the other one, LCGs. Their property is that given a seed, given one little input, they can generate large numbers of what appear to be random numbers for a really long time. Eventually they'll cycle back around to the beginning, but we're talking about billions of random numbers in a row, right? We can use this sort of information. In fact, we do this all the time. There's a few properties that we want to talk about with these. The seed is that hard part. right? If you're going to put on your tinfoil hat, which you should probably be putting on your tinfoil hat at DakotaCon, we want to think about generating and retrieving a seed so that we can put into this PRNG and start getting a lot of information out of it without anybody knowing it. Because what happens if I know the state of your entropy pool, or what happens if I know where you started from? How much entropy is in that system? 0, right? If I know what your seed is, I can run the exact same Mersenne twister or linear congruential generator and turn out exactly what you have. And then I know your RSA key, and now I can decrypt all your traffic, or whatever it is, but that's what I can do. So I still remember, again, I said I was old, when Netscape 3.0 first came out, they were seeding the random number generator with the current date and time, which everybody was like, oh, that's cool, that's a good idea. It wasn't a good idea. It was totally predictable, and they changed that after, I don't remember the versions of Netscape, but they changed that early on. Okay, so again, we come to this thing where we look at it, and when we have information about something, the information calculation changes. So now I want to kind of switch over and talk about, from the entropy part, I want to talk about random numbers. And we do use random numbers a lot in a system. So ASLR, address space layout randomization, is when we decide we're going to shuffle things around. It's one of the best techniques we can use against buffer overflows, against a lot of different attacks. This is a good technique. We want to use it more. We don't want that predictable. TCP initial sequence numbers, I've done some interesting research into TCP initial sequence numbers. They really should be random. There's only 27 bits there, so they're not that interesting. But we also have nonces for cookies, CSRF tokens, web tokens. One of the most evil black hat presentations I've ever seen. Actually, I think it was at DefCon. Doesn't matter. A guy went out and figured out all the different, like PHP had its own random number generator. IIS and ASP pages had their own random number generator. And he essentially re-implemented all those. And then what he would do is he would say, oh, okay, I'm going to go to website. I'm going to assume that they just rebooted. And I'm going to hit their little reset my password token. And it gives you a token, right? It gives you a base 64 token to reset your password, something like that. Try to decode that, try to figure out what sequence that came up with. He'd run a whole bunch of different random number generators and see if he could see that sequence. And if he ever saw that sequence, then he would just type in admin at and get the token for that. Well, of course, the email token wasn't emailed to him, it was emailed to the admin. But if he could guess the token, then he could reset admin user's password and he owned the whole web application. I don't know how practical an experience that was, but it was a really cool tool. I haven't seen it. I should look it up and see if I can find it on GitHub. I'm sure he posted it somewhere, but I thought it was a really awesome talk. Probably the most important thing to talk about here is generating encryption keys. This is something that we often do at startup. When we start up a brand new infant box, for a lot of reasons that might not be a good idea, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So this is where I sort of point you off to the Linux entropy kernel. This is kind of how this started. I realized that this made sort of a hard topic to talk about, is the deep internal guts of the Linux entropy pool. So I cut this down to just a couple of slides. There, up on the top there is a link to LXR. Or it's not LXR anymore, but it's the source code browser. So you can go look at it. The comments on that file are a bit out of date. But the interesting thing about it is the whole entire Linux kernel random number generator is pretty much in one C file. There is a header file as well, but pretty much one C file. What's really important to know here is if you paid attention to this, you can watch the random number pool, the entropy pool in the Linux kernel. You can watch it. You can see, it's on the bottom there, cat proc sys kernel random entropy avail. You can get how much information the kernel thinks it has in its pool. That sort of leads you to believe it's something like a thread pool or something else that grows and shrinks over time. That's not true. It's actually just a giant array of integers. And essentially what we do is when we want more entropy in the system, we stir in data into it. Okay? So I add a couple of bits to the counter, and then I stir in a bunch of information. And when I stir in information, how would I do that? Remember what we talked about earlier with the PRNG? There's a lot of algorithms for this. A good way to think about this is the way I think about cryptographic hashes. Cryptographic hashes have a property in that if you change one bit of input, on average you change half the bits of the output. And that makes sense, right? If I change one bit of something and half the bits of the output have changed, then I have no bias against ones or zeros, and that's the property that I want to have. So the property that we have when we stir something into the entropy pool, sorry about that, guys. When we stir something into the entropy pools, we want to make sure that it gets evenly distributed throughout the pool. And again, there are mathematical algorithms that do this. A lot of times they're sort of a multiply or a div, sometimes, usually a multiply because that's fast in hardware, and then a mod operator, and you do that on some sort of byte basis. And again, you can look at the kernel implementation if you want. It's not that hard to read. We just stir the pool. And most Linux distros these days, when they boot up, they end up stirring the pool a little bit. They save a random seed from the last time they booted and stir the pool a little bit. Why do they do that? Well, if you're starting up and you're a brand new infant computer, how much information can you have in your entropy pool? You can't have a lot. I haven't said that part yet. Unfortunately, the Linux kernel generates entropy at a rate of roughly bits per second, right? So if I'm starting up on startup and I need to generate a 2048-bit RSA key, that's a lot of bits. I could be waiting a really long time for that RSA key to be generated. And I really want to have 2048 bits in the kernel when I first boot up. Why? Because if I only had 20 bits of entropy when I started up and somebody knew the state, instead of having a 2048-bit RSA key, ultimately I have actual 2048 bits, but if I knew the state of the entropy pool, how many real bits do I have in there? 20 bits, right? Something like that, right? If we only had 20 bits in our entropy pool to start with, and I knew that state, if it was all zeros to start with, I can build an attack tree without too much of a problem. 2 to the 20th is not a big number. Well, it's a big number, but it's not that big of a number given computers today. I could generate the same key, and then I have your key, right? So I realize there's a lot of tinfoil hat stuff here. There's a lot of people out there who have claimed that the NSA already knows how to do this sort of stuff, and they can get in. I don't have any evidence. I don't think that's true. I do think they've got some pretty clever mathematicians, and it is possible. It's not what this talk is about. This talk is about understanding entropy, how it comes in, and what you can do with it. So we're going to get into some practical things here. The only other thing I would do is talk about when you remove some information from the pool, you decrement the counter, and you pull some of those bits off, and then you hash them, and then you go do something with them. Well, why do you hash them? The exact same reason. If I gave you raw bits out of the entropy pool, you now knew part of the state of that pool, and you can do something with it, right? We reduce some of the entropy in the pool. Or we reduce the information by knowing what the state of it was. Okay, how do we fill the pool? I think we already kind of covered this. If you read the Linux kernel, if you read that .c file, they claim that this happens every time an interrupt happens. An interrupt is when you move your mouse or type a key. I think that's actually incorrect. I don't think that's been true for a few years, and I need to go through it. But it turns out it works really well with hard disk drives, and it turns out it works really well with solid state drives as well. The interrupts that come from those devices saying, hey, I got a block for you to read or something like that, those are very hard to predict when they're going to show up. They're especially hard to predict with spinning media, but they're also very hard to predict with SSDs, which is a little interesting, but it does appear to be true. Interrupts fill the pool with bits per second. We already spoke about that. That's a danger. We already spoke about the 1 bit of input will change on average half the bits in the output. That's a good thing. It's a good property to have. Okay. We already spoke about this, I guess. Pulling random numbers out of the pool reduces the bits. We already spoke about hashing the contents of what came out of it. The hash is to protect the state of the pool. All right, we already spoke about that. Okay. How to get random numbers? Well, there's 2 ways to get random numbers out of the Linux kernel. Actually 3. There's a third one called getrandom that occurred in recent kernels, but we're just going to talk about 2 of them. Devrandom blocks. You can cat devrandom, and it will eventually block and then it'll just keep going. That's a good property because if the entropy pool runs low and we think that a bad guy may know the state of it, we don't want to pull any more information out of it until the pool starts to fill up again. Be careful because it does block. So if you're on a box and you're trying to generate a 2048-bit random key at startup and you're using dev random, you might block and that box might be bricked for a week while it tries to generate because it's not doing any disk activity. So it's not generating a lot of information. The other choice you have is dev urandom. And dev urandom never blocks. So essentially what it does, I've got a diagram here next that will show you what happens with that, but it never blocks. It generates a PRNG and just keeps going through all those. These are not generally considered cryptographically strong, and that's something I'd like to take up at the end. We'll have a short discussion about whether or not that is actually cryptographically strong. People often use it anyway when generating their keys at startup. All right, so this here is not really an interesting thing. I'm going to flip back and forth between a couple of things that I did a while ago. Essentially, I DD'd about a 10 megabyte or maybe a 100 megabyte file, I forget exactly, of information out of the pool. And then I ran there's a program out there called ent that does a bunch of magical tests to see if data is random. I don't really want to talk about chi-squared tests or some of these randomness tests. What I want you to do is I want you to kind of look at those numbers, and I'm going to flash forward to this is a random, and this is a urandom file. So those numbers look awfully similar. If you went through them and you looked at them, the numbers are very, very similar. This is a very small sample set. If I were to submit a 10 megabyte or even a 100 megabyte file to the guys at NIST, the National Standards Institute, they would laugh at me and they would say, no, you need a lot more data than that because they want to see if the PRNG is cycling around. They want to see if some of these things are happening. And presumably they've got their own special tests for this. But empirically, just from a small sample set, we don't see a lot of difference between dev random and dev urandom. And that makes sense because linear congruential generators can generate gigabytes of information before it rolls around and starts repeating itself. So this is a diagram. It's really kind of nice if you really get into this. The lower right-hand corner is a guy who wrote about dev random and dev urandom. He's got his own rant where he claims that dev urandom is actually a good source of information and that you can use it to generate cryptographically strong keys. I'm not quite certain myself, which is why I want to do this thought experiment. So let's pretend that the kernel just booted. I kind of alluded to this earlier. And it has, for example, 20 bits of information in it. And you want to generate a 2048-bit RSA key. Do you have true 2048 bits of randomness, or do you have 20 bits of randomness? That's the fundamental question here. And what's really fun is I can't test for that. I actually did this one time. I set a box to reboot, reboot, generate a key, reboot, generate a key, reboot, generate a key, and it did it every single time. Record every single key, and I never was able to generate the same key more than once. So I let that run for like a weekend, and then I got bored with it and shut it down. I don't know if I ever hit 2 to the 20th on that one. I know I didn't. So I don't think that proved anything. I think you need to do a lot more tests to prove this one way or the other. Okay, so the last thing we're going to talk about is how do you get more entropy in the pool? I claim the kernel can generate bits per second, but that seems really, really sad and lame, and we don't really want that. We want faster generation. So the answer is pretty obviously hardware RNG devices. These are little devices that will, a lot of times, sometimes some of the older ones will work like your fire detector, where it just fires off and waits for a little bit of radioactive isotope to send something, send a particle. Other ones work kind of like a radio in that they more or less a radio without an antenna, and they just sit there and listen to white noise, and then they hash the white noise for reasons that seem obvious, right? If I could find the tune that it was listening to, I would send it all zeros or something. The other thing is Intel introduced read-rand instructions about 4 or 5 years ago. They were in server-class CPUs at the time. Now they're in a lot of desktop CPUs, as that's usually the way Intel works on that. We already kind of get this. You got to hash hash that to make sure that you're not getting bad input into the pool. Read-rand itself, according to Intel's documentation sheet, can generate 6.4 gigabits per second, which is probably quite a bit more than we can generate RSA keys in that time. This is the nerdiest slide I have. This is where I tell you how to fill up the pool. Turns out that the last time I looked at the Linux kernel code, it doesn't actually contain any read-rand instructions. Teddy Cho says leave that to the users. So there's plenty of userland programs out there, have GED and a few of these guys that will do essentially this for you. Essentially there's an ioctl and you can sleep on that ioctl or wait on that ioctl and it'll call you back when the entropy pool is low and then you can put more information in the entropy pool. It's fairly easy to do. All right, so as a summary, entropy is the amount of information in a system. It's not directly random numbers. You can use entropy to gauge your passwords. You can use entropy, you can think about a measure of information in a lot of different ways. Passwords are kind of the easiest one. That's what I used it for. There's a fixed size pool in the kernel. By the way, I have no idea how Windows does this. Just don't have a clue, no idea. I assume they'd use a very similar process. If you're generating keys, you really should be using dev random. However, it's up to you to figure out how to do that. You're going to have to do something in the kernel. And then check your kernel version. Later kernel versions introduce a few new features into this, just rather recently. And that is what I have. So I'd be happy to take questions on this. I would also point out that I'm hiring for positions in Seattle for my threat research team. So come and talk to me, and you can get a webcam cover, and we can talk about entropy if you want, or we can talk about security in many forms. Questions? No? Okay, then I'll move on. That seemed to be just about right time. Thank you. Sorry, I took. Do you want them to talk?
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I'll have a hard time standing up here and not
Yeah.
wiggling around.
Yeah, me too. There you go.
Thanks,
you push
brother.
that green button and it'll turn on.
Thanks. Cool. Let's sort this out. Check, check. Shall we tempt the HDMI gods? I may have to reboot this thing. Of truth. Can you hear me all right? Ooh. Thank you. Oh, come on, baby. Let's do this. Quick reboot, inbound. One moment. While this is rebooting, let me introduce myself. I'm a security analyst with Black Hills Information Security. See a lot of familiar faces, some very bright lights. Let's see, Mike, say hi. Tristan, I think I saw you hiding out there. A few other people I know. We are going to talk about one of the Black Hills Information Security Lab environments today, in kind of a contrived sort of pen test. So again, I just need a minute here, get this thing rebooted. Tristan and a few other interns have been helping kind of maintain, build, and set up a lab environment full of fun things we get to do on a daily basis. So bear with me here, we're almost there. How do I sound out there? Audio's good. Thank you. On your way? Yeah. So, now kernel does not like if it powers up without an HDMI device. Then I have to reboot with the HDMI device. Then it'll operate. So, almost there. Do we need to get back on track here? Do you want me to blaze through these slides? Who's in charge? Kyle, are you in here? Kyle, pleasure to meet you, sir. Thank you. Do we need to move quickly? All right, high five. I can't type my decrypt password while you're all watching. Yes. And we use dictionary words, but there's lots of them, and they're combined in odd ways, often forming complete sentences and weird apostrophes. But yes, our report methodology and findings often include things like, we need you to use better passwords on your environment, so use dictionary words, string them together, but make them long, and make them so we can't guess them like we did in your environment. Make them so we can't crack them like we did when we took them offline. So, should be close here. Display. Come on, baby. No go. Oh, dope. If you got a USB, I could borrow. Hardware fail. My bad. Sorry for wasting your time. I just got pwned at a conference. Is that designed for the latest Linux kernel? Because I'm screwed. Let's see. It'll look good. All right, slide share. Fire up a VM, copy off a file. I appreciate you, man. Cover them for me. Does anybody want to give me a countdown? Mr. Saunders for the win. Let's see, Tristan's here, I think. Tristan, are you here? Can you wave your hand? Fired. Sorry, I don't know. Mike said I had to fire an intern. I think I'm only responsible for about 4 of you right now, so shouldn't be a big deal, right? All right. And we copy. Where do you want it on here? Excellent. We copy. We paste. We drag. We copy again. Oh my God. Talk about technology fail. Seriously. Oh my God. I'm executive level. What do you expect? Chief Disinformation Officer, indeed. CDO, that's a good one. All right, and I am shutting down. This is yours. Thank you. That one wasn't my fault. Is that a Lenovo?
No, it's a Fujitsu.
It's probably going to work.
That's all you need.
That's all I need. I can talk through this thing. I'm not scared. Boop. You know what would be extra special awesome? If you had a clicker. Do you? That's not me. I'm not NTT security. Let's look again.
That was the other presentation.
Yeah, I wish. I could, like, should we do slide deck roulette? I could do this. BHS.
Oh, I see.
Thank you. Let me get a high five.
It's got a place.
Seriously. Tristan. Okay. Yeah. Coming through. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously. Again, as mentioned, my name is Jordan Drysdale, work with Black Hills Information Security, hang out with a bunch of interns. Again, you should probably give Tristan a hard time. Really, really smart kid. He's been helping me out with the lab environment. And what we're going to do today is basically walk through a hack of our lab. Now, again, as I said, the lab is contrived, but it is contrived based on experiences we have had on pen tests. And a very standard methodology that I use when I approach a target organization, be it on an external pen test, be it on an internal pen test, be it on a pivot, be it on a red team. My playbook is very similar. So we're going to go through this kind of in a report-based methodology. We're going to start from the executive level. We're going to work down through strategic guidance, findings, and methodology, basically how we would approach your organization, break in, and then tell you about it, and hopefully help you make it better. So again, we do have a live lab environment online right now, and there's enough information in these slides if you can come up with a password to get in. So good luck. I'm not giving you much more than that, but again, there are some accounts that are live, and it is live fire. So as we go through reports when we deliver to a customer, they basically include 3 sections. Strategic guidance. This is for the people who sign the checks. Executives, they need levers to pull. So we try to deliver this in a non-technical way, in a way that's meaningful to people who don't really care about technical garbage and the things going on under their network, so to speak. Then a findings overview. This is often delivered to the points of contact, the people we work with directly on penetration testing, and the people who want to organize personnel to get things done, fixed, and solved, right? And then finally, the propeller heads, the methodology, the things we do, the commands we run, the things we broke, how we broke them. From an executive summary perspective in this one, strategic guidance for this environment, the password policy sucked, right? We were able to break passwords, we were able to crack passwords, we were able to guess passwords. So this is very standard, right? Again, I'm going to go find your users. If I've got a population of about 500, it is very standard that the season-year combinations, does that go blank? Is that me? Oh, thanks. Yeah, so the season-year combinations, right? What am I guessing right now? Spring 2019. Spring 2019 exclamation. Spring 19. Your password policy is 8 characters, and we have about 500 we will get in almost every time, right? And even if you implement 2-factor authentication on your portals, it is likely that we can tell based on the responses coming back from our guessing that we still have a valid set of credentials, even though we can't necessarily get in yet, we know we have creds. So we also want this organization to go create a better inventory management program. That is going to drive patching policies. When you have systems that are assigned to people and points of contact who are then responsible for things like making sure the system is patched, registering that system with a vendor. Someone becomes responsible for taking care of it. And this is all too often not the case. We find a bunch of Linux boxes lying around that haven't been booted in a year, that are running old kernels, that have vulnerabilities that allow us to get in, escalate, pivot, persist on a network, and move around. Strengthen your patching policies. This really, really matters, and people don't take it seriously enough. Almost every test still, when we find Windows 10 systems, we find MS-1710 and can just run a Metasploit module and get shell. I mean, it's amazing to me that these vulnerabilities are so apparent in the community, and they're not getting patched. So strengthen your patching policies. Executives, make these policies have teeth. You have to enforce them as you assign people responsibility for systems. When those systems aren't patched, there have to be consequences for inaction. Formulate and implement that updates program, again, as mentioned previously. And then review your policies and apply these to cloud services. Another problem, right? People move stuff into AWS, and their policies do not move from on-prem environment to cloud environment. So then we go test them in Amazon, and we find they've never run a vuln scan because Amazon makes it a pain to run vuln scans up until about a month ago. So again, high five, Amazon. You can now pen test your own AWS environment without asking permission from Amazon to pen test your own AWS environment. So anyways, strategic guidance. We want you to make your password minimum requirements longer because generally 8 characters isn't enough, 10 characters is better, 12 characters is getting harder to guess, but really we want your policy to be 15 minimum. BHIS password policies are 20, and I mean, for us, that's fine. It is what it is. We just want your passwords to be longer. Define controls around how passwords are stored and used on your network. This matters. We find them lying around too often. Now, another thing you're going to see coming up here, you have to define a policy that disallows the use of corporate emails in public space. Because when LinkedIn gets breached, when ESPN gets dumped, these passwords then are tied back to an organization and indicate patterns of usage. So then I can start off with, I was going to tell a story here real quick, but then I can start off with patterns of passwords based on users who have been breached on public sites with corporate emails. So this is bad, but it's also good for pen testers. So disallow use of corporate email on public-facing sites. Bad. So we break into an account, we find a KeyPass database, keys to the kingdom, PCI card holder environment, hosed. Game over. Good. Last test I was on, workstation administrator accounts are running on checkout. So the account is checked out by an IT administrator, 30 minutes, no good. Only access to the workstations for credential-based privilege escalation is these accounts, and they only persist 30 minutes. Very good. So what did we find in the environment? Weak password policy. We broke in. LLM&R and NBNS. Once we were in, we were able to escalate privilege. We were able to capture hashes. We were able to move around. We found SMB signing was disabled. This allowed us to run attacks like NTLM and SMB relay, right? So I don't even need credentials to get credentials really quickly. This is a 10-minute attack. If you have if you have LLM&R present and systems with signing disabled, it is practically game over without even trying. We also found the IT department had pushed local administrator to lots of systems. We were able to pull clear text credentials from LSA with crackmap exec, and then no restrictions on usage of command and PowerShell. I didn't even have to try to bypass whitelisting with things like MS Build, CSC. So again, the environment we found, familiar slide to everyone? Yeah, seen that before? So again, now we're moving down the report section to the place where technical managers are pushing things to people who can make changes. The minimum length is inappropriate at 8 characters for current best practices. This is just not long enough. 12 is not long enough. We will guess your passwords. We will crack your passwords. Clear text credentials and LSA. There's not much you can do about that once you've allowed me SMB relay and LLM&R on your network. This will get us to your systems quickly. We will dump credential hashes. we will then use those hashes to pivot through your network. We find passwords lying around on network shares all the time. This is bad. Don't do this. Again, this goes back to defining password policies in a way that is meaningful, right? And not allowing your IT administrators to deviate from that without consequence. So, blog, you're going to see some links throughout here. When I got into this environment, and the first thing I do in my playbook, look for LLM&R. I'm going to run Wireshark, I'm going to run TCP dump, or I'm just going to run responder in test mode. So when I find LLM&R, the next thing I look for is SMB signing. This is a vuln scan from our lab environment, and we found SMB signing on disabled on 36 systems, which this attack, again, it's gold. With no credentials, you will be at credentials in a matter of minutes. So it only works if these two things exist in combination. So, widespread local administrator. Once we run SMB relay, LLM&R, we get a local administrator hash. That hash allows us to pivot, dump LSA, and move around very quickly. You can go from 0 to hero and DA, again, in a matter of minutes. But implement laps. If you guys don't know what laps is, that is worth looking at for your network. It's a local admin password solution, I believe. Now, there are some problems with laps in that if you deploy laps on your network to manage your local administrator accounts, the schema modification, Active Directory is comprised of attributes. Those attributes define the schema. Unfortunately, the laps password is stored in that schema in clear text. So then you have to go to ADSI edit, and you have to restrict who can see that. And I hope we don't get one of those accounts for your sake. So, unrestricted access to native tools. This means when we got in, we found command shell, we found PowerShell. These were things we used to quickly escalate privilege. Now that I know I've got PowerShell in your environment, I can use things like Cobalt Strike to generate payloads, push them around, and no one seemed to notice because there was no apparent logging or alarming in the environment. John talked about this. He said, turn this on so that I can see you next time. If your app isn't on the list, it's not in the family. So, in review, we guessed your passwords using OA. We broke in through the VPN. This is the fault of your password policy. We found internal systems and moved laterally using those internal systems. This, again, is a fault of a weak password policy. It happened to be a Linux box I found and got into, and a lack of governance, right? You apply a password policy to your Windows systems. It's easy. It's a group policy setting. You change some things, and it rolls down. But when your administrators drop Linux boxes, how does someone validate governance and application of policies? They don't if you're not paying someone or running Nessus scans yourself to validate, test your own controls. So then, as we said, lack of alarms, all the access we needed to native tools, and weak protocols in use. So from that perspective, this was just delivered to your executive team. You have a lot of work to do. Now, starting from the propeller head perspective, what do? Find a series of tools that allow us to formulate this. ReconNG, fantastic reconnaissance tool. I believe it is in the process of being rebuilt, and so hat tip to Tim Tomes. Fantastic tool. Harvester and InSpy. InSpy is a tool you need to register an API key for, which is also, it goes and searches LinkedIn for email addresses and company association. DNS Dumpster gives you an awesome list of systems that have been seen, registered to company name servers, and will give you a nice list of things like OA, VPN portals, other interesting tidbits. DNS Ultra Tools, I use this to go look for company ASNs, which are autonomous system numbers. So BGP, are you advertising any networks on the internet? Those are things I want to know about. MX Toolbox, I can use this to check port status. I can use it to see if your mail is protected properly and how it flows. right? This is a fantastic resource. Metadata tools. I want to know how your usernames are formulated. So then metadata tools can allow me to find internal domains, how they may or may not formulate usernames, and credential harvesting. This, I think it's this coming up here in this next couple slides. It's just terrifying what's out there. So if I'm going to run recon, and I can start by harvesting credentials that have already been burned. So anyway, we move on. At this point, we should be totally profiled. We should know who you are, we should know who your employees are, and we can formulate a pretty solid attack path against your organization. We've found your login portals. We can start guessing at this point. So we target OWA. Organization happen to have an Outlook Web Access Portal, one of our favorite tools. Mail Sniper. So at this point, we take a swing and we guess a password. You may be able to guess that password too. You may not. It is guessable. But these are some standard tools we use. Mail Sniper, again, a PowerShell script designed to take and ingest a long list of users, guess a password for each one, and then tell you when you have successful account logins. This is fantastic. CredKing, this is an EC2 tool that runs out of AWS Lambda and essentially password sprays using EC2. Burp Intruder. Sometimes when you're attacking a portal, you want to run a post through Burp, send that to Intruder, and then formulate your user list there and password spray that way. I like this one personally for the reason that I can review responses. If I'm attacking a portal I believe is two-factor protected, Burp will tell me if I have valid credentials. Not whether I can break in, but based on response, whether I have hit an account that actually has the username and password I believe. And then Marcello's spraying toolkit. The previous speaker talked about, or two speakers prior talked about certifications. Marcello is a 23-year-old who has no certifications and didn't go to college, but is probably the smartest person I've ever encountered. It's terrifying working with people who write tools that can break the entire sphere of internet protection we believe we operate under. And anyway, so let's talk about have I been pwned? Why wouldn't we just go out here and take a quick look? Oh, this is right. 8 billion accounts at this point? This is okay. And we accept this now, that everyone gets breached all the time. It's okay, right? No, wrong. And you should register your domain so that you know as an administrator if new accounts are showing up and have I been pwned. This is a valuable piece of data for you. Sorry, DSU folks. We found 210 emails, passwords associated with the DSU organization already breached. So while this sucks, this is reality now. I'll just let that sink in for a minute. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't look if anyone I knew was in here. I'm sorry. But this is kind of where we start, right? I have now formulated your emails. I have an idea that your password policy here probably sucks, and you allow people to register corporate emails outside your environment. So, again, this is a good place for me to start as an attacker, as a hacker. This is available to the general public, which is bad. I mean, this is bad. And I'm sorry. So, how do we move laterally around the outside once we've validated that there are credentials? We found Maxine James, had a guessable password. We knew that there was an OA portal. We knew that there was a VPN portal, and we went and we logged her in. Once we log in Maxine, download her profile, and then check the tables for networks she might have access to. And we move on. And map. And we found in here a Linux box, and we could pivot using a bad password. Anybody doing CCDC? This might be a hint. I don't know if they use this password or not. It might be there. It might not. But on a Linux box, when you connect to OpenVPN, the networks you have access to are listed. This is good, right? I know this user has privilege on these two networks. So fantastic. We're in. We found a Linux box. We can move around. Now, we said LLM&R existed in the environment. This is running responder, which is, if you haven't run on your network, you should probably find out if you have LLM&R present, because it won't take very long for you to gain credentials for, who knows. In this case, I happen to have one of Tristan or whoever's crew he was on, logged into a box, messing with file shares, and boom, we get a hash. The hash goes to the cracker says, sorry, too much entropy in this one, because this is a long password, which is fine, and that's good. It's about 20 characters, 25 characters. Anyway, we have found the first of my seriously favorite vulnerabilities. Again, a standard playbook. I'm looking for this every single time I log into your network for the first time. If you have LLM&R, the next thing I look for is SMB signing. So it's 9 a.m. on Monday morning, and I have SMB message signing disabled. I have LLM&R. It's going to be about an hour until I hopefully have a foothold in your systems. If I don't, I am failing, because these two vulnerabilities are critical. Critical. SMB signing is listed as medium by Nessus. Not good enough, probably, from my perspective. And LLM&R is not necessarily tested for, because it's difficult for Nessus to say LLM&R exists. But let's relay. On the right, we have responder. On the left, we have NTLM relay X. 2 commands. This is it. And then we have a system, and we have hashes. It's 2 or 3 clicks, and theoretically game over. So now, foothold. Now, so far, all we have is hashes. What do we do with hashes? Pass the hash. 20 years and running now, I think. 4 or 5 different ways we can use this tool. I mean, there's probably 50 ways we can use this, but here's the 4 that I tried in this environment. This is not the valid hash, so don't, if you're trying to break in, this is not the valid hash. Anyway, crack map exec has become my favorite tool on an internal environment for a number of reasons, and mostly because of these things. I can run crack map exec really quick to see with a hash if the hash I have is a local administrator who is logged onto that box, the share is present on the network. I can run this against an entire subnet at one time. And my favorite, why wouldn't we run Mimikatz? This is a noisy implementation of Mimikatz, where you'll see in the last couple slides I have, it's quieter when you do it with Cobalt Strike. So, in theory, now, we're trying to make the world a better place, right? We want to catch attackers. Here's some event IDs that came out of the Deep Blue CLI and some things we saw in our network. On the DC, kind of toward the end, I found this one, 7045, and a service doing some weird things. You should probably look for this one. This was bad. This was domain password spray. So this is me implementing or importing a module called domain password spray, again, another tool written by Bo. And what it does is essentially use the computer account you're sitting on to ask a domain controller to validate a credential. And when you see this in your logs, you should probably think, this is bad. I mean, this is very bad. And then eventually we get a valid credential and have new account move again laterally with new credentials. So, taking care of the easy ones. LLM&R, everybody, please take this seriously. If you are operating or running a network, you have got to disable this feature. The AS400, I think, is the last box standing that's 10 to 15 years old that actually requires NBNS and LLM&R. So if your DNS infrastructure isn't resilient enough to stand up to current systems and practices, please just turn this off and then figure out what breaks. You'd be better off, honestly. SMB message signing. Again, this combination of vulnerabilities is game over. Password policy. Again, I'm going to continue iterating through this because almost every test we're on now, we still run into the situation where either the password policy has been updated and not all accounts have been updated, or we can find passwords lying around, or credentials are guessable, or the hashes we capture are crackable. Password policy has not been updated from an industry-wide perspective for a long time now, and it really ought to be. For those of you who administer networks, another very interesting vulnerability. This is listed as informational by Nessus, the smart install client service. I think they have escalated recently. But if you're operating a network and you have Cisco gear, you ought to go scan your network for this port, TCP 4786. If this port is open and available on your network, I will take your Cisco configuration files, steal if you properly implemented Cisco Type 7, Cisco Type 5. If you have not properly encrypted those, I guess it's service password encryption. So if you have not set those credentials properly in that box, I have plain text Cisco creds. You don't want people on your Cisco gear. TCP 4786, another critical vulnerability that you should be looking on your networks for. Outlook Web Access, don't do this anymore. Put that behind a VPN. I mean, we are well past the days where it is safe to expose things like this to the internet. Single-factor authentication services. Again, I can still prove I can capture credentials on your network, even if you're multi-factor. So definitely don't do this, and don't do this. Check your network for this. Enforce this. So, is that it? We're gonna do one more thing here. In this environment, our users like to click on links, which is awesome. Microsoft HTAs. This is very cool. So we phish one of the users. Once we captured, with Mail Sniper, a user account, we then run another command with Mail Sniper. Run back real quick here. Just make sure you saw that. This one right here. Get people's and run global address list request. So I gathered a set of credentials, and then I downloaded the gal. So now I have all of the user accounts in your environment gathered in a neat list. So as we said, now we can phish people we want to target. Here's your Microsoft signed application. Here's an update to your workplace harassment policy. Go ahead and run this, sign that, and we have shells. So, Cobalt Strike. Just went through a course with Mike from 40 North Security. If you're Twitter people, go ahead and look them up. Chris Trunser is doing some amazing things. This training is legit. So, I don't know for those of you who can and do plan on moving into the security industry are already there. 40 North Security and his intrusion operations training. Both of these two things right here, using HTAs to phish people, a template into Cobalt Strike. This material is super solid. Again, I just want to give a shout out to Chris Trunser for putting together some amazing materials. And what do we do with Cobalt Strike? Go for the gold. We have Stephen McKinney. As soon as we got our beacon back from his system, we spawn a second beacon, and we run Mimikatz. And now we're getting to plain text credentials. This account right here happened to be the one I wanted. Pivot to the DC, dump hash. Go crack hashes, give you a report about how bad your passwords are. Questions, concerns, fears? Again, I'm sorry, Dr. Cronin, if you're still here for some of that. Questions, anything? In case your first one gets burned, generally, right? And in theory on that, we would run even a third where you link SMB, right? So I want a backdoor pipe, essentially, on a system. I'm this far. I get one shell, spawn a second of the same, mark this one, don't mess with, leave it alone, essentially. Create an SMB pipe on that system, and then link that in emergency situations, theoretically. If these die, then you still have your SMB beacon. questions? Anything else? Thank you. You do? You too, Mike. Pleasure, man. Oh, for sure.
Come on, where are we? Fine. All right. So we're all good. And we're about the time. All right, so we're about 12 minutes behind schedule, so hopefully I'll try to make up some time. I'm going to be talking about the 1995 cyber profile, or broken models that are not just for SSL anymore. Oops, sorry. The main point of my talk is the examination of the trust relationships between social media companies and the internet companies as a whole. How by compromising a few key locations, you can create untraceable or anonymous profiles. And not to let out the winds of the sails, it's not about cryptocurrency because of the fact that, as Dr. White pointed out, I think that's the gentleman's name, it is traceable. Those are open ledgers. This is, comes down to actually where you can use cache and cache derivatives. So you can still create complete infrastructures and profiles. I will provide some tips to fill in because once you see how simple and trivial it is to do, I had to fill something in, so I give you a few of my tricks and trades on how to use this stuff. We're going to focus on areas that people don't look at. Metadata, the metadata of your profiles, your campaigns, the signatures of your C2s. This is all very important. Major vendors track not only threat actors, but they track major pen test companies because we have signatures and metadata. Let's see. Essentially everything in this talk has been validated. I do this time and time again on certain engagements. A lot of the times, 99% of this will not need to be used. It's just not a concern. You don't need to go this deep to remain anonymous. I work for Aon now, so I need to say this. The things in this can be used for malicious intents, but however, this is how I first got involved with trying to create anonymous or untraceable profiles. I had a family friend. She was going through a divorce with a gentleman who worked for a government agency that had powers to spy on people. They were concerned about her house being bugged. So I got involved in knowing about burner phones because of this action. See, we get asked not only to break into friends' girlfriends' email accounts to find out what's going on, but you can actually be a nice guy about these things too. And the title of the talk comes from essentially 1995 was the first Sims I had to buy. All right, this is Aon. Okay, nothing was harmed. This is not compromising any companies. It's just using the system as it is. And in our jobs, the students here, as you go out, most of the pen test companies, most of the penetration testing is just knowing the system and how to abuse the system. Okay, you'll see that again. Who am I? Pat Matthews, been in IT since mostly '89. Roles, programmer, system admin, network admin, blah, blah, blah. I hold a bunch of certificates that just mean I can study for a test. That's kind of important though, trying to get your first job. I've been lucky enough to actually work for companies that give you a do as opposed to what have you done. Kind of a jack of all trades, but I enjoy physical break-ins. The whole act of actually breaking into a company, putting something on their the network, and not having it be seen for many days, months, years, is actually cool. Sorry, the hotel put me in a smoking room, and I don't smoke, so I'm a little... But really, those are my contact details. I want to be a farmer. Here, doesn't sound a little strange. Actually, you understand how hard it is to make a living being a farmer. I found more and more that as I learned about technology, raising my own food became a necessity. All right, so let's go. All right, so we're going to start with the basics. We all have different points of knowledge and understanding. So what can be done with an untraceable profile? Currently, right now, penetration companies already use untraceable accounts for onus. They need to remove the correlation between themselves and the targets. There are log files. There's other metadata that's always put out there that needs to be removed, or you can blow the engagement before it even begins. And as I said, normally we do not need to worry about these secondary associations or metadata. Because as a whole, we don't need to avoid law enforcement in our engagements. But what if the engagement is actually against law enforcement? What if it is against the military? What if our purpose is actually to create a profile where a person that's been abused still can communicate with their family but not get tracked? So these are some of the ways I answered these questions. Also, if you're looking at this information, students, get a mentor. Some of these things are kind of grayish areas in certain companies and opinions. If you're going to look at doing this stuff, hunting down criminal organizations or dark web hunting, you want to start out with a mentor. You just don't want to go in blindly. So, and as I said, certain engagements, remaining untrustable is a luxury, not a necessity. All right, I talk about metadata quite a bit. We have all heard about the NSA just tracking cell phone numbers or numbers, who called who. We all hear about different pieces of, essentially, anyone who's actually been a pen testing company, the last gentleman pointed out, they do the reconnaissance. Metadata is just information about the company. I've used it personally to gain usernames, internal host names, domain names, just essentially to start the compromise. It's very important and is often overlooked, especially in red teamers and blue teamers when they're hunting down the threats, to forget about their metadata. What signatures are they putting out that somebody can trace? The threat hunters actually have models. One such is the diamond model. So if you are looking at going into the field of red, you need to be aware that people are tracking this information on you. I've already talked about the apps, knowing that. So let's go. All right, the current state of advanced engagements. I'm going to avoid the word red team. Things we do is domain fronting. Digital Ninja just came out with a whole talk, series of blog posts on HTTP piping. It's all good stuff. Appears to be going away. However, Zer and a few overseas companies are still allowing us to do domain fronting. To be honest, most of the times when you're researching advanced threat actors, they're not domain fronting. They've gone ahead and done other things like compromise third-party companies. And we'll discuss that in a minute. We purchase expired domains to give us respectability with domain privacy. Well, domain privacy, all that does is actually puts a one step removing of your identity with the company. A company that has been a victim of cybercrime can contact the name server and get your information, or they'll contact you. Again, most engagements, you don't have to worry about it. A little more advanced engagements, you want to put a separation between yourselves and the name companies. I've also seen services like Who'sology, where the third-party company uses the same hash for the client account. So you can go out there, click on the admin contact, and pull up all their domains. What has that just done for all your campaigns? It's, again, metadata just to be aware of. And as I said, domain privacy is just a short-term tactic just to delay certain things. We have dynamic DNS services, essentially things like duck DNS, no IP, where we're redirecting data back to ourselves through the third-party dynamic DNS service. It still has the metadata linked account data, Gmail, whatever, email addresses, etc. We use third-party micro-tiers, AWS, Azure, to proxy traffic through VPSs. Again, metadata, you got your emails, you got your credit cards. All good stuff that works for 99% of the engagements. So I'm going to talk about the last two, about creating untraceable identities and untraceable companies, if you need to get to that point. Sorry. All right. One of the reasons why is I've not heard too many talks that actually explain out the process of how you would do this. Let's see. Also, certain actions with red teamers, certain companies, what they'll do is send you malicious payloads in, redirect in, IR responds, and they redirect that traffic out to a valid company. Well, is that ethical? Could be, in your opinion. But what does it do with the reputation of that third-party company that has nothing to do with you? It's just something to think about. Certain engagements, you can build long-term cyber companies that help out future engagements, such as financial recruiting companies, exterminators. Those type of companies seem to become in handy time and time again. You can also use these type of companies, fake companies, untraceable companies, in geographical regions. You can set up them to have certain software. What would it do to your blue team adversaries if you're putting out 3 systems that have a known vulnerability in their software? Or 3 systems that are all using, say, Drupal, WordPress, that doesn't have a vulnerability, but you're using them to look like there's a vulnerability, an O-day, again, to cover up. Using burner phones and email accounts can also help you see if there's an IR incident. If you do have domain privacy going on, which you should have, the name service provider should be contacting you. It's one way of, again, seeing if your activity has been monitored. All right, let's look at this. All right. So what is the requirements for a cyber identity? You got Gmail, you got Facebook, Office 365, PayPal, Twitter, LinkedIn. All of these can be used and purchased and gained anonymously. And we'll look at that in a second. For human intelligence, reconnaissance, you got the Facebook, the LinkedIn, Twitter. For attackers, you buy business services, Outlook 365, Gmail, G Suite, Dropbox, to give your campaigns respectability. We can use VPSs to launch or proxy through our engagements with. And they have been getting better, and we're going to look at a few protection bypasses that they have implemented. PayPal is brilliant, again, because I do work with a local homeless shelter and has a women's shelter associated with it. I volunteer my time this way. So I look at certain things. PayPal is a brilliant way if you're in a situation, law enforcement, where you are having to help families that happen to be in a situation. PayPal allows you to create anonymous accounts where they can be funded from multiple sources. You may not need to be going that far, but on the other flip side, as an attacker, you can actually utilize that by feeding in multiple funds into this PayPal account as one of the ways to fund your infrastructure. All right, current trust model of internet services. Essentially, email addresses or receive a text. That's it. If you have an anonymous, untraceable email address, you can open up other services. If you can receive a text message, you're golden. As I told you, look, that's going to deflate you, right? So as long as you can figure out those two to get anonymous, you're good to go. All right. Of course, what you want to pay attention to is your metadata when you're creating these accounts. You can cross-reference the email addresses against multiple services to the right provider if that gives them enough information to figure out something about you. There's also a few more that we're going to get into as a warning when you try to create these accounts. All right, first steps. All right, Tor. Everyone thinks the Tor is the golden answer. I've spoken with some really smart individuals that have proven to me that Tor is broken and actually is traceable. Also, social media companies tend to be untrusting when your IP address comes from Tor. So you really want to avoid just using Tor by itself. But however, we know we can't trust VPN services either because of things. So two companies that I actually use that allow you to be able to purchase their services untraceable, and we'll see how in a minute. Private internet access, very good. They use gift cards and debit cards when you sign up an account with an email. So you just need an email address and gift cards, prepaid debit cards. Mova, you sign up, you get your account ID, you take cash, you put it in the envelope, you mail it to them. That's it. As a blue teamer, as a threat hunter, you definitely should be using them. Ways of wrapping your traffic around that I find works very well. VPN, Tor to VPN. VPN, VPS, VPN. Because as I said, you can't really trust VPN providers say they don't have logs. And again, this is for those 1% engagements where the adversary has enough resources to track you. All right, there are others, but these ones I do know and they work. As attackers, you need a VPN service at a minimum when you're doing reconnaissance against your targets. It's just 101. Blue teamers, defenders, you need VPN services to hide your infrastructure. And based off the number of logs I get with AWS and VPS services, when I have an engagement go south, I do know IR. This is common knowledge. All right, let's go. Okay, so the first requirement is the untraceable accounts, is the email. So having email addresses from the big vendors, regional providers around the world help reconnaissance and enumeration of enumerating geographical actors. Currently, several major vendors require mobile numbers when signing up for the accounts, such as Yannick, Yahoo, Gmail, Office 365, but that's an asterisk. We're going to remember that asterisk. It's important in a few slides. But however, there are still regional vendors that you can find that don't require anything to sign up for an email address. They're a little less trusted, but for quick turnaround burn accounts, they work. Again, none of these companies are doing anything wrong. All right. Obviously, remember, you want to go through the VPN to have this done. Certain companies may make it look like you can have service, but you need a thing. When you're creating certain accounts like Gmail and Microsoft, PayPal, when you're utilizing the mobile phone, the burner phone, you need to keep it around for the life of the engagement because of the fact that as soon as they detect a new device, they're going to want you to get text to code. Google, you can use a secondary burner email address to bypass that, but it's still something to be aware of when you're planning out your engagements. All right, so obviously the solution is burner phones. I prefer smartphones, essentially T-Mobile, TracFone, Straight Talk, AT&T. These are major vendors that give you a mobile phone that looks legitimate on their network. It hides your presence from the adversary you're going for. There are other VoIP SIP providers that you can look at. And currently, I don't know of any protections on PBXs like the major internet companies have on detecting a Tor endpoint. But they may get better. I just prefer to, as I said, to use a physical device, not an app. I prefer smartphones because of the fact that you can get 2 or 3 uses out of them by changing out the SIM cards. The device ID will give you metadata, but as long as you're not recycling it with an individual provider, it's a known risk. Burner phones can be expensive, keeping them up around. So you need to plan out your engagements if you're going to go this route. Cards can expire. So just like the prepaid debit cards, the boost cards can expire. So when you buy them, put them onto the account and move on. Having 2 burner phones laying around for your engagements, it's just the cost of business to me. My wife doesn't understand it, but that's something else. Android mobile devices or Apple tablets, tablet phones, they're great because of the fact that you gain a Gmail account or an Apple account just by having the device. You wipe out the device, you can create a new one. If you're wondering where you can get the track phones, the smartphones, major retailers, anything you can go and pay cash for, you'll see, I've been told not to mention names, so I won't. But essentially, if you pay cash in a major retailer that you will have in this area, you'll see them. And that's essentially all you need to do to get the burner phone. The service for the burner phones, it's just the number and the PIN. That's it. There's no other identification needed for a burner phone. And as I said, on a side note, if you are in the situation of helping individuals that have been in a situation of abuse, it is a great way that the person in protection can still remain in contact with the family. They get the burner phone, the family can recharge the card, the phone, because all they need to do is know the number and the PIN to put money back on the account. As I said, I personally I keep 2 long-term burner phones for my long-term anonymous accounts. All right. Oops, sorry about that. There we go. There is VoIP services that we'll talk about in a minute. And the beautiful thing about burner phones is, as I said, cash is king. And I got asked by a millennial who this was. All right. Google it. All right, no. So, but essentially, the first step in this is actually going ahead and buying these burner phones with cash at the store. All right. Gave you the asterisk a couple slides ago, 2 slides ago. The other way is if you're logged into Gmail. If you're logged into Google accounts, it just seems that they don't ask for any additional information. You can create an unlimited number of Gmail accounts, Facebook accounts. They just trust it. That's the warning. If you're trying to create an anonymous profile, I personally use a dirty laptop for this purpose. That way, I know there is no residue information on it that they can go back and look for it. And again, you don't need to go to these extents normally. So I, as I said, don't trust that Google isn't, even though I'm logged out, etc. So Google is actually one of those points that make the circle of trust on the internet. Moving on. So in summary, if you're looking to create the accounts with social media, for LinkedIn, you need a mobile number and an email address. Gmail, again, mobile number, email address, or logged into another Gmail account. Twitter, email account. Facebook, PayPal, an email address and a mobile number. PayPal seems to always want a text though. So that's why I keep a long-term burner phone that's associated with the account. Short-term, you need to plan out that your burner phone is going to last the engagement if you're using fake PayPal accounts. And using PayPal is actually a very good resource in this process. Facebook. Sorry. All right. Facebook for some reason, has been making very good security measures to weed out fake accounts. I honestly don't know why, but they actually made some really good strides over the last couple of years. Regional and smaller providers seem to gain extra attention from Facebook when you're trying to create those accounts, requiring identification to be sent or pictures to be sent. However, Facebook trusts a valid domain name. So as you're creating these fake fictitious companies and you're creating these domains for spear phishing and you get an email address, go ahead and drop it into Facebook. They won't require a mobile number at that point. Obviously, using the smart devices, having a mobile app bypasses it all too. And obviously signed into Gmail. Beautiful thing about Facebook, when the domain, I have yet, after several years, to be prompted for a text message, as long as I remember the password on the Facebook accounts, with a valid domain, as long as the domain is still valid. All right, let's see what else I have to say about this. Oh yeah, so as you acquire burner phones or domains, you can create the Facebook accounts. It's just one way, just to have them in your pocket. All right, okay, filling out social media profiles. So we've gone ahead and we've created a bunch of fake accounts because we paid cash, got our burner phone. Now we want to fill it out. This is a rabbit hole. This is, every time you see the little rabbits there, this is where you use your own professional judgment and ethics on the matter because of the fact that, well, you'll see. Google Dorks are beautiful. You need to fill in your social media profile, you need pictures. Well, that little index, CEMI, will pull up hundreds of pictures that people have not secured. Is that ethical? That's your own question to answer. Let's see. If you do go to the root of Facebook and Facebook is requiring a picture, avoid using Google image searches or LinkedIn pictures. Go ahead and do a search like this. Get an image that looks like a selfie, somebody's face, and then just name the picture with your fake name. With Facebook, oops, yeah. There we go, sorry. All right. I was jumping ahead. So filling out social media profiles, some lessons learned using the smartphones, as I said. For short-term burner accounts, student university. Claiming to be a student from a university of your target corporation works brilliantly. It also justifies why you do not have a huge social presence. You're just starting out. Profile picture, pretty average. You can read about different studies around on it. I personally use something I use an average picture for most things. If it is a target of a C level of an individual of a certain age, I will use a pretty picture because of the fact that 3 or 4 emails in and a flirt and you get everything you want. I find recommending, if you go ahead on your long-term engagement, your long-term profile for reconnaissance, recommend every single time you get somebody that gives you a friend request or you request a friend, a link, just recommend them. Doesn't matter, just write something generic. It helps fill out your profile. LinkedIn does not validate that you work for the target. If you say you work for IBM, they accept it. If you work for University of South Dakota, they do not validate that. So go ahead, just create a profile and claim that you work there. Again, you just came out of university. It justifies why you don't have a huge social media presence. Facebook, clubs, organizations of individuals. Find out what clubs they're involved in, where their kids go to school. Claim to be the person that their kids in the picture in the local paper. Again, that's a little bit of a rabbit hole. I get called out on that a few times. I find it's very effective when I have a LinkedIn corporate profile of the target, gone ahead and did it, spoofed the domain name to get responses back. All right, I won't say, all right. Other lessons learned, people are less protective of their Twitter accounts, but you can still gain a lot of information about them, especially their political leanings, their local high schools, sports clubs that they're into, and Twitter is one of those less trusted social media accounts. All right. Reposting of the target's posts when you do gain their trust. Being logged into Gmail, Google, and LinkedIn, I said before, it's a warning. But when you have a burner account, you're logged into these, and you start doing your searches, it's like magic. The amount of reconnaissance you can come back of that target. All right. Once you have these burner accounts, you start to be able to exploit that circle of untrust. Because these third-party sites, be it PayPal, be it a newspaper, they trust that Google has validated you. Well, obviously, we've seen that they haven't. They validated that you have a cell phone number that you paid cash for. So these are beautiful services. If you are in pen testing and you have a black box engagement against the web application that has an SSO, just use some of your burnt accounts. It's a perfect way to get into it. Yeah. Okay, we've talked about profiles. Let's look at creating ourselves some untraceable companies. You know, what are the requirements? We need a domain name service. We need some VPS. We need some infrastructure. We need some email service. Well, will Johnny help us in this one? Well, kind of. For creating untraceable companies, prepaid gift cards or prepaid debit cards still work beautifully. It's just the system. The ones you need to avoid are the ones that say reloadable debit cards. Those ones are required to check your identification. They'll say on it ID check or validate IDs, etc. Avoid those because you'll have to provide your SS number because of the Intelligence Reform and Terrorist Prevention Act of 2004. It used to be a lot more fun before 9/11. But prepaid gift cards work beautifully, and we're going to see some of the things, how we go ahead and utilize them. Again, you're using cash to pay for these cards. Things I've learned, when you're paying for these and signing up for your internet services, you need to plan out your addresses. If your target is in Arizona, New York City, make sure that you have gone ahead and researched a valid address. I prefer multi-organizational buildings because your address needs to match across your accounts. And we'll explain that in a moment. They're burner phone numbers. Your phone numbers should actually match the area code of the business you're claiming to be in. It's just small things. When you use your gift cards, if it says gift card recipient on the front of it, that's what you type in when you're buying the service. Some of them will accept your pseudonym, your Fred Smith, but most of them will not blink at using the gift card recipient, what's on that card. Card values. When you're first looking at a card to see if it is valid, the minimum is $25. That's ideal to see if it will actually work. Most VPN services and other services, they will allow you to prepay up, hold a bucket of $20. So having a $25 is not a huge loss in this process. But I find when you're planning out your engagements, having cards of $60 or $100 on hand is the perfect amount for most of my engagements. You do not want to just pre-buy like it's the beginning of the year and you have money, or end of the year and you have budgetary money. These cards have a tendency to expire if they will charge a monthly fee to the first purchase. So you don't want to pre-buy them. Another thing is you need to have more than what the service is going to cost because credit card companies charge that dollar or that penny to see if it's a valid card. So I always bump up about $5, $10 if I know the service. And as you create these untraceable companies, you'll know essentially what card values you need to buy. I always, like I said, bump up about $5 more. If it's lost, it's not a huge loss out of my pocket. And as it comes back, I can always throw it into one of my VPSs that have a pre-charge hold. Let's see. I also find when you buy 1 year at a time, even if the engagement's only 2 months, 6 months, if you buy a full year's service, it's a lot easier. And again, out of your own pocket, it gets expensive for business. It's just part of the engagement. Factor it in. There is, to be honest, no easy fix for this. Vendors can actually filter out on the gift card recipient name and not accept anything that says that. But the payment processors can't block these transactions. It blows that whole gift card market out of the water. So the vendors would have to look at this. All right, let's see. Cool. Other lessons learned. When you're looking at VPS services, and that's a virtual, what does that actually stand? Blanking it now. Virtual private server. Thank you. Sorry about that. When you're looking at it, when you're using gift cards, US-based providers, and Google, you can actually look up Google prepaid Visa, MasterCard, debit cards. There's lots of them that will accept this. But one of the best ways I found, if you don't want to deal with it, is PayPal. Create the anonymous account with PayPal. You have your long-term burner phone, because you can transfer funds in from multiple sources into that PayPal account to use against the services. There is some metadata with that, but again, 99% of the operations, you don't have to worry about the metadata on these. It also, again, PayPal utilizing it for the situations where you need help out. Okay, VPS services, Namecheap, they're one of the best I've seen. I use several of them. Great all-around service. Again, they're doing nothing wrong. They accept the certain gift cards without a hiccup. They provide DNS, VPN, hosting, email, and SSL. That asterisk is because of the fact that they don't work, it doesn't work very easily out of the box with Let's Encrypt. But there are lots of other providers if you're getting into this. Essentially, when you're looking, one of the clues is if the business requires you to hold a balance for service, that's a pretty good clue that you can actually use them with a prepaid gift card. Let's see, for attackers having cyber companies in different geographical areas, it allows for some interesting plays. Yeah. All right. What else can you do? How about buying business services? FredFishmonger.com is just the company I created to make sure that everything I'm telling you guys still is valid. Office 365, same thing. They accept prepaid gift cards. As attackers, we're always looking for reputation to be added to our attacks, our emails, our campaigns. Well, what's better than, G Suite or Office 365? For Gmail, it can actually set up a domain name and a site for you. So it's a kind of a one shop. So if you don't need the whole infrastructure, Gmail is pretty good. Only requires, as I said, the debit card. If you're taking from another VPS service, you need to be able to modify your DNS record to get a Gmail service onto it. And it's about $10 an account, so plan ahead accordingly. Office 365, it accepts PayPal. That's why I was saying having PayPal gives you a little more flexibility. It does require a telephone number, but it can also set up the domain name. So at this point, we've gone ahead and we've created anonymous accounts using burner phones paid for by cash. We've gone ahead and we created some domain names, gotten some business services, all again, based off of cash, debit cards, or PayPal. What else can we do? How about VoIP services? What does this do as an attacker to be able to pay with a debit card or PayPal? VoIP services that allow you to do a spoof of a telephone number. What if your objective is to redirect your client billing? What does it look like to the client if the telephone number is coming in from that as that company. Besides the phishing campaigns against the companies when the telephone numbers are coming through. This is the most virtual I go with my campaigns. With the stuff, again, I try to avoid the burner mobile apps and those type of things. They work perfectly fine for most engagements for the 99% of the market out there, mobile phone burner. But for the higher end companies, and again, you notice that it's a company that holds a balance of $20. So these companies, if they get burnt, they just take your money. You're good, so what is it really? All right, that's my personal, I shouldn't have said that. All right, let's see, what about physical addresses, okay? We've all done this in virtual, but what about a physical? What would that fake company look like if you could get a Google map? Actually, Google does a really great job. Google mails you a card to the address that you said your business is at. So that completely blows it out of the water. So that's just too far down a rabbit hole to actually get a physical address that way, nor is it needed. Sometimes you can get FedEx and UPS stores to not take your identification. Post office boxes, never. If you go to the US Post Office, they will require ID. They will not accept it any other way. But as I said, the FedEx store, UPS stores sometimes do. But before you go down this route, understand that a PO box or those type of services will not help you. It won't help you get a code signing cert. It will not help you get it done. It won't help you get a business tax ID. So really the risk to a business that you just bought that service from is too great, in my opinion, as an ethical person. So I skipped that. I just talked about the code signing certs. You need a physical address and a business in Dunn Street. So that's pretty much out. As a side note, you can, as an individual, get a code signing cert. You just need to notarize certain forms. And then you are testing certain companies. Having a code signing cert for your payloads, your macros, et cetera, is a necessity. All right, that's out of the scope. But what about an Apple developer? Well, what are the requirements for this? You need an Apple ID. You need a Mac computer. You need two-factor authentication on a mobile phone. The same address as the fake domain and the email have to match. And I find that when you use Gmail or Office 365 as your email provider, you can go ahead and get Apple developer code certs. Before you think to yourself, okay, well, I can upload malicious code to Apple Store. Apple does vet their code very, very carefully to avoid this situation. So that is not where this comes handy in. But if you have a phishing campaign, it does allow you to install signed apps to your Apple targets for $107 for the year. That's, and Apple can fix this. Again, this is all done virtually by having cache burner phones. Apple can fix this by validating your mailing address, by doing what Google does, mail your card, and this will stop this attack vector or thing. And essentially, that is my presentation on how to create anonymous accounts. I think I did make up some time. Good. And that's the disclaimer. It's all blah, blah, blah. So, does anyone have, in the few minutes we have left, any questions? Yes, sir. What I do for my campaigns, I usually take the targets, what they're interested in. So if it is a nature. If it's politics, TV shows, etc. So I repost and take images and do that type of stuff. So I'm actually focusing on those targets, what they're interested in, to try to gain that trust relationship. Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing. Sorry. Just haven't ever got around to them. So, I mean, there's, as I said, there's hundreds of different providers around the world, both regionally and not regionally. I focus on the big ones because of the trust it gives me in my engagements. We've all read, or you'll find out that using Office helps gain trust with other Office clients, 365 clients. Gmail, the same thing. So you can, that's why I focus on the big ones, because that's where the main targets are. They also have reputational trust with a lot of the protections that are out there. Because again, they vetted the accounts. Okay, well, I'll be around. If anybody else has any other questions, oh, sorry, I keep doing that. It's almost 2 o'clock, so I want to let the next individual get up to give their talk. Thank you.
Test, test. Okay, I think we can get started here. All right, so this is my first con talk, so you have to forgive me if I'm stumbling through stuff. I'm going to talk to you today about bug bounties, getting started, and keeping at it. I assume most of you know what bug bounties are. If you don't know, it's just programs that companies can set up so you can report vulnerabilities to them that you found. All right, so who am I? I need to put my name up there. I'm Jesse Clark, normally known as Hogarth45 on HackerOne. I got the name from watching Iron Giant when I was 9, and I went and set up my Neopets account with that name, and that has followed me all the way. So if you look at the website, you probably saw that one of these talks had a much shorter description than the others. Because I submitted this talk idea at 2 a.m. sleeping at my in-laws on my phone, and it got accepted, so here I am. So this is a little bit what we'll be covering. I don't think this is even in the correct order, but just a heads up. So I got started in security with robotics. I went to Minot State in North Dakota. They had a stellar robotics program there. I moved to Fargo to get away from the oil boom because my rent went up to $1,500 a month. Yeah. I made a Reddit post asking if there was any robotics groups in Fargo, and there was a group meeting on Wednesday nights, and I went there for a couple weeks and met Tim and Jen Jensen, and they told me that this is stupid, we're going to do security. I said, okay. So I went there for about a year and a half, and they taught me a lot of tools, a lot of things on Kali, a lot of Kismet, ARP spoofing, Nessus, a lot of stuff. A lot of it was just throwing Jello in the fan because it was really over my head. Until one day, Tim showed me something that I could do. It was reflective XSS. Now, this was well within my skill set. So I spent a lot of time just getting XSS. So that was what I worked on. And I did that for about a year, and then I did it for about another half year. And I was so centered on this that I would get these awesome pop-up boxes. And there'd be this other error. I don't know what it was. It was weird. So that was a learning experience. So when I was first learning, I was so centered on what I started out with. I started with XSS, and I was not looking to expand my knowledge base at all. And because of that, I missed out on some SQLI injections. In the bounty world, the difference between finding an XSS is maybe $200 to $500, and then with an SQLI is $1,000 to $5,000. Yeah, you can guess what they paid me for. Another interesting story, when I was a little more thick-headed, was an application where you could put a URL in to load an image to a page. Now, I filled it full of XSS payloads, and none of them worked, so I was bummed out. But I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I could load a file from the local server? So I loaded the Apache Feather, and I was able to get it. And I thought, hey, that's pretty neat. And then I found the local IP range being used in the JavaScript files. So I ran through that, and I was able to find all the servers that had these little Apache Feathers. And I thought, wow, that's really cool. And then I totally didn't think anything of it. Didn't report it, didn't do anything. I just moved on. And 6 months later, when I learned what an SSRF was, I was really kicking myself. So while I was still working on these XSS, I came down to DakotaCon in 2016, and I saw Dave Kennedy speak here, and he gave the talk on how you can make or break it in the infosec industry. And he shared an anecdote about a particular vulnerability that he really struggled to understand. He spent 3 weeks on it, and it really resonated with me because I would always look at something and I don't understand what this is, and I don't care. Reflective XSS is really easy, so I'm just going to keep doing that. But after seeing his talk, it inspired me to, learn more, expand my skill set. So I thought of a goal on the way home that I would try and become Adobe's top hacker for that year. And I was able to do it in 2016, but I just did it with XSS. So it was kind of disappointing, but I was able to reach my goal. So with a promise to myself of wanting to learn different and new bugs, I learned about these SMTP protections not being used. When a server is set up, a mail server is set up to do a soft fail instead of a hard fail, you can still send an email an email spoofed from this domain. And I came across this ticket on HackerOne, and I saw that this guy got $500. And I'm like, wow, I can do this. This is also within my skill set. But it turns out nobody cares about SMTP. So that was another learning experience with that. But then I found out about this book here. And this has probably been one of the best return on investments I've ever had in my life. I even bought a used copy that had a broken spine for $10. And I worked through this book for about 6 or 7 months, taking notes as I was going through it so I could reference it as going through. And as I started finding some new bugs, some cool bugs, I learned how to run WordPress scan, and I learned how to look for sensitive files. I was able to find the sensitive file on a WordPress site that had a config set up for a database where it leaked all the credentials. I was like, oh, it's pretty neat, And then learned about path traversal. I was able to find some Etsy password files. But these were all in Freak, non-paying programs, so there wasn't a lot of competition to find these bugs, but it still meant a lot to me because it was a sign to me that I was at least learning something. But then Hack the Pentagon started, and I was able to get into this because I'm a US citizen, and most of the people on HackerOne are from India. So I was able to take advantage of this situation and was able to take part of their invite-only program. And I think I ended up with about $3,000 from that, and I thought that was like, wow, this is really something. This was the first time that I was able to get some actual money from doing bounties. I was like, this is really cool. And then subsequently, the DoD opened up the entire .mil scope. And there was a lot of learning here. There was a lot of remedial things that I should have known, but I didn't. One of the examples, while I was working through this and learning things was I was learning about cores and I was learning about clickjacking. And I read about them in the same day, and of course I crossed them in my head. And there's an API JSON response that you could load in an iframe. And I thought, well, this is obviously an error. I can load this in an iframe. So I reported it to another company. And they told me, this is great, here's $150, thank you. And I reported it to another company. And they say, have you ever heard of Salem Origin Access? I go, no. And they're like, this isn't a valid bug. So that was another learning experience. But the main thing that kept me going for the first year and a half, was the swag, was the huge amount of t-shirts and the challenge coins that I was able to acquire. Not to mention the stickers. If you thought that your sticker collection peaked when you were 7 years old, you have not done security yet. There was also the benefit of being a little bit better at my job as a web dev, of knowing at least the classes of vulnerabilities that I should try and avoid. At least I knew the things to Google so I could implement some. Yeah. So lesson one is I want you to make sure that you learn as many categories as you can. Don't be like me. Don't just think this is good enough and I'm just going to stick with this one thing and I'm okay with it. The bugs and myths are going to sting forever. I'm always going to remember that SSRF that I should have had, but I just didn't know it was there. I always try and do at least 15 minutes a day of blog reading, and I would encourage you to as well. So if you're not super familiar with bug bounties, I was going to cover some of the different platforms you're going to see. There's first-party vulnerability disclosure platforms. This is either super big companies or super small companies. Google, Facebook, Microsoft all have like their own program set up where you can send them emails, and they'll respond and send you money. And there's lots of small ones. There's many small companies that have a page buried, and they might send you a t-shirt, and I thought that was pretty cool. So I spent a lot of time on those small ones. There's some third-party brokers, Integrity and Synac. They'll manage the bug bounty program for another company. They have a third-party team of triagers that will validate your ticket, that will work through the impact and let the company know that it's a valid issue and that they should issue a payment, and then they take a cut out of that payment. HackerOne is a hybrid. They have a free platform set up so companies can host their program there, and then they also have programs that are managed by their team of triagers. Some of the differences you're going to see with the first party, the reporters, you're talking directly with companies. They usually have a pretty small policy when you're working with the small companies. They're really used to FUD because to send a program or to send a bug to them is just an email, and that's super low effort. The managed ones, you have to jump through their hoops. You have to make sure you have your account set up, and sometimes you have to have validated ID or have a VPN set up with them. You have to write your reports in a specific way, and you can only report through their portal. So why bother with managed? Managed programs have private companies that run their bounties in an unpublic way. So these managed programs will track your stats while you're reporting bugs to these other companies. If you're accurate, if you're not sending a lot of FUD, and once you start getting a little bit of momentum on their platform, they'll start inviting you to these private programs. Now, these private programs usually have a lucrative pay table, and they have many fewer workers. There's not many people that are looking at these. Instead of HackerOne has 300,000 accounts, instead of the 300,000 people that are looking at their public accounts, there just might be a few hundred that you're competing against for these bugs. So, lesson 2 I want to make sure that you know about is use a platform. Use HackerOne. They sent you lots of t-shirts. There's a greater opportunity for you to have more success faster. I wasted the first year and a half just doing t-shirt bounties. I should have been on HackerOne. I should have been building that reputation so I could have gotten more private invitations to begin with and had more opportunity just to grow on that platform. So when you're writing a report, you'll see a lot of different examples of the reports that are sent out. A lot of them are use a lot of emotional language, very critical. You must fix this. I try and make sure you avoid that. A lot of these triagers are looking through a few hundred tickets a day, and if you can just keep your ticket to the absolute minimum that is required, they appreciate it, and they'll help ensure that your ticket is treated correctly. This is a screenshot of one of my old tickets. Just because it was so bad, I thought I'd show you. This is one of my first ones where it was just a few lines of text, and then I made a screen flow for them. There was no real reproduction steps. A proper report should just be bug type at the URL, a one-line summary, a description of what you found. Throw in your IP that you use when you're testing in case they want to see the logs. Make sure you do a step-by-step recreation so they can figure out what it is. Include any important HTTP requests and response, and impact. A lot of times the impact kind of gets glossed over, but it's really what will drive home the point that this is not just a security, or not just a software bug, but a security bug. You should read reports on HackerOne. There's thousands of reports. If you go to hackerone.com/activity, there's thousands of reports just there to read. When I was trying to expand my knowledge a bit, I read every single report that was on HackerOne twice over. And that was one of the most impactful things to expand my knowledge. They don't read the same as blog posts since they're actually interacting with the company. Blog posts are usually a little more braggadocious, it seems. These are more concise. So you can get through them more quickly. So policy, this is the most boring part about doing bug bounty. It does change from time to time. A lot of times there'll be a program that will start on Monday, and you'll be working on Thursday, and you submit, an XSS, but Wednesday they change their policy that they're not accepting them anymore, and then your ticket got booted. So you want to make sure that you always look over the policy before you're submitting your stuff. There's a lot of inconsistency in bug bounty. Companies are really inconsistent in how they mark tickets. Sometimes they'll mark root causes that don't seem to make any sense. If you have an IDOR on an object for an edit, delete, copy, notify, they'll go, wow, this is a dupe of the delete. And you kind of scratch in your head, and there's not really anything you do about it. You just say, oh, okay, Issue grouping in your tickets. Every company is different, so you have to learn how companies want their tickets put out. Say you find an IDOR for, a widget on one of these companies, and for each create read, function, some companies will lump it all together and say, no, this is just going to be one thing. You get $1,000. A lot of them will say, okay, you'll get one for each. The rule of thumb I do is if it goes to a different URL, it gets a different ticket. There's been times when you'll say, I can create and delete, and you'll send it as the one ticket, and then later you'll come back and say, well, there's this IDOR on the notify as well. And they won't go back and give you that extra 1,000 for lumping it together. So you don't want to sell yourself short. And I wish somebody would have told me that when I was first starting. A lot of times there's valid issues that are disregarded, and there's nothing really you can do about it. I was on a private program once that had an HTML file of an old login, and it had a XSS on it, so I reported it to them as a valid issue, and they close it and say, no, this file's not in production. And I say, well, it's on your production server. And they say, no, it's not part of production. So they removed the file and closed the ticket and then locked it, so I couldn't comment anymore. So you go, oh. But then you know to not work with that company anymore. Another example was a PayPal example from 2016. I'm going to butcher this. It's ShowerCon. PayPal had introduced the two-factor login, so you'd get a text on your phone with an auth code when you would log in. But PayPal also offers the web app merchant product, so you can set up a cart and checkout system on your website. And when you would be visiting one of these sites that had the web app merchant, you could just log in and use your account to pay out. But when you logged in the web app merchant, it didn't ask you to do the phone authentication. So he's able to find a bypass for this, this security feature that you're supposed to be able to have in your account. And he told him about it, and they told him bounce hand. We don't care. Probably the biggest frustration in bug bounties is duplicates. If you're not the first person to report the issue, then you will get nothing. So say you have a new program that starts at 10 a.m. The search bar on the main page has some easy XSS to find, and you got to get that report in right away, otherwise it's just going to dupe. I always just start with the one-line report. I say XSS at this URL. So you get it in there, and then come back later and write out the full report as it properly should be. There's some different companies that handle the duplicate windows differently, but I think that's beyond the scope of the talk. So learning, I can't encourage you enough to buy this book. As you can see, it's pretty cheap. This is also a solid book to read. This is when I realized that loading JSON into an iframe was not a vulnerability. HackerOne is an excellent resource. They've been really ramping up this last couple years their education for hackers. They have this Hacker 101 where they have many videos for tutorials. I know they just finished a mobile series that I'm looking forward to getting to. They also have set up a CTF where you can go and work on web application CTF, so you can learn about these different vulnerabilities. They're all based off tickets that have been given to HackerOne, so it's a real world experience in that practice. Twitter is actually a really good resource. There's a lot of hackers on Twitter. There's a lot of posting about, hey, look at this weird bug I found here, and everybody's sharing different information. Then also a bug bounty forum has a great series of blogs. It's a great community there of people that are always looking to help each other to make sure that you bring your bug home. I don't know about you, but a lot of times I don't know what to study. I think I've learned everything I need to know, and then I need to remind myself there isn't. So when you go to HackerOne to create a ticket, they have a weakness selection where they have these CWEs of these different types of bugs, and they usually just scroll through that until they find one that I don't know what that is. I don't know what double free is. So I would go look that up and learn about it and see if I could find example tickets with it. Tools. This is another one I couldn't encourage enough. You have to make sure you get burp. HackerOne does have a free pro license when you sign up with them, and you get up, I think you get your reputation to like 500 rep, and you get this. That's like $100 and some value for that 3-month. Python, you should make sure you're trying to learn Python. A lot of the security tools are written in Python, and you should be comfortable in it. And I use S3 browser for checking AWS bucket issues, but not too often. You should make sure you make some homemade tools. You should not rely on 100% on other people. Why? It was just this last month, CD 2019-5418 for Ruby on Rails. If you sent that Etsy password through the accept header, it would kick back this file for you to read. And now it took a week after that CVE was released before it was added to all the scanners. So anybody that had a scanner of their own ready to go was able to take advantage of this bug for a whole week before everybody else. So I would encourage everyone to at least have a rudimentary scanner set up that they can modify. So as in the show, I guess some of the main bugs that I'm looking for, the way I used to do it and the way I do it now. So I wish somebody would have showed me this way so I could have not wasted a year of learning through trial and error on how to do things. So when I was looking for XSS, I would just go to Google and I'd type in site in URL ampersand, and I'd get the big list of URLs that had some parameters in it, and then I would visit it, and then I would check each parameter for test, quote, quote, you know, and then a little X. That's pretty tedious work, as you can imagine. But then I found on Burp Suite, you can go visit a site, you check the engagement tools, analyze target, and it'll give you a list of all the parameters that you come by when you're visiting the site. It'll tell you exactly where they are and the number of times that they occur throughout the site. There's also a few plugins you can get for Burp, reflector and reflected parameters that will just passively check any of the URL parameters that are going by and give you an alert, so you don't even have to bother going through and pasting in your payload and checking everything. An IDOR. This was the most tedious before. So when I'd come across a request that would alter an object on the website, I would check the network tool inside Firefox, find the post where I was making the change to that object, edit it inside the network tool and change the number and send, and then look at the response and refresh the page and try and see if there was any change. In Burp, you can just drop that request into the repeater, and you just click up here and change the number and hit go, and it'll give you the response. And even more so, you can drop it into a repeater and set up a sequence of numbers or any range of different values, and it'll run through the entire list of values you give it, and it'll give you all the responses, so you can test for IDORs a lot more quickly. Access controls. The old way I used to do it was I'd open up Firefox on one side and Chrome on the other, and log in as the admin and log in as the user and provision the user for some stuff, and I'd refresh the page so I get all these new buttons to click on and new, functionality that I just got provisioned for, and then I would deprovision them, and then open up a new tab and refresh and make sure that all the buttons are gone. Go back to the original page where the buttons are there and click them, and sometimes they'd work. But there's a new way, better way. You can use Authorize or Auth Matrix. Authorize, you'll just grab the cookie of the account that you want to use, you drop it in, it'll automatically check it against any requests you're making as the admin, and it'll let you know if there was an error. You set up filters for what the error responses would be. Auth Matrix is much more robust. You can set up, I don't think there's a limit. I think you can set up like 12 or 15 different user roles, and you'll go through and you set up all the requests you want to send through each of the roles. That one takes a long time to set up, but it is a lot more robust. CSRFs, I used to go and get the request out of the Firefox tool. I'd drop it in this little PHP tool, and it would spit out an HTML form for me. And I didn't have a web server at the time, so I'd go and drop it into W3 Schools and submit it from there, and then go see if it worked. New way is in Burp, you can just go right-click on the request, click on Engagement Tools, and generate CSRF, proof of concept, test in browser. It's much easier. And then there's also best practices. There's no good way to do them, it seems. Open redirects and self-XSS, a lot of these are pretty low tier bugs, but they pay $100 to $500 a lot of times. These are all simple security bugs to find. A lot of times they can grow. XSS testing leads to, say, an HTML injection inside a PDF. From here, then you can pivot to a local file read or an SSRF of the internal network. I've had quite a few IDORs that lead to SQLI injection. Access control testing leads to bigger impact access controls because you learn the naming scheme that developers use for their functions, so you can start guessing ones that admins use that wouldn't appear on your account. This is Tommy DeVos, and he's a very inspiring man. I think this was the first day that he got over 100,000 in bounties in one day. But this is pretty good too. You know? So there's nothing really inspirational about my story. If anything, you should find it kind of mundane because it is mundane. I want you to be struck by the attainability of doing bug bounties. I'm not a very smart guy. I didn't really show you any impressive bug, but I was able to pay off my student loans and my mortgage before I was 30. And I think that's anything that a lot of you are capable of doing. Bounties are a boon, and I think it's a very untapped source for IT people. And I would encourage everybody to start giving 15, 20 minutes a day into researching these bounties. And HackerOne put out their user report earlier this year. 6% of the bounty reporters are formally trained. That means 94% are not. I put this on the last slide as an encouragement. 35% of the hackers are only doing 1 to 10 hours a week, and $19 million was paid out in 2018. I personally only do about 5 hours a week, and it yields me about $302 an hour. 72% of the testers are for web applications. APIs, Internet of Things, and mobile are only being tested 10% of the time. So if you're new to bug bounties, I would spend a lot of time here. There's going to be a lot of easy to find bugs here that's going to greatly improve your life. That's all I got. So, are there any questions? Yeah, you had your hand up. I enjoy, what am I supposed to expect from it? I enjoy doing web development as the main, it's not my passion. It's something I do to pay bills. Yeah.
Do you ever worry about legal issues or anything like that when you're doing these bug bounties?
That comes back to that policy page. I know there's been a lot of work in the last year about safe harbor, and from what I understand of that, there's a contractual obligation that these companies are signing with HackerOne that they will not prosecute anybody that's testing on their account or on their programs, even if they do go outside the policy. But the best way to protect yourself is mens rea. If you don't have malicious intent, if they can't prove malicious intent, a lot of times you don't have to worry about it.
So I got to ask, since you did hack DakotaCon, do you have to be involved with the first hacking army? Like in December of 2016?
Yeah, I was part of that program as well.
Me too, but I was on the other end.
Ah.
So that's why you were getting.
Great. I look forward to talking to you later then. I know. Oh, yeah. You're not going to like my answer. I'd say .NET and C#, but that's just because that's what I do all day. You should definitely have a working understanding of how those work, but you don't have to have a full functioning knowledge of JavaScript or HTML. I mean, I know, man, I don't remember his last name, Mark. He's a guy who works for Oath now, but he's made over $1 million doing bug bounties. And he can't program at all. Yeah. Mainly just Twitter now. You just start following the right people. You just start following people and see who they're following, going through them. You can go to HackerOne and go to their leaderboard, and you can see their accounts, and you go, all right, this guy's Twitter account, and you just start following those guys. And, you know, there's such a plethora of information that's being given out by them. With that said, you know, when you learn something, you know, try and pass it on. Try and teach another guy. You know, when you figure out something cool, you know, let the Twitterverse know. You know, it's Hogarth45 and then _ND, because I forgot the password to my original one. It was during, you know, while I'm working on the book, you know, I'd learned, you know what's an IDOR. I've never even heard of an IDOR. So you read about it in the book, and then that's what you start looking for. You learn a new bug type, and then you start checking every site you've ever worked on before, you know. I do have a notebook that I keep on my computer of any anomalous behavior I see. It's just like, oh, that's kind of weird, you know. I'm getting a weird response from this, but I can't, you know, I don't have the knowledge to deal with this weird response. So I write down where it is. And, you know, a lot of times it'll be 6 or 7 months later, I'll learn something new and go, hey, and I'll come back to it. And most of the time it's already fixed. Somebody else found it, but sometimes it's still there, and it's my payout now. It was mainly by myself. I had Tim Jensen helping me. He's here doing the red team this weekend. So there'd be, you know, some you know, questions I'd bounce off of him, and he'd, you know, steer me back the right way. You know, team hacking is a lot of fun though. And there's a lot of opportunity to, I think, to learn faster than by yourself. So if you have opportunity to do it, I'd do it. Yes?
Could you put the slides back up with the 2 books you recommend?
Sure. Yeah, so this book goes through all the different categories of web bugs that are out there. Not really any operational security stuff, but just technical vulnerabilities. And this book goes through browser, you know, how browsers should work. You know, I had no idea what, you know, a same origin request was before reading this book. It's a little more, but it's worthwhile. Yeah. just yesterday, I know the author of this book tweeted out that he's going to be putting out an interactive website to cover all the new material within the next 6 months. He's working for Portswigger right now that put out Burp Suite. So, I definitely keep an eye out for that new site that's going to come out. On the other hand, I don't think there's been a lot of new types of vulnerabilities in the last few years. There's definitely been a lot new operational security stuff with cloud computing and all that comes with that monster, but All right, I think HackerOne sent some shirts. I think there's still some smalls and mediums that are out in the hallway. I kept a couple larges and an extra large. If you come up and talk to me, you can get one. I don't have many, so you got to be fast.
Is this the laptop that was up here? Yeah. This one? Okay. I'm gonna use the handheld actually.
You got it.
Awesome.
There, and then there's this button on the front, push and hold.
Okay.
And then turn green. HDMI's over here.
Perfect. I'm probably gonna wait until about 3 to get kicked off, just because
fine.
that's when I'm supposed to go. Should just be called Buzz on the desktop or something.
Yeah, it's not.
There we go. Perfect. All right.
Do you want this?
Yes, that'd be awesome. And I can move around. Get crazy.
There you go.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, we're going to get started here in about 3 minutes. Raise your hand if you're a student in the audience. Most of you? All right. How about you're a student of life? How about professionals? Professionals? So you guys defend networks? Show of hands. Offensive security, any offensive security people? A few? Awesome. Cool. Just kind of wanted to get a show of hands on that so I know who I'm talking to. See a lot of familiar faces. I recognize some MAC addresses as well. Looks like you were probably on my network last week. A few of you maybe. So DSU is interesting. I was at DSU about 20 years ago, and it was a great time. It's always been a great time in Madison, South Dakota. DSU was a lot smaller back then, obviously. But Josh and Dr. Josh Paul, I can probably attest to this too, because I was in his class. But we were always wanting DSU to be more like it is today, back then. You know, we said, Active Directory was just coming out, and we said, let's get more emerging technologies. Let's get more hacking and taking apart software. Let's get more of that stuff here. And guess what? You guys have it now. It's here now. That is so freaking awesome. It's so awesome, okay? That's a gift. So congrats that you're here. Those of you that are going to DSU. If you aren't going to DSU, you can switch next year. So DSU's got a lot of good things going for it. Cyber, to get more females into cybersecurity, that's awesome. Get a round of applause for that program. Absolutely. Guys, let's face it, women can multitask way better than we can. And for incident response type scenarios, they can take way more pain too. So very handy to have women involved in this male-dominated industry currently, right? So a couple of great talks, a lot of great talks today. Bruce White was one of my teachers when I went to school here at Dakota State University, 98 through 2002. And so it's an honor to be on the stage with him, sharing a stage with him and basically talking with him. And 20 years, a lot changes. We now have the same hair color. So that's cool. Eric Smith, great talk there he had. And Jordan Drysdale from Black Hills Security. Interesting stuff. Those guys being offensive security experts, they're kind of like the sexy ninjas or the sexy assassins, right? They get to do the really sexy work. I'm going to talk to you today about blue team stuff. Okay, so it's going to fit in with both of their talks. A lot of the stuff we go through is going to be fit in with both of their talks. But we are more like the Viking shield wall, right? We're not sexy ninjas. We're big burly men and women defending networks, right? Right? Yes. Yes, we are. All right, so this is me, and the reason why I wanted to see how many students were in the audience is because it's just a title, right? Senior Vice President. How did I get there in 20 years? You know, basically from where you guys are today, how did I get there? First of all, and this is what I think the most important thing is, you have to find a company with a culture that fits you, right? And a culture that appreciates good people that work for them, right? And then you got to be one of those good people. Work ethic, accountability. If you screw up, admit it, right? Say, yeah, I screwed up. How can I make this better? How can I learn? That's the best advice I can give you. Don't let perfection get in the way of excellence. Be excellent, not perfect, okay? Try that. Did a lot of SANS classes with John Strand, Ed Scotus. Strand owns Black Hill Security. Jordan's a part of that, obviously. And John Strand is one of my personal heroes, by the way. I'm really disappointed he couldn't speak this year because I had a lot of fun seeing him throughout the years, and I hear he's not doing SANS anymore. I hope that's just a bad rumor, but I think it's true, unfortunately. All right, so we're going to get into it. This is basically what we're facing right now, right? We have all these companies, Marriott Hotels, Twitter, Yahoo, MySpace. Anybody in MySpace in here? Yeah, you too? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that's really old school for those of you that don't know. LinkedIn, Anthem, this is a medical insurance company. IRS. Look at all these companies. Twitch TV, how many of you use Twitch TV? Yeah, see? I got you guys, I feel you. Right? So what's going on? What's going on with this? We have a situation where we have a threat so great that even companies that make billions of dollars a year can't get past it, right? They can't fix it. There is no fix to it. This is the reason why we use risk when we assess cybersecurity, is because you're never going to have enough money to fix all your holes. You got to fix the right important ones first, right? Okay? So today I'm going to build the reason why we need digital forensics and incident response. And we're going to talk about blue team stuff. But before we get there, I'm going to show you some really crazy stuff that's going to say, hey, this is why we need to do incident response. This is why we need to be responders, okay? So, threat actors in cybercrime. Let's talk about this real quick. Multiple different threat actors. We have internal users, whether or not they are malicious or just ignorant, happens, right? We have opportunistic hackers. We have insider threats, and you might not think that insider threats happen very much, but as somebody that does digital forensics professionally, I can tell you we investigate a lot of cases where it's insider threat. Somebody's stealing intellectual property out of a company, somebody's committing fraud in an organization, and not just nationally, locally and regionally too. You'd be surprised. Okay, hacktivists. Who's heard of Anonymous? Everybody. Expect us, right? So hacktivists are obviously a threat to organizations. Organized crime is what we're going to focus on mostly, and then government-sponsored entities. These are the high-risk areas right here, okay? And I'm going to show you why. So this is a company called, what is it called? Hackmageddon. That's right, Hackmageddon is where I got this. And so they study breaches all over the world, and they don't work for anybody, so they don't take the data and transpose it into anything it's not supposed to be. So way back in July 2014, 59% of all reported breaches were done for cybercrime. That's because people want to steal data to make money. And I'm going to show you a couple ways how to do that. Don't do any of this stuff. I'm going to have to break your fingers. Get my New Jersey accent out. All right, cybercrime. January 2015, it goes to almost 2/3, right? What happens in March 2018? 3/4. What happens just January of this year? 88.1% of all reported breaches are so people can steal data to sell it to make money. So if we go back to these threat actors, oops, not those threat actors, these ones. Hacktivists, insider threats, opportunistic hackers. If we look at these charts, where are they all going? Into cybercrime, right? Okay? That's what the trend shows us. So, how might a cybercrime organization, syndicate, make money at cybercrime? Well, I'll show you. Okay, so first of all, we have the organized crime syndicates right here. And they're going to insulate themselves pretty dang well. They're going to hire hackers on the dark web, and they're going to do that on the dark web anonymously. So these guys don't know who they're working for. These guys don't know who's working for them. They trade money. They trade RSA keys. Everything's copacetic, right? Okay, and then when they get the data, they sell it to these guys. These guys turn around and have other people commit fraud for them. Okay, again, through the dark web, through anonymizers, through SOX proxies, Tor, all that kind of good stuff. Who's taking my class tomorrow on Sunday? Anybody in here? No? Okay, well, I know I have 6 people signed up, so. And then they have this, they commit fraud for these people. They get the money, obviously, and then that goes back to the organized crime. They're insulated here from the fraud, the actual fraud that happens. They're insulated here from the people that do the hacking, and they do it all in currency that cannot be frozen, that cannot be held by any country. It can be tracked, but there's really clever ways they have to basically launder cryptocurrency. Okay, and we're actually going to look at some of this cool stuff in the classes tomorrow and be able to check it out. But so a little bit of terminology here. We have the surface web, which is anything that can be Googled or banged or looked up through Wikipedia. If I'm a web developer and I don't want any of those search engines to be able to look up my stuff, I can put a little bit of code in there, and then I'm going to be in the deep web. Okay, stuff that isn't searchable but is publicly accessible. All right, so what is the dark web? It's actually a protocol that runs on the internet. Okay, and that protocol is called Tor. How many of you are familiar with Tor? Good. I like informed citizens. Okay? So, what does Tor do? Tor anonymizes data basically through a guard node, and then that guard node transitions that data and encrypts it 3 to 7 times and bounces it all over the world. So when you go to google.com, you might come out in Norway, right? You might come out in Germany. Sometimes I come out in Denver. You never know, okay? It all depends on what Tor circuit you got. There's a lot in France. Okay, so can anybody put up a Tor node? Absolutely. So how do you think the FBI and the NSA are kind of trying to solve this problem? What's that? Putting up Tor nodes, exactly. Anybody can put up Tor nodes, including the government. And theirs can be a little bit different than everybody else's. So they can start to peel back the layers of those onions. Okay, so if you connect to a lot of them in the United States and you're trying to have privacy, you might want to think twice about that. If you connect through some in Russia, they're probably already compromised by our NSA. Think twice about that, okay? And Josh Paulai can tell you more about that stuff. Or maybe he's got like a NDA and he can't, I don't know. So, what types of fraud can be committed with data to make money? Interesting you ask. Medicare, Medicaid fraud, insurance fraud in general, okay? That's where a healthcare organization gets hacked by an attacker. That attacker sells that data back to these fraud operations people. They then set up a shell company. Did somebody today have a presentation about untraceable companies? I think they did. Right? That's a shell company. 2 states in the United States where you can set them up, Delaware and Florida. Okay? And all a shell company is a company that's a legitimate company in that state, but you don't have to disclose who owns it. You just have to have somebody that's a president or a CEO of it. And then the rest can be given a number. Okay? So it's kind of like an anonymous owner to a company. So these people anonymously own those companies, and they set up fall people for the CEOs and stuff like that. So if you're on monsterjobs.com and you find a job that you could be a CEO for a company in Florida from the chair in your house, is that too good to be true? Yep. It certainly is. Why not be a Viking shield wall instead, right? Have some fun. Make life interesting. Protect something. Right? So these shell companies then submit fraudulent medical claims to Medicare, Medicaid, and other insurance organizations. Right back here, these guys are making about $35 a pop per record right now. Okay, it used to be 50. Okay, it's about 35 bucks. Right here where these guys bill insurance companies, that's an average of $2,600 per pop. Is that a good return on investment? This is why violent crime is going down all over the world. It's not because we're becoming more passive. It's because these crime syndicates are investing their resources in this rather than running drugs and running guns. Okay? Interesting stuff. According to the Obama administration, and the Trump administration hasn't put any records out on this, but during the Obama administration, this was a $90 billion a year issue to U.S. tax dollars, this kind of fraud. That's a lot of tax dollars, isn't it? It's a lot of tax dollars. Carding, who's heard of carding? How many of you have bought and stolen credit cards on the dark web? Oh, don't admit that. Why did I ask it then, right? All right, so basically carding works very similarly but totally different. You have a company with cards on file, the attacker hacks them, sells them online to a fraud ops, okay? Fraud ops then goes and has people purchase things on e-commerce sites, finds people to drop ship those things to, okay? And drop ships them, and those people go out to Alibaba.net or eBay and sell those things, keep a little bit of the money, deposit the rest into accounts, and everything's great, right? When law enforcement comes, who gets busted? The drops. The drops do, right? Sometimes the hackers do. Mostly the drops. And they have no idea who they're working for. They got the job off of a job site. And they were probably misinformed as to what it was actually for, right? Yep. Okay. Now there's one that a lot of you probably don't know about. Some of the professionals in the room might, because you might have heard about this before, but we call it commercial account takeover or corporate account takeover, kind of similar names. Okay, it's where you have an attacker, and previously to 2010-ish, they would compromise, let's just call Bob's Construction. We'll use Bob's Construction as an example. They would compromise Bob's Construction and basically get in his laptop that he uses for everything, right? Lets his computer, kids go out on the web on it, uses it to surf things himself. It might sit in the living room and visitors can use it, but he also runs his company on it, okay? That's a bad situation. So Bob gets some type of a password or a key logging software on there, and the bad guys get his password to his bank account, and they log in as Bob. They transfer all of Bob's money to foreign accounts, and Bob goes to say, hey, where's all my money? And the bank said, well, you transferred it. Bob said, no, I didn't. Well, yes, you did. Somebody logged in as you and did it, okay? That happened, before 2010. This type of attack has evolved a lot since then. Now, well, the next iteration of that, essentially, so the Uniform Commercial Code allowed commercial banking customers to sue banks, and banks to then, in turn, sue the commercial customer back to see whose fault it was, right? So we had a lot of lawsuits going on here around the 2010 timeframe. So banks said, okay, we're going to do callbacks. So when Bob gets into his account and wants to transfer a large sum of money, do a wire transfer, we're going to call him back and make sure that he's okay with that. If he says yes, then we'll do the transfer, okay? Well, that worked great for a while, but then hackers evolved their process, and they got in and they did what they call snowball attacks to the banks. It's where they go in and they change little bits of pieces of information of customers' accounts over 3, 4, 5 months. So pretty soon, when they go and say, hey, I noticed my social security number was wrong, can I change it? They say, what's your information? And they give them the information that they've changed over the last 3 months, and then they change the social security number. So then, they change the phone number after they get that changed. What happens when they log into Bob's computer, do a transfer? Are they calling Bob back? No, they're calling the attacker back, right? And the attacker says, yep, go ahead and send the money, but it's not Bob. Okay, so the bank said, okay, well, we're going to do our due diligence, and we're going to do 3-factor authentication. Okay, so nobody except for whoever has that token, which should be Bob, can log in. That worked really well. Bob's company grew, and pretty soon Bob has somebody else doing his accounting for him, right? And that accounting person gets an email from Bob, and it says, hey, I need you to transfer $14,000 right now to this account, right now, super important. And it looks like it's from Bob. So their accountant logs in, has the key, right, to log into Bob's account, transfer the money. The real Bob comes and says, hey, what happened to all my money? And the accountant says, you had me transfer it. Bob said, no, I didn't. She said, yeah, you emailed me. So now they're social engineering within the company that has the access for the multi-factor authentication. So this is just an example of how these type of attacks can actually evolve over time, okay? And so now what can we do as organizations? Here's an example of one of those too. Notice, request from CEO, right away. What does that do to us as human beings? Oh my God, I better pay attention, right? Immediate wire transfer, immediate, now. This is social engineering 101 here. High importance, right? All of a sudden, you have this sense of urgency, and this might not be out of the realm of what the CEO asks you to do, for real. They could even have compromised this person's email, be in there and already reading stuff, and know that this is a common transaction that happens, right? So credential stealing has been really popular this last fall. We had quite a few cases come to us that we worked on with credential stealing in email. That's essentially where a bad guy sends some sort of a crafted PDF. PDF doesn't have any malware in it, okay? But you click the link, and it's not malware either. It takes you to a site that looks just like the site you always log into, right? What do most users do when they see this? Oh, crap, I got logged out. I got to log back in. So they type their password in there. Meanwhile, somewhere across the world, somebody's going, got another one, right? And then they log in. They look at how that person communicates, and they replicate that communication. And they start working with accounting and other places that handle banking information, and slowly start to get people to do this sort of thing. Okay? So it's back to the banking wire transfers. Okay? Fun stuff, right? Fun stuff. So are you starting to see how they make a ton of money? That's how they're going to try to pull you guys, the new brilliant people that are going out into the world, that are getting educated by DSU. They will try to pull you to the dark side with millions and millions and millions of dollars. High risk? Could you go to jail? Could you lose the rest of your life? You have people that are like, yeah, but millions of dollars. Right? I mean, people sell drugs and kill people for less, right? So what you have to decide is what kind of hacker, security person are you going to be? You're going to be somebody that works for the things that are good in life? Or are you going to be somebody that steals everybody else's hard work? It's a moral dilemma, isn't it? It's a question of ethics. All right, so here's another one. Cyber extortion. This happens a couple of different ways. How many people have seen cyber extortion emails? How many people have seen ransomware? Ooh, we've seen ransomware recently. Kyle back there. Working with Kyle quite a bit now. So, yeah, dark web used to hide origin, encryption. It does a lot of crazy stuff to organizations. One thing I want to talk about really quick is ransomware obviously is a big problem. There are some of us that are trying to solve that problem, but this is really hard to read. So what it basically says is, one of the guys talked about, have I been pwned? I think that was Jordan, right? HaveIBeenPwned.com. And there's 80 billion passwords out there, or 8 billion? I can't remember the number he said. But there's a lot of passwords out there that have been compromised. So what they did is, especially this one actually took from LinkedIn when LinkedIn was compromised. They took the emailed that person at that address, and then used their compromised LinkedIn password for legitimacy. So it basically says, we caught you watching porn, and we videoed you through your webcam, and if you don't pay us $800 in Bitcoin, we're going to release that footage to your company. Okay? And if you think we're joking around, here's your password for proof. And most people see that, and they freak out. Right? They freak out. So we actually had a company come to us and say, hey, we got this thing, president got this thing, and president of the company, and we're really concerned about it. And I was like, yeah, it just looks like a regular cyber extortion email to me. That's not his real password. Well, it was at one time. Okay, probably cyber extortion. What do you want us to do to check it out? And he said, well, I would think it was cyber extortion too, except the president really was browsing porn when he got it. So we were like, okay, we'll check out the iPad and make sure it's clean and get that back to you. And it was clean. But, you know, that's just one of those coincidences. He just happened to get this cyber extortion email. Either that or he watches porn all the time. I don't know. All right, moving on. Social engineering. How many of you are familiar with social engineering? I bet Eric Smith, if any of you have time to talk to him, I think he's doing CCDC Red Team over there, has some really good stories. All of us in the industry have some really good stories, but I think he still actively does a lot of it. Some of us don't necessarily do that anymore, but social engineering is basically hacking a human being, right? It's what I like to call a dark art that shouldn't be used in day-to-day practice, right? It's a bad thing to do to somebody, isn't it? Doesn't it feel bad to hack somebody, to make them do what you want them to do, and you're manipulating them? I think it feels bad, and I hate it when people do it to me, right? So it's kind of one of those dark art things. But when you're learning this and when you're practicing this as a professional, practice speaking, you want to make sure that you're good at it. So about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I pulled into a Motel 6 in Iowa, super tired from my day. Really late at night. It's probably like 1 in the morning. And I get in, I get all settled down, start crawling into bed, basically just lay down in the bed and start falling asleep. Baby crying in the hallway at 1 a.m. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So, and I'm not the most patient person. I really try hard to be patient, but I'm not really that patient. So I wait as long as I can. It goes away for a little bit, and I'm just starting to fall asleep again, and it comes back. I'm like, oh my God, I'm not going to get any sleep here if this keeps up. So I thought of 2 things. I can call the front desk, and they're going to go tell this person that they're not being a good motel mate, basically, right? And that they should put a muzzle on the baby, maybe, and not walk around in the hallway with it while it's crying at 1 in the morning. Or I can go try to solve the problem myself. And I'm much more of a hands-on person. I like to solve problems myself. So I walk down to this guy. He's in the hallway, walking his baby up and down the hallway, kind of doing this thing to it. It's crying and screaming. I'm like, hey, man, how's it going? He's like, rough night. He's like, yeah, I can see that. So, baby's crying, huh? You know, just make small talk conversation. He's like, yeah. He's like, my wife's not feeling good, so I'm out here with the baby instead. I was like, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I kind of struck up a conversation with him for a little bit, talked to him like really close talking. Kind of weird, right? When somebody close talks you, like really close to your face, especially when you're holding your baby. I think that would just be freaking me out. And that's exactly what I was doing to him. And he goes, well, I'm going to go back to my room now. And I followed him back to his room door. Okay, I get to his room door. He goes, okay, we'll see you later. I'm like, I'll just wait right here. Did he come back out in the hallway, you think? What did I do to that guy? He probably, next time his baby started crying, he probably was like, oh my God, that freak's out there. I know he is. I don't think I should go back out there. Okay, that's social engineering. And it's fun to try to practice it sometimes. Just don't use it maliciously, right? Oh, and my kids all play Fortnite. Anybody play Fortnite? Fortnite fans? No Fortnite fans here? A little bit. Okay, what do you use Twitch TV for then? League of Legends? Bob Ross? Yes, Bob Ross. Bob Ross 1980 or Bob Ross now? Old stuff, yeah, me too. That's good. Old stuff is good. All right, so this is what we call a kill chain, and this is a very common kill chain, how those same people that are stealing data and getting into organizations get into those organizations. This happens so much. And in theory, it's really easy for us to try to protect against this. In practice, it's a lot harder because there's a lot of moving pieces to all this. But we have victim, somebody that is gets a phishing email or even a phone call, right, is taken to a website or a command and control website or clicks on a link in an email. And if there's no privileges restrictions on that machine, then that attacker has the same privileges as that person that just clicked on the link, right? Okay, that's why we use restricted accounts in business. Okay, now if there are restricted accounts in business, then the next thing the attacker has to do is try to pop some vulnerabilities. That's why we do patching, right? Try to patch those vulnerabilities. Okay, and if they get in there and compromise that machine, they're going to weaponize it and use it to attack the rest of the network, right? Just like Jordan was talking about in his presentation, he's like, I'm going to get a foothold. Once I get a foothold, I'm going to pivot, okay? So we can try to mitigate some of these challenges with certain security controls. Before we get there, I just want to show you a few things. How easy it is to make a phishing email. How many students have done this in classes? A few? Yeah. No, it's super easy. You don't even have to learn it from a college instructor. You can go out and download this, scrape a website that's legitimate. Like this, we scrape Target for their free credit ad. our free credit counseling when they were hacked. Looks legit, right? It even says it's protected. That means it's protected, right? No. No. But that makes you feel good, doesn't it? All right, here's another one. A lot of people, business people, get faxes in their email now, right? This is a fake one, okay? Something we created to go ahead and try to trick an organization into clicking on a submission. Did you know, and this is a fake Facebook account, it's not as hard as you might think to have one. Brittany is actually a local. She's not real. I run the account. Okay? But do you know if you get a link in social media, you're 22% more likely to click on it than if it was email? Why is that? Because we all trust Mark Zuckerberg so much, don't we? Yes. Mentally in your brain, you do. You think that they have certain things that they're doing to prevent this from happening, right? No. It can be done the same way. This was a link that I sent one of our sales guys once upon a time that was from Bitly that had a nice little piece of payload in it, right? Okay? This is an email that had ransomware in it. And I just want to point out a couple of things, and it might be hard for you in the back to see, so I'm going to try to read these out loud. Flag number 1 for me. Never done business with anybody named Kelly Black. Okay, so that should be a flag. If you've never gotten an email from somebody and suddenly you're getting an email from somebody with a link or an attachment in it, that should be a flag, right? Okay, her name, her email name does not match her name. Okay, that should be a flag. Okay, in business, how many times have you seen that not match? Rarely ever, right? Yeah, sorry, somebody's trying to call me right now. .br, at the time we didn't do business with any place outside the United States. So why would I get an email from somebody outside the United States in my business email, right? I think somebody mentioned that in one of their talks, that your business email should be for business. You shouldn't sign up for personal things with your business email, right? All right, the attachment, attach file. It's got some weird name. Okay, and it says check attached report. What does that do to us? Again, social engineering. Check attached report. What is it? Oh my God, I gotta know. I gotta open that. That's what people think, and that's what they do. They open that. If I would have opened that, we put it in a malware box, in a sandbox, and we were able to open it. It was ransomware. Okay? So good thing we didn't open that. HR. HR get docx files all the time? Yep. Applying for jobs? That's one of the #1 entries for ransomware right now. HR opens the doc file, enables macros. Whoops. All of a sudden, everything starts getting encrypted. And it doesn't take long, does it, Kyle? Yep. We got a little malware lab that we got running. Watering hole. So this used to happen too. It still happens today. I can give you a number of examples. But it's essentially where we have a website that has bad security, that's been compromised, website that a lot of people go to. I had a customer about 2 years ago that came and said, hey, we just got ransomware. We're taking care of it. We don't think we're in a problem. We just need help tracking out where it came into our organization at. We tracked it back to marketing, and this lady who was legitimately had use of Facebook for her marketing job, got a legitimate Facebook message from a legitimate friend for a legitimate recipe site. For a legitimate recipe, for probably some spaghetti or something, right? She clicked on it, and the site was waterholed with ransomware. So you can't always trust, even if you get a trustworthy link from a trustworthy person, it doesn't mean it's a trustworthy site. Okay, and there's Web of Trust. How many of you heard of that tool you can add on to Chrome? That's a good one. Otherwise, there's a lot more professional type web filtering solutions that you can use as a business too. This is awesome. Ransomware, pass it on. So restoring your files the fast and easy way. Give us 1 Bitcoin to this address at this Bitcoin wallet, restoring your files the nasty way. Send the link below to other people. If 2 or more people will install the file and pay, we will decrypt your files for free. Did you just become an accomplice to cybercrime? It's the zombie apocalypse, isn't it? Yep. So, what did we learn from incidents that we helped customers with in recent history? We've learned that a lack of training on newest attacks, okay, especially with users. If people aren't using FishMe or KnowBe4 or some other phishing app, you need to get that in place. Remember that kill chain I showed you? That's the first thing. If you can prevent people from clicking on it, the other controls don't even matter, but you want to layer security, right? You want to be able to have 1, 5, 10 of your controls fail and still slow that hacker down enough to where you can detect them and respond to them. Okay? Lack of preparation, and we're going to go over this. Do I have enough time? I'm going to have to speed up a little bit, but lack of preparation. Specific protections for most common attacks. Egress filtering. How many of you professionals use egress filtering? A few. Good. It's a really good control. It's kind of like application whitelisting. Takes a lot of the risk just out of the way, right? I think that's like a Dawn dish detergent commercial saying. Web filtering, successful patching and vulnerability reconciliation, password reuse. We have logging, alerting, detection. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to an incident, the worst incidents I've ever been to, where they didn't have logging at all, even basic firewall logging. A national retailer had no firewall logging. 70% of our bill we sent them was to correlate their ISP logs with what was going on their servers, which could have been solved a lot quicker and would have saved them a ton of money if they had just flipped a switch on their firewall, right? And made sure that those logs were going someplace. You can't just flip the switch on the firewall because that's like a 15-second flyby, right? Send them to a syslog server. And just general response tactics in general. Whoops, I keep hitting the button. So, incident response. If you can't detect something, you can't respond to it, right? It's like having a fire and nobody knows about it. It's kind of like the whole, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound type of a thing, right? Yep. So, and then being able to respond with forensics has been hugely important recently. We just talked about passwords. Have you been pwned? Jordan showed that site too. Password reuse. Lots of people reuse the same passwords. Lots of people. And that makes Jordan's job a lot easier. Makes our penetration testers' job a lot easier too. Okay? So again, this kill chain right here, security awareness training, restricted accounts, vulnerability management, LAN segmentation. This seems like basic stuff, but nobody does it. Right? Please, those of you that are watching this, if you go defend networks, please do this, at least this. All right? How do you know that you had an incident? Like if I was in your network as an attacker, how would you even know? Something would tell me, right? No, not unless you set it up, right? I can't tell you how many times we've gone to an incident and they're like, well, what happened? And we're like, I don't know, we just walked in the door. We got to look. Where's your logs? We don't have any. Okay, where's your firewall? Will we turn the logging off on that? Okay, good thing I brought a magic wand. This is a science, it's not wizardry. This is not Harry Potter. You actually have to be able to look and correlate data, right? And there's good ways to automate some of that stuff, and there's good ways to be successful with that. Incident response, this is NIST's incident response. Pretty simplistic. We have preparation, detection, analysis, containment, eradication, recovery. post-incident activity. Okay? I would argue that this is one of the most important parts. Because how are you going to do anything else if you're not prepared? Right? Most people don't even know, like, who had that quote? There's two types of companies. Was that Bruce this morning? Does anybody remember? You get it? Yeah? Two types of companies? Yeah. Ones that have been hacked and know about it, and ones that have been hacked and don't know about it. Okay? So this is a modern incident response life cycle. As you can see, we have the preparation, the detect, identify, contain, eradicate, recover, lessons learned, and this is a constant feedback loop. What do we learn from this incident? How can we better be prepared next time? Notice that digital forensics is in a lot of this. You need to use certain things from digital forensics to be able to detect and identify an incident. You need it for containment. You might need it for lessons learned. Okay, what really happened? How do we know that's what happened? Are we 100% sure that happened? Or are we 50% sure that happened? How can we be more sure that we know what happened, and how can we be better prepared for this next time? Okay? Seems simple, but the biggest companies in the world struggle with this. And we're talking ones that have $360 million security budgets. They struggle with this. Okay, and it's mostly in this gray part right here. Detection and eradication. Okay, so how can we do a couple of simple things, or a few simple things, to really be prepared for an incident? Network time protocol. How many people worry about that on their network? Really? A few people. That's amazing. Yes, you should worry about that. Because if that's out of sync, and all your servers have different times, and you're logging, that's going to make your job of incident response and detection a lot more confusing. You're going to have all this data, stuff that happened, but it's not going to be in a linear time scale. It's going to be crazy. I've seen that before too, and it's almost like, let's just kind of throw all this out and start right here. Right? So NTP is super important. Policies and procedures important. They're probably the least sexy thing we do in information security, right? Probably the least sexy thing. I don't know, like making multiple test choice questions is even worse, I think. Had to do that recently. But yeah, it's probably the least sexy thing we do. Is it important? Yes, it is, because everybody in the organization needs to be on the same page when it comes to how they need to respond to an incident, who they need to call, who's the first responder, who's the second responder, who's going to triage the incident, where the incident's going to go, is it going to escalate, is it going to de-escalate, who can make those decisions? All those questions need to be answered in an incident. Also, central logging capability. I would argue that that's one of the most important things. Okay? If I'm an incident responder and I go into an incident and I got to go 50 different places to pull logs from before I can start correlating the data, that just makes the bill bigger. Okay? If you're defending your network and you're doing this, that just makes your time a lot longer before you can get to containment and eradication. Centrally log them. Okay? There's a lot of good solutions. syslog-ng, snare, if you like Windows type stuff, a lot of good solutions out there. Okay, and even like SolarWinds, so Windows events don't automatically go into syslog format, so SolarWinds makes a free tool that converts them into syslog format, so you can put them in your syslog server too, with all your network stuff and all your Active Directory, and everything's in there. It's great. Now, is that going to be a big juicy target for an attacker? Yeah, if I'm on your network and I see that, I'm going to destroy that thing on my way out. Right? So make sure that's protected with firewalls and all those good controls as well. What types of logs should you log? Okay, firewall logs. You want to note if it's centralized, decentralized, log retention period in months, estimated time to acquire logs during an incident. That's important. Big companies. Big companies. If I say, hey, Chad, I need a log from 2 weeks ago, and this part of the company is out in Portland, and they say, that'll be about a month and a half before I can get that to you. Is that going to be any good in an incident? No. We need to fix that problem soon, and your managers need to know about that, right? Who can access the logs is also important. Okay? All these things should be taken into consideration. Firewall, IPS, AV, web proxy logs, all these good things, all the logs, hashtag all the logs, right? Allthelogs.com, I don't know. What do you kids say nowadays? All right, so if we're logging all those things, then how do we make sense of all that stuff? We've come up with a list of key risk indicators that can help us. One of the guys before showed the MITRE attack measurements too. Those are really good. They overlap with a lot of these. Okay, so key risk indicators, total network logs per second. Could that be a key risk indicator? Something could be compromised? Yeah, all of a sudden your network logs spike 200% per second. Somebody's exfil something, right? They're uploading something to one of their servers. Denied FTP requests, denied telnet requests, VPN connections, failed VPN connections, failed AD connections, failed AD group management, log, all that stuff, and make sure that you're looking at these type of alerts. In all those syslog systems, you can set these alerts up, okay, to automatically alert you when they go above a certain benchmark. How do you know what benchmarks to set? Got to let it run for a little while and see what normal looks like on your network, right? How many of you know what normal looks like on your network? A few hands, kind of. You? A few hands, yeah. I would challenge you, if you don't know, to figure that out in the next couple months. Okay? That's super important. What does normal look like? And then you can start to make the benchmarks. If these go above this level, it's not necessarily saying they're compromised. It's just a key risk indicator of compromise, right? Right up at the top. Key risk indicator. Okay? That's saying something could be compromised. And you can do all this without buying a SIM, right? Some of these solutions are even free. Do they take technical know-how to set up? Absolutely. But you can do it, okay? If you can write a program, if you can install Linux, if you can do any of those things, if you can set up a virtual box, you can do this stuff, okay? Just because it's technical doesn't mean it's impossible, right? Sometimes I talk to people in business and they're like, it's too technical. Oh yeah, what do you do? You're an accountant? That's not technical? Really? Okay, it's just a matter of perspective, really. All right, kill chain control matrix. This is kind of fun. Across the top, we got the blue team type stuff, and across the side, we got the red team type stuff. So reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, exploitation. On the next screen, persistence, lateral movement, command and control. You saw some of these in some of the earlier presenters. What you probably didn't see are the blue team things across the top that we can do to interrupt those things that they're doing, right? How do we interrupt reconnaissance? Web analytics, threat intelligence, network IDSs. How do we deny it? Information sharing policies, firewall ACLs, okay? How do we interrupt their, or how do we detect their weaponization? Threat intelligence, and NIDS, right? How about over here? How do we contain their delivery? App-aware firewalls, trust zones, network intrusion prevention systems. For everything they can do, we can counter it. We are fighting a losing battle right now, and it's only because we don't know that we can do these things. Okay? We need to realize that these things are possible, they're manageable, they're doable. Right? Here's a few more. SIM's in there. Yep, SIM's in there. You don't need it though. Tar pits, honeypots. Dave Kennedy has a honeypot called Artillery. Really cool. Set it up in your dorm room, please, and check it out. It'll be fun. And then explore it and send them a bunch of data. Okay? Awesome. Just so we can see how those key risk indicators and how that kill chain matrix works, we're going to use malicious code malware incident. Okay, we have key risk indicators. We might see total network logs per second in malware. Might be normal. Might not elevate at all, right? Okay, a normal level. But then what's a risk indicator? Steady elevated. It might plateau even. Okay? Just knowing what this stuff looks like is going to be super important to your success with this stuff. How about blacklisted IPs blocked? You might have intermittent elevated from malware infections. Okay, some malware likes to hit the web. Newest ransomware likes to hit the dark web, uses Tor. Okay? Increased network bandwidth, steady elevated. And then this is kind of cool because we've given the likelihood of that and the impact of that. Okay, so you can actually, if you put those two together, high and medium is a medium-high risk, right? What's low and medium? That's a medium-low risk. Simple. All right, how about, so kill chain control matrix with malware is a lot smaller because malware is only delivery and exploitation. Sometimes there's post-exploitation, absolutely. In Trojans, absolutely. Command and control. But we can detect it, we can deny it, we can disrupt it, we can degrade it. There's no need to deceive it, just contain it and eradicate it. Right? This is doable. We can win this war. We can. And CCDC in there, I think it already started at 3, right? They're not winning that war right now, I guarantee you. You want to know why? A, professional hackers on the red team, right? B, they set the systems up to fail right away. So what's the first thing they got to do over there? Now that none of them are in the room, we can talk about it. Change the passwords. Take down the services, secure all the services. Anything that's externally facing, secure it. Then start putting up layers of security, right? They can win that war. They can harden that. They're going to have some serious downtime in the next hour, but they can win that war. Okay? And managing that team with that level of knowledge and capability would be tough. They have a tough day ahead of them, for sure. But it's that kind of stuff that makes you a champion. All right, a lot of people talk about change management too, right? Why do we have change management in the first place? Because if something's screwed up and nobody changed it, that could be a key risk indicator too, right? Right? If something's screwed up and nobody changed it, nobody went through the change management process, either somebody changed it out of band and they should get a finger cut off, right? Or somebody that didn't have authorization to change it, changed it. Hackers, right? So that can be a key risk indicator. Why is it crucial in incident response? If you have a big team of incident responders, let's say 12 people are responding to an incident at the same time, and they go all off and start doing their own thing, what's going to happen to your systems? You're going to have to restore them from backup. They're going to be so shredded after 12 people try to like fix and contain and detect and identify, right? Right? Okay? So they can really save your bacon. And especially, this is not an easy thing to decide, is it? Anybody's decided this yet? This type of stuff? Yeah? This is not an easy thing to decide. You kind of got to play through some scenarios and test some things out, tabletop test it a few times, and then come up with some conclusions. Okay? Necessary tools, let's talk about this really quick. I put this in there for Kyle. He's like, whatever, man. So, clone hard drives. Why would you need to do that? What if somebody's committing fraud? What if somebody's transferring your intellectual property out of your organization? Right? Clone their hard drive so you have a perfect forensic copy. And there's other things to talk about of how you need to keep it perfect and forensically sound. We won't get into that now. But FTK Imager is a good option for that. Kali Live, boot into forensics mode, and then you can actually do a DD copy right across to it. Okay? You can MD5 that, hash it, and everything. Two good options there. Love those tools. Recover deleted files. Autopsy. Anybody use Autopsy or SleuthKit? Yeah, got some autopsiers in the back. So, what you can do if you just want to play around with this, take an image of your computer with this, download Autopsy, check it out, see what you see. It's got a ton of ingest modules in it. It basically rebuilds that file into a version of your hard drive. Okay? And if you do it in RAW, back here there's an option to do it in RAW format, DD format. You can even use a script and create a virtual machine out of that. It's pretty cool. Which is, you know, if you're doing forensics, you have an actual working virtual machine of somebody's hard drive that you're investigating for something. Pretty cool. Autopsy and SleuthKit, awesome tool for actually reconstructing and finding data on a hard drive. Okay? Used it in multiple digital forensics incidents now. It's been a great tool. There's obviously paid tools. Autopsy's free. Capture packets, Wireshark, TCP dump. Everybody knows how to use that, right? Knows how to use those tools? Good. Those are really good tools. Wireshark is so awesome. It can tell you so much about, like, we had a customer that had a virus outbreak. We just went and ran Wireshark, and we found out how that virus was worming itself, what protocol it was using, and what port. We made an ADOU that minus that port, that cut that port out, put all the machines into there, worming stopped. Then we can start removing the virus, right? Cool. These tools are real incident response tools. You just got to think about how they can be used to help you out. Memory acquisition, FTK Imager does that, Mandiant Memorize does that, Redline does that, Volatility does that. Okay, a lot of different cool tools to be able to do memory acquisition. Why would you want to acquire memory? What's that? Absolutely. What if you're going to do an investigation on somebody's computer and their hard drive's encrypted, but it's still up and running? Yep. Can you pull the encryption keys right out of memory? Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. A couple other tools. IDS Bro. Bro's a cool, I think you guys get taught that here at DSU. Awesome tool. FireEye VM. SandSift Workstation, check those out. SandSift Workstation has all the DFIR stuff you need in it. Okay? They've done a lot of good work on that project. And then online malware analysis. You don't even really need to reverse stuff anymore or even set up a Cuckoo server. Cuckoo has an online tool to do it for you. Gives you a full report, as much detail as you want. You have to wait in line because it's free. Or otherwise you can set up a Cuckoo server on your own as well. Okay? Another one is, that's good here, hybrid analysis is really good too. If you sign up and you get vetted as a researcher, you can actually download the malware samples that people upload, which is super awesome, if you like that stuff. Free version of Splunk, obviously for SIMs. Sysinternals is awesome for Microsoft Windows Event Viewer extension, being able to extend that. And do we have any questions on all that stuff? We went through a lot of stuff there. Yeah? HTTPS what now? I still can't. Man in the middle stuff? Yeah, so the question is a lot of companies do man-in-the-middle attacks on their own HTTPS stuff leaving their network so they can actually proxy it out and see what's inside of it. From a privacy standpoint, I don't feel so comfortable about that, but you're an employee of that business, and they need to be able to see into encrypted streams as well. That's like super awesome if you're a network administrator and you can see in what's going out in encrypted streams out of your network too. That is awesome. Okay, so I would say it's a great security control. Would I use it on the national government? No, it wouldn't be, it would be against our rights. But can you use it as a company? Absolutely. Should you use it as a company? Absolutely, should, if you can. It's hard to do and it's expensive. Good question. Yeah. Mhm. Yep. Yep, that's a good point to make. He's not sitting there looking at your bank account that you're looking at, which you shouldn't be looking at work anyways. Or your free health, your healthcare record that you're looking at that you could probably check out some other time, but work's a good option. Check it out on your phone though, right? So that's a good point. They can shield some of the solutions can shield some of that information. Absolutely. So it's not breaking privacy, breaching privacy. Yeah. Absolutely. Forensic purposes. Mhm. Yeah, and I would strongly recommend putting that in your company policy if it's not. And then if you have a acceptable use policy where people are BYODing their own devices to work, you might need to put a clause in there that says if your device becomes part of an investigation, we may need to temporarily have access to that. And by signing this, you agree that. Or you don't bring your device to work, whatever. Right? Stuff like that, the legal side of this, that's a whole nother conversation. We could talk for days about, legal troubles with forensics in companies, especially on BYOD devices. Any other questions? Yeah.
You mentioned logging as one of the important things.
Mm-hmm.
In your experience, what is obviously if you collect a lot of logs, that it's prohibitive in terms of the space requirement to have a certain amount of time.
It can, yeah.
So in your experience, what's the ideal amount of time for log retention?
That's a great question. If you feel like you're able to detect stuff, and like Eric Smith was saying, where you've actually been in the ring and in a fight a couple of times, and you feel like you can detect stuff, I would say 3 to 4 months is probably appropriate. But I have seen companies that have been infiltrated for 13 months and they didn't know it. The FBI told them. So in that case, would 3 or 4 months have worked for them? Absolutely not. But they weren't logging anything. So, but definitely test it, and that can be part of your, telling me to go, I guess. That could be part of your incident response testing scenario, tabletop testing scenario, or even like, have SBS or Lars Consulting, any of these places in to test that stuff for you, kind of put you in the ring in that fight, and you'll be able to see right away, hey, can I detect this in 3 months? Can I detect it in 6 months? That kind of stuff. That's a good question though, but trial and error, but 3 to 6 months is probably good to start with, and then you can peel it back as necessary. And storage is cheap now. Well, it's getting cheaper. You can just spin up some disk online too and just funnel it out there as long as it's all encrypted and protected. Don't leave it open to the public like so many people have done. Any other questions? All right, I think there's one more speaker. Thanks for having me.
Right? All right. Well, hello, everybody. I guess I'm going last here, so I'm glad everybody hung around. Hopefully this will be an interesting way to kind of end the day off. Obviously, we've talked about some technical things during the day today, a little bit of how to attack things, how to, in the last presentation, look at what's been attacked. And so I'm going to end up talking about policy. And policy is kind of an interesting thing because it's perhaps one of those things that not everybody wants to talk about, but you really kind of need to talk about. And so what I'm going to be talking about today is the laws of war as it appear or as it applies to cybersecurity professionals. So if nothing else, it sounds like a neat title, right? And the question that we have here, I also get to use a lot of neat pictures, so that's another kind of cool thing. But the question we have here is what exactly, as a cybersecurity professional, we're not talking about a soldier here, we're not talking about necessarily somebody working for the government or for an agency that might have special powers, we're talking about kind of your average cybersecurity professional. What are you actually allowed to do, and where does that come from? How do you get the ability to do what you actually need to do, in some cases, to protect your network? And so we have a lot of things here that look like war, right? I mean, this is probably the closest thing to cybersecurity that I've just shown you of the few images here. And we have somebody here who looks like maybe, we have definitely one person that's protecting, one person that's kind of got another weapon up there behind some equipment. Maybe they're securing the equipment, maybe they're just using the equipment as a way of something to stand behind. But that's not exactly the same as what most cybersecurity professionals are doing from day to day, even though they may be, facing off against a very similar adversary. So maybe it looks more like this. These are obviously military cybersecurity professionals. I think these are technically cadets. But here are some military cybersecurity professionals. These are, again, people that have special powers. They have the ability, maybe not to leap tall buildings, but they have legal powers. They can do certain things that your average everyday American or average everyday citizen of another country is not able to do legally. So what about this? This is maybe more of a normal cybersecurity professional. Nice office, maybe a little bit nicer than some cybersecurity professionals get. But this person's not wearing camo, they're not wearing a uniform, and they don't have the same powers that a military or federal agent or even state agent would have to deal with the threats that their network is facing, though they may be facing exactly the same adversary and have basically the same threat. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today, is how we can take this doctrine that tells us what a military service member, or to a lesser extent, a government agent can do, as well as some related doctrine and some related concepts, and try to frame that into a discussion of what it is that an average cybersecurity professional working in the private sector is actually allowed to do, and where this comes from. We're also going to talk a little bit, and perhaps this is the most important part, about where there's some doctrine that's missing, that's making it difficult for people to fully protect their networks, at least without running into some legal challenges or some legal quandaries. They can make it difficult for them to actually know whether they're on the right side or the wrong side of the law. So I want to talk about two concepts here. These are big things. If you've ever studied any sort of warfare doctrine, these are the two big concepts in that. The first one is jus ad bellum. The second is jus in bello. Basically, these are the laws of war. Jus ad bellum is the rules or laws for going to war. This is what is a legitimate war, how can a war be legitimately started. And jus in bello is the rules during war. Basically, what are you actually allowed to do once you're at a point where hostilities have been declared or at least started? What rules actually govern those decisions that you make there? Now, before we go too much further, I have a few things I want to just quickly get off the plate here. First thing is, this is not legal advice. You're going to hear a lot of discussions of legal things. What we're having here today is a policy discussion. And if you have a question about this before you go out and start attacking the person that's attacking you or something else, talk to your lawyer. A few reasons for this. One is you can get some good legal advice that way. The second is a lot of this doctrine is not very well established. And so one of the challenges that we have in a system like the United States, which is based upon legal precedent, is something has to be decided by the courts a few times before you actually get a consistent doctrine where people can say, if I do this or I don't do this, or I take this action or I don't take that action, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be safe relative to the law. And in a lot of cases, what we're talking about here today is stuff that has not been decided. It hasn't had a landmark Supreme Court decision. It hasn't even made it into a federal appellate court or a state Supreme Court. These are kind of gray areas of law where people can interpret the same law, the same policy, the same, in some cases, aspects of British common law, which is what our common law in the United States is based upon, to mean very different things. Your interpretation and my interpretation may differ, but more importantly, my interpretation and the judge that you're in front of, if you do the wrong things interpretation, may differ significantly. Turns out the judge has a lot more power when they make their interpretation. So you can protect yourself to some extent by talking to a competent attorney and getting a legal decision, because at least if nothing else, you can show that you were trying to follow the law. Even if that isn't perfect, if your action doesn't necessarily perfectly agree with what the judge determines should have been the correct action, at least you're trying to be a model citizen by getting that opinion. The second thing that I want to talk about here before we get too far into this is a lot of what we're talking about is international law. And international law is actually something of an oxymoron. When we think about law in this country or in other countries that have kind of a concept of rule of law, we're typically thinking about something that's pretty clear-cut. Now, I say that, of course, having just said that it's all interpretation. International law is not really law per se. It's really a series of agreements between countries. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, but there's a few things you have to keep in mind about international law. The first is people break it all the time. And there are a lot of countries out there that would suggest the United States breaks international law almost continuously. Obviously, the United States doesn't take that same view, and we have a view that a lot of other places break international law in ways that are much more egregious than we do. What that tells you is that international law is not very well defined. Again, it's a set of agreements, and everybody interprets those to mean a little bit different, in terms of how they look at it. The second thing is not all these agreements have everybody agreeing to them. So these are treaties, which means that these treaties are only binding on states that have actually signed them. If your state, your nation is not part of one of these treaties, everybody else may be following this, but you don't have to follow it in your country, and other people don't have to give you the benefit of that treaty. So, for example, one very well-known treaty relates to the treatment of prisoners of war. That treaty, while it is considered very good practice by everybody, pretty much universally at this point, it only provides specific benefit to the countries that are signatories, which means that if you are a prisoner of war from a country that has not signed the treaty, you can't claim specific benefit under it. Again, we won't get into this in too much detail because I don't want to spend all the time here talking about this kind of minutia, though it is very significant when you're actually doing an analysis like this. But I do want to point out, and I hope if nothing else, my few examples here have kind of illustrated that international law is a bit of a question mark in a lot of cases. The other thing to keep in mind is I'm taking this concept of international law and I'm applying it to cybersecurity professionals. This is not binding. This is more of an informative kind of analysis. So keep in mind that what we're going to be talking about here today, some of it's international law, some of it's domestic law, and most of it is interpretation or even kind of policies that perhaps we should have. So with that being said, what can we learn from the laws of war? Well, there's three areas that I think really kind of are the key takeaways. The first is the notion of rules of engagement. What can you do when you're actually in a war? When do you actually get into this war? And really, that kind of raises the big question of what exactly is a war? And when we talk about the laws of war, really almost anything falls into that, from a minor skirmish all the way up to a massive war with tanks rolling down the street, streets of some country somewhere. And so when we're talking about cybersecurity as kind of a contest between an attacker and a defender, we can think about that as maybe a minor skirmish or a minor war, all the way up to a full-fledged war, depending on the severity and the actions that are being taken by the two sides. We also need to think about crossing jurisdictional boundaries, and this is a big thing when you're talking about international conflict, because basically everything crosses international boundaries. Even in cases where you don't cross international boundaries, you still have opposing forces, and in some cases you may have, particularly with like terrorist organizations, forces that may consider themselves to be sovereign or quasi-sovereign, meaning that they don't have to follow the rules of other nations, even though the nation that they're actually operating in considers them to be basically just normal citizens that are doing weird things that they shouldn't be doing. We have a very similar concept when we're talking about a hacker in, say, North Korea or China or the UK or anywhere else that's attacking a server or some sort of system in the United States. At a minimum, you have a question of whose laws actually apply to this. Is it the laws where the person is? Is it the laws where the server is? Is it the laws where some data has gone through? So if somebody attacks, say, a US-based server from the UK and that data happens to route through Canada and to other countries, where is this person supposed to be following the laws? If UK law says they can do what they're doing, US law says they can't, and Canadian law says they can't too, but has an even more severe punishment for it, where do you actually bring them to trial and bring them to justice? Can you bring them to trial in all of the different places? What if one country says you have to do something and another country says you can't? Now you have an even more interesting scenario as well. And we've seen a little bit of this, not quite in the same arena, with the European GDPR versus some US provisions, where there are some things that at least some people have taken as them conflicting, where you have an affirmative duty in one case and a negative duty in the other. You're supposed to do it, but you also can't do it. Whose laws apply? So that's another concept that we need to think about here that comes from this basic notion of cross-jurisdictional boundaries or crossing jurisdictional boundaries, as well as this notion of, again, whose rules are you following? And that's where international law comes into play. But international law wasn't really designed to cover the civilians. It was designed to be a law of interactions between states. And that's something we'll get back into here in a second as well. The final thing that we need to think about is protecting the unengaged. So in warfare, these are civilians. In cybersecurity, what we're talking about principally is people who happen to just be users of a service, who don't actually want to be involved in your cyber battery. Maybe they're your customers, maybe they're somebody else's customers that you have data for, but they don't really want to be involved in the battle. And so the idea is that the attacker should be trying to protect them. They shouldn't be attacking them. That obviously for somebody that's nefariously hacking a system is maybe a foregone conclusion that they're not necessarily following that principle. But then there's a question too in terms of defending a system where you might have some issues where, as a defender who is trying to follow the laws and the rules, you can do things, but maybe you have to restrict your own activities in some ways because you don't want to target people that are innocent bystanders, whether they're your innocent bystanders maybe on a data channel, or even remote innocent bystanders that may be close to the source of your attack. And so these are some of the things we're going to think a little bit more about today. The fundamental notion that we're basing most of this on is a right to defense. Now, this is really the crux of the of international law as it relates to warfare and the United Nations Charter. The United Nations Charter basically says that a state that's attacked, and realize as I use the term state here, we're really talking about a nation. In the United States, we call states kind of the local state government, but in the context of international law, state really means nation. But it says basically that a state that's attacked has a right to defend itself as well as to retaliate. And in some cases, this has been taken to also mean to do something proactive to prevent an attack. If you have a reasonable certainty that an adversary is going to target you, you can do something to try to prevent that, to protect yourself before that attack actually occurs. But this basic right to defense is a pretty fundamental right, and it doesn't just apply to states and nations. It applies to individuals as well as to companies and other entities. And this is where the notion of taking some of these laws of rules or these rules of engagement for warfare and applying them to normal cybersecurity, what actually makes this kind of transition make sense. And this notion of the right to defense is pretty universally recognized, and it basically provides for most protective actions. Now, where we get into a more interesting circumstance is when you're talking about a proactive defense. So I think everybody would agree that you have the right to put a lock on your door, or you have a right to put a virtual lock, let's call it a firewall, on your server, or to take another action that's a defensive action, something that's not going to harm the intruder, with the possible exception of if they actually actively attack it, it might interfere with that attack in some way. What gets more interesting is when you start talking about these affirmative defenses. This is the notion of stuff like what you can do when there's an intruder in your house. Or if you've heard about some of the things that happened, say in Florida or in other states with stand your ground laws, where somebody is allowed to take an affirmative defense, actually firing a firearm, for example, at an intruder because they're allowed to defend their property or their person. And these affirmative defense laws are where we might actually get the notion of Well, what happens if we have somebody that's attacking us? Can we attack back a little bit to actually stop that attack, mitigate the damage of that attack, or do something else? And this is, again, a very big gray area, but it's an interesting topic, and it's really kind of one of the big questions in cybersecurity law right now. And the question that we're trying to answer here is basically when or if I can actually attack my attacker, particularly if that's the only effective way of stopping an inbound attack. So what we get to here is a question of what triggers a right to offensive action. And so we come back to our laws of warfare. This is, again, the notion of the ad bellum, the going to war. When can we actually do something that is an offensive action? And so in state conflicts, we know that an attack against a state triggers this right to not only a defense against that attack, but also the right to do something retaliatory. And so if you think about this, this notion of retaliation, it's not really, this isn't like the state has a vendetta and it wants to go and, do something about that vendetta to make itself feel better. But the notion is if somebody's attacked you, simply defending against that attack isn't really all that effective, right? They can come back and attack again. So there's this notion of, well, if somebody's attacked you, now you can actually do something to go and proactively prevent that. You can go attack them, maybe invade them, occupy them, and make it so they don't have as much capacity or maybe no capacity at all to attack you again in the future. And so this is the question of where does this line fall when you're talking about cybersecurity professionals and maybe not a physical attack, but a virtual attack. And so there's a notion that these types of proactive defenses where you're actually doing something offensive but for a defensive purpose have justification. This is the equivalent of stand your ground, where you're taking an offensive act, right, attacking somebody with a weapon or something, and you're doing it for a defensive purpose. And so there is doctrine that supports this, again, both at this laws of war, this international law, very broad level, as well as at the individual level, personal, corporate, etc. And this is the question that we have, though, right now, is what triggers that right? When do you get the right to do that, and to what extent do you have the right to do that based upon what's going on? So the other question that we have is presuming that we establish some notion of this ad bellum rule, this notion of being able to take an offensive action of some sort. What can you actually do? What is an authorized action if we presume that there is some sort of authorization that exists? And this is where you have, again, this reactive or proactive defense doctrine potentially giving you some justification for doing this. But there's some caveats here, right? When you have, this is thinking from civil law, and so I'll quickly just digress here for those that may not be familiar with this distinction. Civil law is basically the law of lawsuits and other actions where two parties go against each other saying that one has wronged them and they want monetary damages or maybe some sort of protection against future things in some sort of judicial order. Criminal law is where you violated a statute of the state, where as opposed to having a private party suing you, taking you to court, you have the government doing, actually charging with a crime and taking you again to court, but for a different purpose. So under civil law, there's no basis for collateral damage to a third party. So when we talk about the law of war, there is some justification that if you're attacking your adversary, if country X attacks you and you attack country X back, you're not going to only be able to target the military and legitimate targets of that country. And while you have a duty to minimize civilian casualties under the laws of war, this is the in-war doctrine, there is some level of acceptable casualties. And arguably, this is not well defined as to exactly what that level is. But when you're talking about civil law domestically or civil law crossing jurisdictional boundaries, this concept doesn't really exist. If you're being attacked by company X in nation Y, and you go back and you get company X, but you also get company Y and company Z, and you take down their power grid, well, maybe you still stop the attack and you stopped a bigger problem, but you don't necessarily have a civil defense for all of these other parties that can now sue you because they weren't doing anything to you. They just happened to be nearby the company or entity or individual that was. So that's one thing that's very different. The other thing is that the criminal standards may be dramatically different, and we'll get into this in a little bit more detail in just a second. But it's important to remember that when you're doing something that crosses a jurisdiction, even if it's just crossing multiple state lines, there's any number of different laws that could apply. There's definitely federal law, definitely the state that is, you're based in, probably the state that your attack is targeting, as well as any other state whose laws potentially are implicated. When you cross national boundaries, it gets even more confusing. So it's very important to realize that this is a very problematic type of doctrine to say, okay, well, we can do some sort of proactive attack to prevent this attack or to mitigate it or respond to this attack against us. Because even if you're just doing it to somebody down the street, there may be a number of criminal laws that are being violated, even though you may have a civil notion under civil law of actually mitigating damages, which is allowed to a certain extent under civil law. So if you take nothing else away from this slide, I think probably the biggest message from this slide is that there's a lot of confusion here, and that this type of an attack, while it may seem justified ethically, it may seem justified morally, it may even be something that's in the common good, is not something that's going to be justified legally. The other question that you have is the notion of justification based upon the severity of the attack and the injuries that are potentially going to occur or that are occurring. And so this gets us into another interesting area of law. So if you're protecting somebody, an individual or property or whatever it is where there's an actual harm that cannot be corrected through financial damages. So for example, if somebody was attacking a pacemaker or something else that was necessary to preserve life, you might have a much different justification for doing something like this than if they were just altering bank records or stealing identities, where arguably there's a problem from that happening, but it's something that could potentially be fixed after the fact. It's data that just needs to be restored or corrected, whereas if that pacemaker is disrupted or the oxygen breathing machine is turned off, there's no way to really undo that because somebody is dead or perhaps has suffered serious injuries. And in the context of something where you're preventing the loss of life or injury, the doctrine for allowing some sort of a more affirmative action is much stronger. This is the notion of if you're standing next to somebody that is being threatened by a knife, you can potentially use your own weapon to combat that threat, either as the person who's being threatened or as a bystander who simply wants to protect that person that's being threatened. And there's really no specific reason to think that that kind of common law notion of protecting yourself or protecting somebody else who is about to suffer injury or something that could be a fatal injury wouldn't translate to cyber almost directly. This is a very fundamental concept of law that really should translate. But again, you may have a very interesting scenario here where you have this very basic law, this kind of fundamental moral, ethical imperative that then runs afoul of other things like certain laws that say you can't do an action like this without necessarily conceiving of a situation where you're doing it to prevent injury or death. So again, a lot of interesting questions here, but certainly something where you're preventing death or injury versus property damage versus just damage to data would give you a much stronger justification for this type of action than perhaps another situation where that wasn't the case. So another really interesting scenario that's beginning to happen more and more is where private individuals, private firms are being attacked by a foreign state, or in a lot of cases, somebody that they think might be a foreign state. So we've heard, suggestions that the big credit bureau breach might have been related to another nation. We've heard that the Marriott breach might have been conducted at least with the aid of, if not in the service of, a foreign intelligence agency. What happens when you're being attacked by a country and you're not a country yourself? Well, you get into a very interesting scenario here. The right to defend yourself, this is the passive defense, the lock on the door, is very well established. It's very unlikely that somebody would argue that defending yourself, if you're Marriott or if you're another company where you have a foreign state trying to attack your data, defending yourself against that would not be justified. And there's a big caveat here, because again, you're dealing potentially with the laws of this country that's attacking you as well. And of course, they could have pretty much any law on the books that they choose to. So again, big asterisks here after this statement. When you do something back, you now have a big problem, because you may be attacking a sovereign state. And it turns out that in almost every case out there, attacking a sovereign state violates the criminal laws of the sovereign state. Even if you're not in their state, have never been in their state, even if you never plan to go to their state, it turns out that in most cases, almost every country out there has a notion that says if you attack their government, you're violating their laws. So as a private entity, a private company, a private individual, if you take even the slightest offensive action against somebody who is taking a pretty direct offensive action against you, you may actually be running afoul of the person who is attacking you's criminal statutes, with whatever effect that may have, ranging from basically nothing because you're never going to go there and they don't have any sort of treaties with anybody else, to more direct threats when somebody is, say, maybe a member of Interpol and can put out a, some sort of a warrant or other document through Interpol or another agency. So even though they may be attacking you, even though you may be defending, even though there may be the threat of damage to property or loss of life, attacking back against a foreign actor is not a good idea. So that basically concludes the discussion here today. I'm happy to take one or two quick questions. We have a few minutes left. I would like to again stress that this information is not designed to aid you in legal decision making. You should talk to your own attorney if you have questions about this. But what it does illustrate is that there's a very big need for policy here. This is not very well established. It's a scenario that lots of people are having to deal with. And this is something that we're going to see more and more and more as attacks are not necessarily acting or occurring only in the physical world, but they're now occurring in the virtual world and having very real world effects. So this is an area where there's a lot of need for new law and for discussions about what's appropriate between practitioners, between attorneys, between government officials, and lots of other people. And that's really kind of the point of today's presentation, is to kind of get that discussion going. So thank you for listening. Again, I'm happy to take one or two questions either from members of the audience right now or when I wander down, and we'll end there.